In the quiet of the night, a warning was issued, carrying with it an unforeseeable danger. Ahead was a boss, with a system recommendation to attack with 10 players. But right now, facing that monstrous boss was only a single player, the level 100 Zhuwei Wu Yu. Even though the boss's level couldn't be determined, Zhuwei Wu Yu was supremely confident that he had more than enough power to defeat it alone. The moment it appeared, the monster hastily unleashed its ultimate move. The pressure it generated was immense. However, on the other side, Zhuwei Wu Yu appeared completely calm. If his opponent was going to strike without holding back like that, then he had no reason to go easy on it either. And so, Zhuwei Wu Yu initiated his most devastating damage-dealing skill, Surge. And just like that, after a single move, he blew the monster away, successfully clearing the stage. That's right, what everyone just saw was an online game, and the character Zhuwei Wu Yu in the game is our protagonist, the 20-year-old Xie Yu in real life. In the game, he was a total god-tier badass, admired by all. But in the real world, Xie Yu was a complete slob, with none of the presence of a great master. Just as he cleared the stage, his phone rang. Xie Yu answered, and his eardrums were nearly pierced by the voice on the other end. "This is bad. Are you seriously still lazing around like this? Our new class president is demanding you show up to class tomorrow." Xie Yu thought it was something serious, but after hearing that, he just let out a cold scoff. He had been skipping class for over a year now. Even his homeroom teacher couldn't handle him anymore. So what the hell was a new class president? Hearing Xie Yu's indifferent tone, the person on the other end lowered their voice, trying to comfort him. "You punk, I know what happened a year ago hit you really hard," but before he could finish, Xie Yu yelled, "That's enough." The conversation was cut short just like that. After hanging up, he slammed the phone in his hand down on the table. Just as the person had said, a year ago, Xie Yu had suffered a massive blow, which was the very reason he had turned from an energetic young man into the slovenly mess he was now. Xie Yu couldn't help but turn to his right. On the table, there was still a picture of that beautiful girl. He clutched the picture to his chest, his heart still aching as if it were bleeding. Why? Xie Yu thought to himself. Why wasn't she the one who survived? And me, the one who got her killed? What am I supposed to do to keep living now? At his lowest point, Xie Yu's phone screen lit up again. He thought it was that guy calling to bother him again, but to his surprise, it was a notification from a game. "Congratulations on becoming a player in the final game. We wish you a happy gaming experience." For a moment, Xie Yu didn't understand what was happening, because he didn't seem to have downloaded any game with that name. But before he could even react, a stream of blue light shot out from his phone's screen, then swallowed Xie Yu's body whole. His information was quickly encoded and appeared on a flashing status window before him. It stated that Xie Yu's current HP was 250, and his MP was 150. His 4 starting attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were all at 5 points. Additionally, he currently had 50 points. Xie Yu was speechless. He felt like he was caught in an elaborate scam, or maybe he was hallucinating. But then a voice suddenly emanated from the phone. "Attention, player. You can use your points to exchange for anything at all. We wish you good health. Goodbye." Xie Yu couldn't stop himself from slamming the table and screaming. "Anything? Don't think you can fool me with this kind of made-up nonsense. If you can really exchange for anything, then convert all my points into cash." "Conversion of points successful?" The voice actually responded to him. Then, Xie Yu quickly received a notification that 50,000 yuan had just been added to his account. This was truly jaw-droppingly shocking. Xie Yu was stunned for a long time, right up until someone rushed to his door and started banging on it non-stop. Xie Yu didn't know who would be looking for him in the middle of the night, but he still went to open the door. As a result, the moment the door opened, he got an earful. "Xie Yu, you listen to me. If you don't pay this lady her rent today, then pack your things and get the hell out of here. Look what you've done to this room. It's smelly and dirty, no different from a pigsty." All right, it's just money, isn't it?" Xie Yu replied, annoyed, then quickly transferred 30,000 yuan to the landlady. This amount covered the 3 months of rent he owed, plus the advance payment for the entire next year. As soon as the money was in her hands, the landlady's attitude did a complete 180, becoming incredibly friendly. "Oh my, little Xie, did you just come into a lot of money? I knew from the start you weren't an ordinary person. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, okay? Just go. Go! I'll be grateful enough if you just don't cut my power. Just go." Xie Yu hastily shooed her away and slammed the door shut. Only after he was alone did he dare to let his bewilderment show. Disbelief written all over his face. The money he had just transferred to the landlady had actually gone through, which meant that game was completely real. A thought flashed through Xie Yu's mind. He picked up his phone and asked the system, "If you can really exchange points for anything, then what about reviving someone who has died?" After a check, the system quickly replied that Xie Yu's current point balance was 0. Reviving the dead was possible, but it required a staggering 100 million points. The number seemed enormous, but it opened up a path of hope for Xie Yu. He didn't care how many points he had to earn. All that mattered was knowing that once he had enough, his Wu Yi could come back to life. Just like that, tears began to stream down Xie Yu's face uncontrollably. He hadn't been able to cry for a very long time, but now he was sobbing like a child. After crying his heart out, Xie Yu shot to his feet with blazing determination. It's just 100 million points, right? He would definitely earn enough to revive his Wu Yi soon. Immediately after, Xie Yu received a special quest. He accepted it instantly, eager as he was to start earning points. After that, Xie Yu began to perform a series of miscellaneous tasks. Cleaning the streets for 1 point, cleaning the school grounds for 2 points. But the most ridiculous thing was that the system even made him clean the women's restroom to get 5 points. Although he felt like the system was messing with him, to earn points, Xie Yu still barged into the women's restroom. The result was predictable. He got beaten up by a group of female students inside who thought he was a pervert. Just like that, he slaved away at quests for several days just to earn 100 points. He was still a long, long way from 100 million. It seemed Xie Yu had underestimated this game. Although the journey to earn enough points wouldn't be easy, as long as he could achieve his goal of saving Wu Yi, Xie Yu felt that everything he did today was meaningful. After completing 50 quests, Xie Yu also received a lucky draw, but for now, he didn't use it. He figured that if he saved it for later, he might just get something even better. Right now, Xie Yu couldn't think of anything else but finding more ways to earn points. While walking and fiddling with his phone, he unfortunately slipped on a very slick banana peel and tumbled forward. What rotten luck. A girl was walking toward him, and his fall coincidentally sent him right into her massive chest, knocking her over. After realizing the gravity of what he had just done, Xie Yu immediately stood up, backed away a good 10 meters, and said non-stop, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl didn't seem angry. On the contrary, she wore a look of utter enjoyment, then teased Xie Yu. "I didn't expect a little fatty like you to be so big. Sorry, it was just a misunderstanding." Xie Yu kept apologizing, holding his nose to stop the bleeding. Only then did the other person slowly get up, but instead of saying it was okay, she demanded Xie Yu compensate her for the emotional damage she had suffered. How? How do I compensate you? Xie Yu felt a little guilty. How should you compensate me now? Let me think for a moment. The girl paused for a few seconds, then flashed a very sly smile. How about you give this big sister all the points you have on you? Hearing her mention integration points, Ta Vu immediately realized she was just like him, someone with a system, but it seemed his opponent was a schemer and far more skilled than he was. Because before Ta Vu could even react, she had already used her skill to activate an isolation field. It was like a solid barrier, enclosing a huge space around them. What is this? Why did the sky turn purple? Ta Vu was utterly panicked. This was clearly the first time he had ever seen an isolation field. While he was still confused and couldn't grasp what was happening, the cunning girl took out her weapon and suddenly attacked Ta Vu from behind. He was completely unable to resist or defend himself and was struck, resulting in a severe injury to his left arm and the loss of his ability to fight. In contrast to the pain he was feeling, his opponent seemed incredibly excited to see Ta Vu bleed. "Your blood is full of fat, too. You really are a delicacy, aren't you, little fatty?" Ta Vu gritted his teeth against the pain and took a few steps back. He wanted to negotiate with this crazy girl to save his own skin. "Wait, you're also a player in the final game? Then we should be working together to complete the mission and live in peace, right?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, his opponent cackled with laughter. "Live in peace? You're just too naive." Then she suddenly moved closer to Ta Vu, raising her hand to scratch his chin like he was a dog, sending shivers down his entire spine. "If you really don't know anything, then let your big sis here teach you. Hunting and killing other players to steal their integration points is the right way to play this game. Only idiots would obediently go around doing missions." The more she spoke, the paler Ta Vu's face became. For the past few days, he had just been throwing himself into missions, tirelessly earning every single point. Hearing her words today, Ta Vu's worldview seemed to shatter in an instant, while the crazy girl seemed to be relishing his fear. "Come on now, instead of doing those stupid missions, why don't you just let me defeat you and become one with your big sis here?" Although he was terrified by now, Ta Vu couldn't just accept his fate like that. He told his opponent that he still had something very important to do, so he couldn't possibly die here. But he also knew he couldn't defeat the person in front of him, so his only option was to turn around and run for his life. Ta Vu ran with all his might, screaming for help as he fled. Then he saw a guy and felt like he had just found a lifeline. "Big bro, help me call the police! Someone is trying to kill me!" Ta Vu charged towards the man. However, just as he thought he was about to grasp this lifeline, he passed right through the man in a completely impossible way. Ta Vu tried again, confirming that he couldn't touch him. The guy was clearly standing right in front of him, yet he was no different from a non-existent virtual projection. At that moment, the crazy girl had also caught up from behind. She advised Ta Vu to save his energy a bit. "Your actions are completely useless, simply because you are inside my isolation field." It's an alternate dimension overlapping with reality that only players can enter, so no one can save you now. Did you really think prey that I've set my eyes on could ever get away? As she spoke, she raised her weapon again. Tavu felt that he was dead for sure this time. Just like that, his body was pierced by the opponent's blade-like claws without him being able to resist. The pain was even worse than when his left arm was slashed earlier. As his opponent pulled out her weapon, Tavu's heavy body immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, she looked even more thrilled. It seemed this psycho had a bizarre passion for killing. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Tavu's life was fading fast. He kept hearing beeping sounds and warnings from the system that his heart had been severely damaged and he was on the verge of death. Tavu couldn't accept it. He couldn't die so senselessly like this. He had only just found a way to revive Voongi, so he was even more unwilling to kick the bucket just like this. Suddenly, his phone, which had fallen nearby, made a ding sound with a notification that the battery was low and it was about to shut down. Tavu suddenly remembered something and shouted, "System, I want to use the lucky draw reward." His shout startled the girl, and the game successfully registered Tavu's voice command. The prize draw system quickly activated. Tavu didn't know what he would get, but this was the only thing he could cling to right now. He had no choice but to take the gamble. The prize wheel appeared before his eyes, and the pointer began to spin. Hope surged in Tavu's heart like a tidal wave, but the crazy girl just laughed scornfully. "So it's just that lucky draw system with an extremely low win rate? I'd like to see what you can possibly win. A lucky bag or a membership card? Ha ha ha." Wanting to see Tavu's hope turn to despair, she temporarily held back from finishing him off. The pointer on the lucky wheel was slowing down. Tavu prayed endlessly to win a prize that could save him from this crisis. Even just a healing potion would be enough. But in the end, the pointer stopped on the "thanks for playing" space. Tavu was completely crushed, while the psycho laughed her head off. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. It seems even heaven doesn't want to help you." Tavu collapsed once more, but just as he had completely given up hope, the pointer moved again. It turned out the wheel hadn't completely stopped. In the end, it didn't land on "thanks for playing," but on the prize next to it, "receive special equipment." Congratulations, player, on receiving special equipment. The system's announcement rang out, and at the same time, the game's logo appeared above Tavu's head. The girl was utterly astonished. She had started this game long before him, but she had never even heard of something called special equipment. Not wanting the prey she was about to catch to escape, she immediately rushed towards Tavu, wanting to land a fatal blow before his body could recover. But this time, she couldn't achieve her goal. A powerful beam of green light shot down from the sky, right where Tavu was lying. The surrounding area was immediately shrouded in dust and sand, making it impossible for the crazy girl to see anything clearly. But for some reason, she had a very bad feeling, and reality proved her intuition was right. Because right after, she was counterattacked by Tavu with overwhelming force. If she hadn't been used to the rhythm of battle and reflexively dodged back, she would have been a goner for sure. "Is this the power of special equipment?" she muttered, gritting her teeth. From within the cloud of dust, Tavu emerged with his new equipment, the devouring blade, in hand. And that wasn't all. He was also given a one-time status restoration. The wounds on his left arm and his heart had completely healed. It seemed heaven didn't want him to die here after all. Across from him, the girl looked furious and began to threaten him. A newbie who just joined the game. A weapon with that much power isn't something you can use so easily. But of course, Tavu was no longer afraid. He was even incredibly confident that with this special equipment in hand, blowing his opponent away would be an easy task. Hearing the words "blow away," the crazy girl burst out laughing, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Her insane laughter went on, making even Tavu start to feel tense. A moment later, she spoke again. "This is why I say you're too naive. Do you think this is just some video game where you can beat your opponent just by relying on equipment? Well then, let me give you a little taste of this game's terror. Don't underestimate people. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Tavu yelled back, raising his equipment, ready to battle his opponent. As the crazy girl lunged, he swung the devouring blade, but somehow, she smoothly evaded the sword's path, then appeared behind him like a phantom. Tavu didn't have time to wonder how she had dodged. Instead, he raised his blade again and charged at her, landing another slash. Unfortunately, just like last time, his blade couldn't touch her. Tavu started to get frustrated and began swinging the blade in his hand wildly, but this was exactly the effect that Psycho wanted. She advised Tavu to give up, saying that with his current strength, trying to hit her with a greatsword like that was impossible. At the same time, she also reminded Tavu to take a look at his body, that some new surprises had appeared. Following her words, Tavu discovered 4 new claw marks on his body. According to her, her claws could leave an imprint on her opponent. After a sufficient number of attacks, they would bloom like roses. And as soon as she finished speaking, the claw-shaped imprints on Tavu's body exploded all at once. Although his wounds had fully recovered, even a healthy body would find it hard to withstand 4 consecutive explosions right on top of him like this. Tavu had to struggle, using the devouring blade to prop himself up just to stay on his feet. Seeing that he hadn't fallen yet, that psycho only grew more excited. A normal person would have been down for the count after her last attack, but Tavu was so resilient, which made her twisted mind want to torment him even more. With that, the madwoman unleashed one final move. If Tavu couldn't dodge it, he'd probably be a goner for real, but his entire body was in so much pain he couldn't even move. But because he still had the goal of earning 100 million points to revive Wu Nyi, he couldn't fall here. And so, with that powerful will, Tavu lifted the blade in his hands. For this very reason, the system detected that Tavu's mental strength and equipment synchronization level had reached 100%. Because of this, the devouring blade was upgraded into the Devourer set. The set of equipment was quickly equipped on Tavu, and he simultaneously learned a special skill called Overload Mode. This mode would enhance his attributes by consuming his life energy. This was his last resort. Tavu had no reason not to activate this skill. And then, another blinding aura of light appeared, surrounding Tavu. Every time this fatso is about to kick the bucket, it's like he's performing a magic trick. He's really full of surprises. The woman clucked her tongue in admiration, completely unaware that in the next second, she would be the one getting wrecked. Tavu burst out from the center of the aura, wearing a complete set of armor, swung the devouring blade in his hand, and then fiercely slashed down. The madwoman was utterly shocked to see this. She managed to dodge at first, but then realized that Tavu's speed seemed to have increased, and what's more, it was getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for him to take control of the battle's tempo. And this time, Tavu successfully knocked his opponent down. She was slammed flat onto the ground, her whole body trembling in pain, her expression clearly one of utter fury. "What is this? What the hell is going on? Why did you turn into this?" she screamed. "Why did I turn into this?" "Because you've poured all of your life force into my sword," Tavu replied. "Nonsense." His words provoked her so much, she shot back to her feet, wanting to show Tavu the real difference between them. But Tavu was no longer the useless, slow fatty from before. He knew very well that in this battle, the only loser would be her. She hadn't even realized when she had stepped into Tavu's domain. Because he had been swinging his blade wildly at the start, its energy had scattered into every nook and cranny. He had taken such a beating from her earlier. Now it was time for her to taste his ultimate move. "Feel the wrath of the blade in my hand." As he spoke, Tavu raised his blade, but instead of slashing directly at his opponent, he slammed it powerfully into the ground. This was the finishing skill he wanted to use. The energy of the devouring blade spread rapidly, becoming an invisible net that enveloped the woman. Only now did she feel fear, hastily begging for mercy, even shamelessly promising to submit to him, saying he could do whatever he wanted with her. But even if she were more beautiful, Tavu wasn't the least bit interested. He didn't stop, causing the entire building to quickly collapse. And just like that, the madwoman was buried in the rubble, paying the price for her arrogance and cruelty. From overexertion, Tavu quickly blacked out. An unknown amount of time passed. He seemed to see Vunji's anxious face, relentlessly urging him on. "Hurry and wake up." Before Tavu could even figure out if this was real or a dream, she turned and walked away, only to be hit by a truck. At that, a heart-stopping panic caused Tavu to jolt awake. His heart was pounding, and he was drenched in sweat. It was just a dream after all. This nightmare had haunted him countless times. Tavu groggily recalled what happened earlier. After defeating that madwoman, he had passed out right here. The phone rang again. Tavu glanced at it. It was still that annoying guy, Vuongbak. He had no choice but to answer. Vuongbak's voice was as loud as ever, piercing through the phone and into his eardrum. "Tavu, this is bad. This is really bad. The class president just said that if you keep skipping class, she's going to report you to the school to have you expelled. Can't you talk a little quieter, you idiot?" Tavu yelled back. "And another thing, I'm telling you, even if this Tavu dies, I'll die out here. I'll absolutely never." Before he could finish the last half of his sentence, Tavu suddenly froze, because a new notification had appeared before him. An entrance to an F-rank underground city is about to appear next to Napjiang University. Hunting the boss of this F-rank city can earn you some points and experience rewards. On the other end of the line, Vuongbak grew anxious when his friend suddenly went silent. "Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Say something," he urged repeatedly. "Bro, I gotta go. I'm heading to school right now. See you in a bit." After saying that, Tavu hung up without hesitation. He fumbled his way out of the small alley. That madwoman had beaten him so badly she'd gotten him completely lost. By the time he reached the main road, Tavu suddenly felt that something was off. Specifically, the passers-by, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all giving him strange looks today. At first, Tavu didn't understand why, but when he accidentally passed by a mirror, he understood. The young man in the mirror was lean and handsome, with a sharp, chiseled face. It was to the point that Tavu couldn't even believe it was him. He didn't know how he had suddenly lost so much weight. The whole thing felt like a dream. Tavu kept pinching his own face. The pain felt real, so this probably wasn't a dream. The system quickly sent a notification to explain the question on his mind. It turned out that the fat in Tavu's body had been used as energy to activate the devouring blade. This was what burning life energy meant. It really was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he didn't even have to go to the gym. Notification. A large amount of energy is required to load the activation model. If the player uses life energy as a power source again, it could be life-threatening. The system sent another notification. It seemed the price for using this shortcut to load the model was indeed steep, but what caught Tavu's attention more was the specific choice of words in the notification. In any case, he wasn't used to this system yet. He'd just have to take his time to figure it out. So, for now, he put the issue aside. Since his clothes were torn to shreds, Tavu couldn't possibly go to school dressed like this. He used 1 point to exchange for a set of basic clothes, then headed to Napgyang University. The moment Tavu appeared on campus, he attracted the attention of quite a few female students. They had never seen such a handsome guy at their school before. Every one of them had an infatuated look on their face. As for Tavu, he had been used to living like a slob for the past year, and suddenly, in a flash, he had turned into a heartthrob. Being praised like this wherever he went, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. However, that feeling of vanity didn't last long. After all, he still had important business to attend to. Tavu chose a bench to sit on and thought carefully. It was time for him to understand this game properly. Otherwise, if he ran into more players like that madwoman, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. So, the first thing Xiaoyu did was ask the system to show him his stats. The status screen that appeared in front of him looked just like something out of an online game. Right now, Xiaoyu was only level 2, with a max HP of 300 and a max MP of 170. His strength and constitution were at 7 points, spirit at 5, and agility at 6. He also had 3 unallocated free attribute points and a total of 99 accumulated points so far. Xiaoyu used those 3 free attribute points, putting 2 into strength and 1 into agility. This build was considered relatively safe for the early game, but his accumulated points hadn't increased at all. Xiaoyu remembered what that crazy woman had said before, that if you killed another player, you would take their points. So, based on the current situation, it seemed he had only defeated her, not killed her. Xiaoyu silently sighed in relief. It was a good thing she was still alive, since he wasn't mentally prepared to become a murderer yet. Next, he decided to check out his equipment. The first thing that caught his eye was that devouring blade. It was an upgradable piece of gear that increased his attack power by 30 points. The blade's 2 skills were energy load, which temporarily enhanced the player's stats by absorbing various types of energy, and energy eruption, which launched simultaneous attacks in different directions, dealing 200% of the weapon's physical damage. The skill descriptions were very detailed, matching what Xiaoyu had already figured. That energy load skill consumed energy, and specifically, it seemed to consume the same type of life energy that he possessed. But Xiaoyu felt the skill wasn't as simple as its description. He'd have to test it later to be sure. Just as he was thinking this, a basketball suddenly rolled up to his feet. Then, Xiaoyu heard someone shout, "Hey, you over there, can you throw the ball back to us?" It was someone from the basketball team. Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, just picked up the ball, wound up, and threw it. Who knew his strength was so insane? The ball shot off, even shattering a corner of the backboard before flying completely out of sight. The kids on the court stared, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, what was that? The ball went right through the backboard. Did anyone see who did that? I think he ran off that way. Xiaoyu hadn't expected that to happen either, so he quickly bolted. You've got to be kidding me. Only 9 points in strength and it's already this insane? He was actually terrifyingly strong now. But Xiaoyu didn't have time to worry about the basketball, because the system had just sent a new notification. An F-rank underground dungeon is about to activate. It suggested that Xiaoyu should activate the auto-pathfinding function. Xiaoyu, of course, had no reason to refuse. He hadn't expected this game to have an auto-pathfinding feature. It was pretty convenient. All he had to do was follow the arrow to find the underground dungeon. But Xiaoyu never expected the arrow to lead him to the girls' restroom. Asterisk. This place again? I seriously suspect this game has some weird fetish. Asterisk, he screamed internally. But a quest was a quest, and he had to do it. Xiaoyu looked left and right, making sure no one was watching. Then, he reminded himself he wasn't a pervert. He was just doing whatever it took to resurrect Yu Yi. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and opened the door. Luckily, no one was inside at the moment. The arrow pointed him to a closed stall. Xiaoyu was a little confused. With the way it was pointing, asterisk, don't tell me the entrance to the underground dungeon is the toilet. Asterisk, he thought. He could only hope not as he opened the door to check. Who would have thought someone would actually be in there? The moment their eyes met, the girl screamed her head off while Yu froze in place. His opponent hastily pulled her pants up, then stood up, grinding her teeth in fury. Yu really wanted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but before he could say a word, the girl pulled out her weapon. "I've heard rumors about a pervert appearing at school," she said. "I can't believe I'm the one who actually caught you. So, I'll do everyone a favor and give you a little gift. Anyway, you'll just have to drink a memory loss potion afterward, and you won't remember a thing." Look at that furious expression on her face. Yu would have believed it if someone told him she was about to castrate him. This girl even seemed stronger than the crazy woman from before. Facing such a powerful opponent, it seemed he was in real danger. "Wait a minute, it's not what you think!" Yu pleaded desperately as he ran, but his opponent had no intention of listening to him. The system detected that a duel between two players was set, so it automatically activated an isolation field. It was only then that the girl paused, realizing Yu was also a player in the final game. However, that didn't make her stop. In fact, she thought it was great that he was a player, because it meant she could cut him down without holding back. Yu was beyond tears. He had just escaped one crazy woman, only to run into another demoness. At this point, his only choice was to fight. Yu took out his gear. He'd have to defeat her first, and then slowly explain things later. "You reek of a newbie. What makes you so confident you can defeat me?" the girl asked with a sneer. Yu could tell she was powerful, but how would he know for sure if he didn't even try? What if he could actually pull off an upset victory, just like last time? Seeing his bold attitude, his opponent got extremely excited. She charged first, wanting a quick and decisive victory that would leave him with no excuses. This girl was even stronger than the crazy woman from before, putting so much pressure on Yu that he was constantly forced to retreat. But just at that moment, the system sent another notification, announcing that the underground dungeon had opened. Any players near the entrance would be automatically pulled inside. And just like that, both Yu and the girl were sucked into the portal, though he really didn't want to go anywhere with this violent woman. They were pulled deep inside the gate, which then sealed shut as if nothing had ever happened. This dungeon's teleportation method was way too rough. It left Yu, who was already prone to motion sickness, completely dizzy. To make matters worse, the position he and the girl landed in was really something else. Although it was completely unintentional, Yu had once again found himself in a compromising position with her. The result was a punch that nearly knocked his face sideways. After getting to his feet and taking a proper look around, Yu learned that this F-rank underground dungeon was called the Abandoned School, and it looked just like an underground version of their university. This was Yu's first time trying to clear a monster-filled dungeon, so he was understandably a bit nervous. As for the girl, after being pulled in and seeing the series of expressions on Yu's face, she finally put two and two together. "So, you came to the girls' restroom to conquer this dungeon?" Yu silently thanked God that she finally understood. Otherwise, he'd never be able to clear his name of being a pervert. "You're just a total newbie, and you want to clear a dungeon by yourself? Do you have a death wish?" the girl asked. "Aren't you here alone too?" Yu retorted. "Don't compare me to a rookie like you. I'm here for rare materials." Look at that arrogant attitude. Yu was so annoyed he wanted to stomp his feet, thinking, asterisk, so what if you're a high level? Asterisk. Still, even though her words were harsh, she didn't seem like a bad person. Since she had misunderstood him earlier, she decided to fill him in on some things a newbie should know. "Right. What's your current level?" she asked. When Yu replied that he was only level 2, the girl let out another contemptuous snort. Next, she pointed to the monsters around them and explained that the color of a monster's name indicates its danger level. For example, this steel claw wolf with a yellow name was a monster far beyond Yu's current abilities. In other words, if he had actually come here alone, he would have been surrounded and killed in under 3 minutes. In her eyes, however, monsters like the steel claw wolf posed no threat at all, and she wasn't just bluffing. A moment later, she was already in a fighting stance. As for Yu, he got to witness her true power firsthand as she single-handedly took on a whole pack of extremely ferocious monsters. That girl possessed a skill called Scattering Cloud Wind Scroll. Once activated, this skill was like a whirlwind, and the power it generated wiped out a pack of over a dozen wolves. Yu watched from the side, and seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, she's strong." Just then, a steel claw wolf tried to ambush the girl from behind. Without a second thought, he yelled out a warning for her to be careful, then charged forward himself, using his blade of devouring to knock it away. Unfortunately, the damage Yu managed to inflict was barely anything. Meanwhile, all that girl had to do was swing her weapon once to successfully take one down. The power gap between them was just too huge, making him feel incredibly ashamed. As for the girl, although she kept calling Yu a noob, she also realized his character wasn't all that bad. "My name is Shen Yunjiao. What's yours?" she asked, introducing herself first. "I'm Yu." The moment he finished speaking, Shen Yunjiao's expression suddenly changed. She thought to herself, "Yu? Could it be that much of a coincidence? Right after, Jieyu received a party invitation from the level 8 Shen Yunjiao. She said he looked so pathetic that she was being merciful and carrying him to get some experience points. However, the party invitation also clearly stated that item distribution was to be decided by the party leader. This was obviously her way of making Jieyu her personal errand boy for free. Even so, he had to grit his teeth and accept the party invitation, figuring he might as well get some experience points out of it. Alright, you better carry a heart full of gratitude for this lady's benevolence and leech EXP from the back. But if you dare cause any trouble, watch out, or I'll slash you too, Shen Yunjiao said arrogantly. This girl's temper really sucked, but Jieyu had no choice but to put up with it. I mean, what could he do? He was only level 2 while she was level 8. Still, Jieyu wasn't the type of person who was shameless enough to just sit back and leech experience. So he still followed Shen Yunjiao closely, swinging his blade whenever he could, dealing whatever damage he could, considering it his contribution to grinding mobs. Before long, he leveled up to 3 and got another 3 free attribute points. Jieyu put all 3 points into his strength attribute. Immediately after doing so, he saw the name of the sharp claw lizard in front of him change. This meant that after his strength was increased, the danger level of the monsters had decreased. So, I can finally fight for real now. Because of this, Jieyu fought much more fiercely. The two of them cleared out the entire citadel, finally arriving at the boss's lair, putting the boss on the lowest floor of the citadel. This system really knows how to mess with you, Shen Yunjiao mumbled. The moment she finished speaking, something sticky suddenly landed on Jieyu's shoulder. He quickly brushed it off, starting to complain. What the hell is this? So disgusting. Shen Yunjiao glanced at the gooey mess on the floor and explained that it was an adhesive slime. They're usually parasites that live in higher-level monsters to get nutrients. They're not aggressive, so we don't need to waste any more time here. She walked ahead, and Jieyu followed closely behind. The two came face to face with the boss, a level 5 venom bone croc with a whopping 10,000 hit points. A monster with a pink name, and it's that huge. Jieyu was a bit overwhelmed, but Shen Yunjiao wasn't scared at all. Stop freaking out over there. If you're scared, just stand still and don't move. This lady will take care of this monster for you. Her arrogance pissed off the venom bone croc. It immediately opened its mouth and spat out several purple fireballs with terrifying attack power. Not to be outdone, Shen Yunjiao charged forward while using her flowing shadow flash step skill, creating countless after-images of herself in the space, tricking the monster's vision so it couldn't land a hit. Once the distance was just right, Shen Yunjiao launched herself high into the air, then powerfully swung the weapon in her hand. With a single strike, the venom bone croc was slashed in two. Jieyu couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. This girl might be a bit violent, but she was seriously strong. Shen Yunjiao thought it was all over, but just as she turned to lead Jieyu away, countless adhesive slimes suddenly fell from the ceiling. They formed an adhesive substance, fusing the two halves of the venom bone croc's corpse back together. "Watch your back!" Jieyu screamed. But by the time Shen Yunjiao turned around, the boss had already been revived by the adhesive slimes. And because she let her guard down, Shen Yunjiao took a direct hit to a vital spot. After being revived, the venom bone croc seemed even more ferocious. After taking the hit, Shen Yunjiao's body was instantly paralyzed, and she couldn't move. Jieyu realized she'd been poisoned, quickly activated his skill, and managed to scoop her up, escaping the boss's next attack. But there was no denying he was still too weak. He was already out of breath after using his skill just once. "Are you okay?" Jieyu asked the person in his arms worriedly. Maybe it was because they were so close, but Shen Yunjiao suddenly found Jieyu strangely handsome, causing her cheeks to blush uncontrollably. "I won't die, but I think I was hit with a paralyzing poison. I can't move." Looking at the ferocious venom bone croc, Jieyu felt it was so strong it didn't seem like a monster from a low-level citadel anymore. Shen Yunjiao had also heard that higher-level underground citadels had a high degree of randomness, often spawning great monsters with unpredictable power. Based on the situation, it seemed they had run into one. She just didn't think their luck was this bad. At a time like this, instead of just thinking about so-called luck, you should be trying to figure out a way to beat that monster. Jieyu had now put Shen Yunjiao down on the ground, facing the approaching venom bone croc alone. The girl thought he was being delusional. Right now, there was no other way but to run, because Jieyu was no match for that monster. Of course, Jieyu knew he was a noob, but carrying someone who couldn't move like Shen Yunjiao made it basically impossible to escape. The only way was to stay and face the boss. He'd already tried fighting something way above his level with that crazy woman before. Who's to say he couldn't succeed again if he tried now? The situation was incredibly dangerous, but Jieyu was so optimistic it made Shen Yunjiao shudder. Meanwhile, he was still thinking that he should lure the monster a little farther away from her. After all, Shen Yunjiao had no way of escaping right now. There was just one thing beyond Jieyu's control. The massive monster was incredibly fast, much faster than he'd imagined, and its attack skill was even more terrifying. Jieyu raised his blade of devouring, struggling to block the opponent's attacks. "Watch out behind you!" Shen Yunjiao suddenly screamed. It turned out the monster had somehow circled behind him, opening its blood-red mouth full of sharp teeth, wanting to swallow Xie whole. Hearing Shen Yunjiao's warning, Xie quickly jumped back. Although he avoided getting chomped, he still got hit by the opponent's attack. It was just one hit, but it felt to Xie like all his internal organs had been rearranged. Before he could even recover from the pain, the venom bone croc charged in to attack again. This time, its fangs sank into his left shoulder. He tried his best to resist, to not get eaten, but the difference in strength was too great, and he was thrown backward. His HP bar was now only at 150 out of a maximum of 500. Noticing Xie was drained of strength, the venom bone croc attacked even more fiercely. Shen Yunjiao was extremely anxious seeing him get knocked around repeatedly. But damn it, she couldn't do anything to help. In a flash, Xie was sent flying again, his health now at an alarmingly low 50 HP. This was really too hard for a guy who had only ever been a clicker gamer in his room before this. Now that the game was reality, his brain could react in time, but his body had zero combat experience. Xie was sprawled on the ground, his body in so much pain it felt like all his ribs were broken. As for the venom bone croc, it had no intention of letting him rest and recover. This time, the monster attacked again by spitting poisonous liquid. Model. Xie was starting to feel hopeless. Was there really no way out of this? Just then, an idea struck him. It might just be the one lifeline that could save him in this situation. Seeing the poison bone croc finish its poison spray and charge toward him, Xie shakily got to his feet and muttered, "Looks like I finally found a way to survive." Shen Yunjiao grew incredibly tense, watching how stubborn he was being. Xieyu's body couldn't take another hit. If he got struck just one more time, he'd definitely be a goner. But this time, Xie seemed confident he could win. As the monster lunged close, opening its jaws to bite him, Xieyu's battered body actually managed to dodge. Then, he leaped high into the air, shot down like an arrow, and struck the poison bone croc hard with his devouring blade. The monster lost 100 health from the attack. Even Shen Yunjiao was stunned that Xie had managed to injure it. As for Xie, his gamble had paid off. As long as he could move, he knew his blade could still cut his opponent. After taking the hit, the poison bone croc seemed furious. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar, then attacked even more fiercely. But Xie seemed to have figured out his opponent's attack patterns, allowing him to dodge with relative ease and continuously counterattack. "You've had your turn. Now it's mine. Time to die." He charged forward and finally took down his prey. Shen Yunjiao's jaw dropped in astonishment. She couldn't understand how Xie had done it. At his level, he shouldn't have even been able to keep up with the poison bone croc's speed. Now that the danger had passed, Xie finally had time to explain. Actually, taking down that monster wasn't too hard. Even though its attack power is strong, its attack methods are just a few repeating patterns. For enemies 30 meters or more away, it uses a poison spray that targets the abdomen. From 10 to 30 meters, it triggers an earthquake-like attack to launch its opponent into the air. Then, while I was falling, it would launch a bite attack. And for anything within 10 meters, the poison bone croc starts a continuous claw attack. It's really fast, but if you pay close attention, you can spot its attack pattern and dodge it. Xie was feeling incredibly smug, thinking that this crappy game was nothing special in the end. It couldn't possibly challenge a genius player like him. Now that Xie had the poison bone croc all figured out, it was like he could slash and strike it however he pleased. And yet, it took about 2 hours for Xie to whittle its health bar down to 4,927 HP. Just when he thought it was almost over, the opponent's HP bar suddenly turned red. The poison bone croc went berserk once again. Both Xieyu's and Shen Yunjiao's faces turned pale with fear. The system quickly sent them a red alert. The boss's HP had dropped below 10%, triggering its self-destruct mode. Xiyu was furious. It hadn't been easy to get this far. Who the hell knew the enemy had a self-destruct move? If he ever met the asshole who made this bullshit game, he'd beat them to death to vent his anger. But for now, he had to figure out how to deal with this monster, because even its attack methods had changed. Not only was it faster, but the deadliness of each attack had also increased, making it incredibly difficult for Xie to defend himself. With his experience, he knew that even if the monster was in self-destruct mode, it should still have an attack pattern. But what was it? With his current health, he couldn't afford to test it with his own body. And then, suddenly, the monster completely ignored Xie. It turned and ran in the opposite direction. However, this was nothing to celebrate, because the direction the monster was headed was right where Shen Yunjiao was sitting. She was still under the effects of the boss's paralyzing poison, so she could only watch helplessly as it thundered toward her, unable to run. Shen Yunjiao's face darkened. It was then that she began to regret it, feeling she'd been too foolish and arrogant. Thinking it was just an F-rank dungeon, she hadn't bought any extra equipment before coming in. And now, Shen Yunjiao could only watch as the poison bone croc raised its claws to strike her down. In that moment, she was sure she was about to die at its hands, and that Jieyu wouldn't be able to escape either. But then, the unthinkable happened. At the most critical moment, Jieyu rushed forward, using his own body to block the monster's claws for Shen Yunjiao. The claws pierced straight through his heart, yet Jieyu just smiled as if it wasn't a big deal. You and her, you're kind of alike. I can't watch one of you girls die in front of me again, Shiyu said, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Shen Yunjiao's eyes widened in shock, but she had no idea this wasn't some reckless act. He was betting on something. It seemed luck was on his side once again, because after that fatal, heart-piercing wound, the system detected an anomaly and automatically activated the model loading form. Xiaoyu smirked. Looks like his gamble paid off again. The system automatically began to devour the life energy from within his wound, and before Shen Yunjiao's horrified eyes, his body began to undergo a drastic transformation. Even the poison bone croc's claws were shattered by the immense power erupting from Xieyu's body. The upload process was incredibly fast. Finally, Xiaoyu reappeared in a completely different form. His HP was now down to a single point, and yet, the power he radiated was enough to make even the poison bone croc panic. This time, facing its attack, Xiaoyu was completely fearless. Instead, he swung his blade, the weapon now charged with 120% of its original power. And when the devouring blade came down, it created a shockwave so massive that even the poison bone croc couldn't stay on its feet. So this must be the legendary 9,999 damage slash. Witnessing the entire scene, Shen Yunjiao's jaw had long since hit the floor. She truly couldn't understand how Xiaoyu was able to do this. But whether she understood it or not, it was all over. Xiaoyu had successfully cleared the underground dungeon, and the rewards had been distributed to her. The 30-second countdown until their teleportation out of this place had begun, and that's when Xiaoyu collapsed backward from exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyu groggily woke up. The first thing he saw was Wu Yi's face. Perhaps the last battle had exhausted him to the point of delirium, because Xiaoyu had completely forgotten that Wu Yi was dead. He instinctively lunged forward and hugged her tightly. Wu Yi, this is great. I can finally see you again. As a result, the person in his arms kicked him so hard he slammed into the wall. And why? Because it wasn't Wu Yi. It was Shen Yunjiao. You damn pervert. I should have just left you in that dungeon. The fury of this she-devil flared up again. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Xiaoyu hurriedly begged for forgiveness, then was rather surprised to find he was still alive. But after his head cleared, he realized something. The feeling of activating the model loading form this time felt a little different than before. And so, Xiaoyu picked up his phone to check the information on his devouring blade. He then discovered the item had learned a new skill, Devour Transformation. Its effect was that the weapon would transform after devouring a special energy. The weapon's level had synced with Xiaoyu's, and what's more, it could even learn new skills. This was truly incredible. On top of that, the description for the model loading skill had also changed. Specifically, the description now said the skill's effect was to temporarily enhance the player's attributes by absorbing various elemental energies, increasing them 1-fold for every 1%. Before Xiaoyu could study this new information carefully, Shen Yunjiao asked, "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing," Xiaoyu quickly replied. "Oh, where are we?" Shen Yunjiao told him they were at a hotel, since there was no way she could bring him back to her place. Out of consideration for the fact that Xiaoyu had saved her, the great Miss Shen was, of course, the one paying for the room. She also added, the reward included 300 points and 1 gatorfish essence crystal. She used all her points to save Xiaoyu, so the essence of the crocodile fiend would belong to her. Xiaoyu didn't care much about that, because right now, something else was bothering him more. "Where are my clothes? Don't tell me you changed them." The moment he said it, Shen Yunjiao's face turned beet red. Who else would it have been? "If I hadn't seen you were about to kick the bucket, I wouldn't have been interested in taking off your clothes to bandage you up." "So where are my clothes?" Xiaoyu asked again. "They were covered in blood, so I threw them out. I used my points to buy those," Xiaoyu screamed. In the end, Shen Yunjiao still compensated him with another proper outfit. Xiaoyu's wounds had stabilized by now, and only then did he learn that he had slept for 5 whole days and nights. Shen Yunjiao said that 5 days wasn't bad at all, because without the points, his wounds would have been impossible to heal. The thing that caught her attention the most was the power of that final sword strike from Xiaoyu. "I'm very curious how you did that." Well, Xiaoyu started racking his brain to come up with a story in response to Shen Yunjiao's question. He spouted some nonsense about how he felt like he was about to die, but then he suddenly saw a flash of light. After that, he wasn't clear on what he did, and just vaguely passed out. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but he hadn't even grasped the devouring blade himself, so he didn't want to reveal it to an outsider. As for Shen Yunjiao, it wasn't hard for her to tell that Xiaoyu was lying. but it wasn't like they were partners or friends. So, if he didn't want to talk, she couldn't force him. Seeing the unhappy expression on her face, Xie tried to find something to change the subject. You saying that suddenly reminds me of something. When you first joined this game, were you hunted by other players? You've been hunted before? Shen Yunjiao asked in surprise. Once, but I turned the tables on her and won, Xie replied, not understanding why Shen Yunjiao suddenly had such a serious expression. She abruptly moved closer, grabbed Xie by the shoulders and shook him hard, then demanded that he open his game interface. As soon as Xie opened it, the city map appeared. Shen Yunjiao just sighed after looking at it. It's the game map. I knew you hadn't turned it off. Xie was completely confused about what was happening. Isn't this function totally normal? If you can use the map to check on quests or entrances to the city dungeons, it's pretty convenient. To his surprise, Shen Yunjiao chewed him out. You idiot! You're going to get me killed. If it only had those functions, it'd be one thing. But this map also has another feature, searching for other players in the surrounding area. Do you get it now? As she spoke, she anxiously pulled the hotel room curtains shut. Only then did Xie realize the gravity of the situation. His location had been open this entire time. Although it only showed a general area, the two of them had been here for so long, he was afraid they had already been targeted by other players with bad intentions. And what she feared was, in fact, true. They had been targeted by more than one person. First, someone named Bloodwing Shadow, level 8. Then, a pair of siblings, the Great Rogue Qin Feng, level 5, and Shadow Dance Blade Qin Yu, also level 5. On top of that, there was someone even more terrifying. With the ID Wu Xing from the Blood Moon Guild, level 9, hunting other players was far more interesting to him than farming mobs. Inside the house, Xie and the other person were hiding behind the door. Yunjiao frowned and spoke. There's a sniper at 9 o'clock, a veteran player like me, also level 8. He's the winner of the newbie tournament in this zone. Just as she said, a glint of light flashed from the building opposite them. Bloodwing Shadow couldn't see Xie and his companion. He muttered in surprise, their position is gone. Looks like the newbie found out. Over here, Yunjiao quickly pulled the curtain shut and said urgently, there are definitely other players lying in ambush around here. This is a mess. Xie asked in confusion why they were so passionate about hunting newbies. Yunjiao slowly explained that the vast majority of new players choose to clear the underground city dungeons and have points on them. Once they die, all their points and equipment will fall into someone else's hands. You get more points from a newbie than from clearing an underground dungeon. Some people do it for the points and items, others simply enjoy the process of hunting their prey. Hearing this, Xie couldn't help but frown and pout. Hunting? That's just twisted. Yunjiao spoke seriously. That's why I have to go. I don't want to become prey for that group because of you. Even though you saved me once, I saved you too, so that makes us even. With that, she turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, Xie pulled her back. Yunjiao said impatiently, what else do you want? I don't want to die with you. Xie raised an eyebrow and smirked. I just want to say, I have an idea. Not only can we get out of here safely, but we can also make a nice profit. Interested? Hearing that, Yunjiao's eyes widened in shock. But in the end, she chose to stay. At the same time, the veteran players searching for Xie and his partner found that their location had disappeared. Qin Feng frowned slightly, muttering in confusion. Looks like they turned off the location mode. Qin Yu, walking behind, cautiously suggested, Bro, maybe we should just leave, but Qin Feng was resolute. I'm here. What are you afraid of? If we're lucky, we might get his points after killing him. Let's search a little longer. Maybe we'll find him. However, neither of them knew that Xie was watching them silently from a dark corner. He reported to Yunjiao through his earpiece. I think I've found 2 of them. How are things on your end? Yunjiao replied flatly. That sniper is still searching for a target. Hearing that, Xie grinned triumphantly. Perfect, let's begin. Immediately after, he leaped out from the corner and shouted, Hey, you two looking for me? Startling the Qin Feng siblings. But Qin Feng reacted quickly, immediately ordering, Found him. Sis, battle positions. Qin Yu immediately drew her sword, but her tone was a bit panicked as she said, I'll do my best. At the same time, Bloodwing Shadow also saw signs of energy in the distance. He smiled gleefully and said, There they are. Looks like tonight's wait wasn't in vain. Over on the other side, Xie was running like crazy, shouting non-stop, Shen Yunjiao, what's the status? I'm about to hit my limit here. In the room, Yunjiao observed silently. After a while, she spoke. The sniper across the way is in position. The moment you expose yourself even slightly, you'll be shot. Be careful. The 2 of them coordinated just like that, one running, one spotting, which infuriated Qin Feng. He quickly gave chase, pointing his gun arm towards Xie. Qin Feng spoke coldly. What's your situation? From the sound of it, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Do you really think you can escape? While running, Xie muttered in a panic, because I never expected this at all. Before he could finish his sentence, A bullet flew madly towards him. At the same time, Qin Yu slashed down viciously. Shi Yu hastily dodged and yelled in frustration. This game has such a twisted function. He dodged Qin Yu's attack as he spoke. Qin Yu's sword slashed into the wall behind him. Qin Yu quickly landed on the ground. She looked intently at Xie Yu and said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, but can you please give us your points?" Xie Yu didn't answer. He felt that this was the moment. Sure enough, Bloodwing Shadow saw him expose himself, but he also aimed at Qin Yu, who was standing outside. Too bad Bloodwing Shadow didn't care. He smirked and said, "Bye-bye, newbie." Then he fired directly. Qin Yu felt the killing intent coming at her, but it was too fast. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Seeing this, Qin Feng cried out in panic, "Sis!" Qin Yu's health bar dropped rapidly. Qin Feng rushed to catch her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Qin Yu frowned slightly and muttered, "I'm fine. There's someone else in the building across from us." Qin Feng was stunned, his mouth hanging open in confusion. "Accomplices? Looks like some guild is using a newbie to hunt us. We fell for it." Hearing this, Qin Yu said worriedly, "If we chase him, we'll probably get shot by the person over there." Tanfong glared outside and said coldly, "Then let's deal with him first. On the top floor of the opposite building, huh?" The moment he finished speaking, he fired his gun. Bloodwing Shadow saw that no one had fallen and couldn't understand what was happening. Was the injury not enough? No, that can't be right. But before Bloodwing Shadow could collect his thoughts, he was startled with fright because he saw the bullet flying towards him. In a flash, the Tanfong siblings appeared. Tanfong spoke coldly, "I will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt my little sister." Tanvu also nodded slightly in agreement. "I'm ready." The moment he finished speaking, she began her sword dance. A flurry of sword glints attacked Bloodwing Shadow. Shi Yu, watching the three of them fight from a distance, couldn't help but smile. Van Jiao, beside him, couldn't help but snort coldly. "We barely managed to escape, and now you want to get involved again?" Shrugging indifferently, Xie Yu pouted and said, "Forget it. Since we've already escaped, there's no reason to jump back into the fire. This time was too dangerous. Even if things went according to plan, not only escaping but also gaining some benefits, your body still hasn't fully recovered. We should retreat for now and plan for the long term. How about it?" With that thought, Xie Yu glanced at Van Jiao and spoke, "There's one problem I still don't quite understand. What happens if you die in this game?" But before he could finish, Van Jiao covered his mouth with her hand. She mumbled in a low voice, "Logically speaking, after this much time, we should have left the domain, but we still haven't completely escaped it. There's an ambush." Sure enough, just as her words fell, a sneer rang out. Van Jiao looked up in alarm, and the two of them, Xie Yu included, immediately fell back. Voidwalk squinted at the two of them, laughing arrogantly. "Heh heh, not bad, little missy. You're pretty sharp, and you, the newbie brat, let me tell you, there's no escape." Van Jiao's face showed a hint of panic. She actually hadn't noticed him at all. Voidwalk raised an eyebrow at the two of them, a malicious grin spreading across his face. However, Van Jiao suddenly let out a sneer. "After all that acting, we still can't avoid a direct confrontation." As she spoke, she activated her combat stance, a long scimitar in her hand. At the same time, Voidwalk pushed off and leaped down. With a loud thud, he landed on the ground. Voidwalk looked up at Van Jiao and Xie Yu, snorting coldly. "I thought there was only one prey, but I didn't expect a decent bonus prize to come with it." Van Jiao ignored him, glancing at Xie Yu and suggesting, "Your wound's just healed. Let me fight him." Hearing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Can you handle him alone?" Letting out a soft snort, Van Jiao said nonchalantly, "Well, that's something we'll only know after we fight." As she finished, she swung her blade. Instantly, Voidwalk blocked it with his sharp legs. His eyes were filled with contempt as the clang of the two weapons clashing echoed continuously. The two quickly fell into a stalemate, but it wasn't long before Voidwalk's leg swept viciously across Van Jiao's face, forcing her to stumble backward in alarm. Seeing this, Xie Yu asked worriedly, "Shen Van Jiao, are you okay?" Voidwalk squinted at Van Jiao, speaking with disdain. "Not bad, you've got some power, but compared to me, you're still far too weak." But Van Jiao paid him no mind. She was secretly calculating. After a long moment, she glanced at Xie Yu and suggested, "Judging from his strength, his level isn't much higher than mine. If you can still land a strike like the one in the underground city, then this guy is definitely no match for us." Hearing this, Voidwalk couldn't help but snort in dissatisfaction. "Still have the energy to chat? Are you really looking down on me? You don't actually think you can beat me on your own, do you?" With that, he charged forward madly. Van Jiao didn't dare to be careless, hastily raising her blade to defend. However, at that moment, Voidwalk suddenly planted his hands on the ground and, in an instant, slipped past Van Jiao, running towards her back. Van Jiao was stunned, only now realizing that his target was Xie Yu. Sure enough, Voidwalk ran straight for Xie Yu, shouting arrogantly, "Sorry, but you're going to have to die here today, and your points will continue to provide me with a comfortable life." After speaking, he raised his leg again, the sharp point of his foot aiming to pierce Xie Yu. Seeing this, Van Jiao immediately screamed in panic, "Xie Yu," but it was too late. A terrifying explosion erupted in front of them, but within the cloud of dust, Voidwalk looked utterly shocked, because Xie Yu had drawn a long saber and said with a sneer, "I think I'm the one who should be sorry. After all, I don't plan on dying here." Despite saying that, just blocking that one move was enough to make his whole body ache in pain. Seeing Xie Yu block the attack, Van Jiao also charged forward fiercely. "Stop underestimating people." Immediately, a tornado struck out. Voidwalk was startled, his eyes instinctively narrowing. He hurriedly swept his leg at Xie Yu, pushing him away, then focused on dealing with the approaching tornado. He let out a cold snort, his mouth opening with contempt. How adorable. As he spoke, Voidwalk swept his leg, and a cross-shaped slash appeared in the air. Then, it shot forward with immense force, tearing through Van Jiao's tornado. Not only that, but it continued straight towards her. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Seeing this, Xie Yu shouted worriedly, "Van Jiao!" After steadying herself, Van Jiao replied, "I'm fine. But then again, for a skill that was mutually nullified to still be able to injure me, he's too strong." At this moment, Voidwalk smirked and said, "I have to admit, you two have some." But before he could finish, Van Jiao cut him off with a cold snort. "What? It's still not too late to surrender." These words made Voidwalk burst out laughing. He pouted and said, "I'm not one to take risks, but this situation is a bit of an adventure, so I want to make a deal with you two." Van Jiao couldn't help but frown, saying scornfully, "A deal? If you're looking for a nicer way to say surrender, fine. You hand over all your points, and I'll let you go." But Voidwalk shook his head and said with a smile, No, the deal I'm talking about is much better than that. You just need to stand still over there. Then, let me take care of Xie Yu. As for the points, Van Jiao gets 60%, and I'll only take 40. This made Xie Yu a little panicked. Van Jiao, on the other hand, said nothing. Seeing this, Voidwalk continued to smile and offer, "In addition, I will also recommend you to join the Blood Moon Guild." Hearing this, Van Jiao smirked and said, "The major guild that's ranked in the top 10? That's a pretty tempting offer." Xie Yu's face instantly went pale. He asked with a trembling voice, "You're not really going to sell me out, are you?" With a soft snort, Van Jiao said indifferently, "If I sell you out, wouldn't my 300 points be a total waste? Besides, I have zero interest in guilds that specialize in hunting new players." Hearing this, Xie Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death, but the biggest problem still wasn't solved. What could he do to defeat the enemy in front of him? If he were in perfect condition, joining forces with Van Jiao might give them a chance to win. But right now, let alone fighting, Xie Yu would be lucky not to drag Van Jiao down. This Voidwalk guy's cunning and power were both terrifying. Just then, Van Jiao spoke up as a reminder. "Be careful. This guy is not simple." Xie Yu nodded slightly in response. "Got it." Voidwalk still didn't give up, continuing to persuade her. "You should think carefully, little sister. In this game, if you die, everything you have will disappear forever." Van Jiao shouted loudly, "Shut up!" then charged forward aggressively. Yet at that moment, silk threads appeared in front of her, blocking her path and forcing Van Jiao to retreat in alarm. When did these threads get here? They definitely weren't there a moment ago. But the surprise wasn't over. A hole suddenly appeared behind her, and more threads shot out from within. Luckily, Van Jiao dodged them. She couldn't help but frown. What is this? At the same time, Voidwalk swooped down from the sky, laughing triumphantly. "Little sister, I gave you a chance." Unfortunately, before he could strike Van Jiao, Xie Yu rushed in and blocked the attack with his saber. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you ignoring me?" Kong Han was pushed back by Tavu. Tavu looked at Van Jiao and asked, "Are you okay?" Van Jiao shook her head and said hesitantly, "I'm fine, but they still have one more." Hearing that, Kong Han sneered. Shortly after, a hand emerged from the hole in the wall and a man in a black cloak appeared. He said coldly, "Less talk? Kill them." Kong Han looked at the guy and said with a smile, "A perfect opportunity to make an entrance. On Saturday." On Sat suggested nonchalantly, "Quick fight, quick win." Tavu was extremely scared. He hadn't expected there to be two of them. The entire path was covered in spiderwebs, and the escape route was also blocked. Van Jiao spoke thoughtfully. "In a 2-on-2, we don't stand a chance. We have to take care of one first, but we know nothing about that cloaked guy." Hearing this, Kong Han laughed out loud with contempt. Heh, watching you go from hope to despair. This feeling is great. Let's go," On Sat reminded him. "Stop rambling, just kill them." Kong Han smiled disdainfully and lunged forward. In an instant, he leaped into the air and shouted, "Then I'll have to use this move." Immediately after, Kong Han spun in the air like a tornado, becoming a spinning top of blades. Van Jiao raised her sword to defend. He wants to win in one blow, she wouldn't give him that chance. But as she blocked, Kong Han kept pressing, pushing her back step by step. Only then did Van Jiao realize his real purpose was to push her towards that thread. Realizing this, her expression darkened and she shouted, "Tavu, get over here!" Tavu responded immediately and rushed to help her, but Ansat stepped out from the wall. He snorted with disdain, nuisance, and threw something at him. An energy triangle surrounded Tavu's feet, trapping him. Unable to move, he shouted in panic. Seeing this, Van Jiao growled, "I'd better rely on myself." With this thought, she began to activate her ability. After using this move, I'll be out of resources. She gripped her sword and swung it horizontally. The ultimate skill, Giant Flame, appeared immediately, its brilliant fire seeming to want to burn everything. Seeing this, Kong Han retreated in a panic. Ansat rushed to support him and said, "You were too careless." Kong Han replied, "I underestimated her, but looking at her state, her health and energy must be at their limit." And it was true. Van Jiao's health was almost depleted. She looked at Tavu and said, "I've exhausted my strength. If you don't have any other weapons, we're going to die." Hearing this, Tavu panicked. He couldn't use the same slash he used under the castle again, but without it, his attacks would have no power. Just then, he thought of something and shouted, "Van Jiao, lend me something." This confused her. At that moment, Kong Han's footsteps approached again. He smiled arrogantly. "This is as far as you go. Whether it's hunting monsters or new players, I always target those who are one level below me. That way, I have an almost 100% chance of winning. But even so, I always save one last move, just like on Saturday." Kong Han laughed triumphantly. "Wanting to cooperate with you just now was only to trick you. As soon as you agreed, Ansat would have attacked you from the side. I admit you two are among the most outstanding new players, but you will still die by my hands, because the me of today is 100% perfect." But hearing this, Tavu smiled with disdain. He spoke nonchalantly, "There has never been such a thing as 100%. Even 1% of hope can change the situation. That's what's truly interesting." Kong Han's face darkened and he cursed. An inexperienced brat dares to show off here. Before, Kong Han couldn't choose his life, but heaven gave him another chance. So this time, his life must be 100% perfect. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Han lunged to attack. If others' lives were worth 100 points, his was only worth 50. Because his legs were disabled. As a child, he lost feeling in them due to an accident, but he never gave up. Despite being exhausted, he would lift weights. Without his legs, he continued to train relentlessly. But no matter how hard he tried, he never received fair treatment. The teacher thought a disabled person didn't need to study. Big companies wouldn't hire someone without all their limbs like him. What he heard most in his life was probably the word useless. No matter how unfair the world was, Kong Han achieved success step by step. He used his 50-point body to live a 90-point life, but always with 10 points of regret, until this game appeared in his life, giving him the chance to add the remaining 10 points. This time, he would not allow any more regrets. And now, he frantically attacked Tavu to achieve his goal. Tavu looked at him and thought, "I can only bet once. Devouring Ring, if I guessed correctly, activate." Tavu quickly activated the Devouring Ring. He took out the forced-grade Devouring Energy Core and, in an instant, his body emitted a powerful stream of energy. Seeing this, Van Jiao was shocked. This is the same reaction he had underground the other day. The devouring state has begun to activate. It's at 2%. Tavu bit his lip. The devouring state is unstable. He must control it within a range he can withstand. In a short time, it reached 15%. Ansat sensed the situation was getting out of control and shouted, "This is not good. Kong Han, stop." But Kong Han kept advancing, screaming, "I won't let anyone meddle in my life. I will use this 100% energy to crush him to death." At the same time, Tavu sighed in relief. "It seems my sword has changed again." Immediately, he entered an attack stance, his eyes turning sharp. He said coldly, "Let me show you with reality that in this world, there is no such thing as 100%. In an instant, Kong Han's sharp legs struck Tavu's sword. The metallic sound echoed, but Kong Han didn't give up and roared wildly. "Die!" Tavu didn't back down either, concentrating energy into his sword. Waves of energy radiated into the air, and soon, a deafening explosion occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air. Van Jiao murmured worriedly, "Is he okay?" Ansat also spoke in confusion. How can a new player have so much power? When the dust settled, Tavu's figure appeared. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Kong Han laughed triumphantly. "Heh, heh, I won." But just as he finished, Tavu's grim voice echoed, "Really?" Sure enough, in a short time, cracks appeared on Kong Han's legs. Crackling sounds of damage were heard. Only then did Kong Han realize he had cuts on his body. He screamed in disbelief. How can this be? I can't fail. My 100% life. But how? Kong Han also turned to dust. Ta Vu smirked and said, the old me used to play it safe, always holding back. And because of that, I lost the most important person in my life. But this game gave me a second chance, so from now on, if there's even a 1% chance, I'll bet everything I have. The scene was so shocking that the shadow assassin watching from the sidelines was utterly bewildered. He mumbled in disbelief. No Xing. Lost. Van Jiao, on the other hand, was thrilled. She laughed cheerfully. Not bad. That brat's wounds have barely healed, and he can already pull off a move that powerful? Pretty good. As she spoke, she gave Ta Vu a hard smack. He couldn't help but flinch, muttering under his breath, don't touch me. That assassin is still there. I have to hold this stance a little longer. Hearing that, Van Jiao was at a fucking loss for words. At the same time, the shadow assassin was silently calculating. He beat No Xing with a single strike. Ta Vu is just a newbie. How could he possibly do something like that? He looks like a spent arrow right now. Should I make my move? While he was hesitating, Ta Vu shouted a taunt. Hiding over there and watching isn't cool, you know. You still want to fight? Or what? His words made the shadow assassin freeze. After a long moment, he whispered, an unnecessary risk, then slipped into a spatial rift and vanished shortly after. The instant the shadow assassin left, their surroundings returned to normal. Ta Vu exclaimed in surprise, the building is restored. The domain has been dispelled. Van Jiao nodded slightly and said, looks like that guy is gone. Only then did Ta Vu's tense mood finally loosen. He collapsed onto the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Good thing I managed to hold on to that primal energy core. Just then, a window appeared in front of the two. Player eliminated. Acquired all of the player's points and materials. Seeing those words, Ta Vu immediately shouted with excitement, here comes the loot. He eagerly ran over to open the box. Ta Vu was overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons inside as he excitedly grabbed a gun. Holy crap, how can a box this small hold this thing? I've hit the jackpot. Gear like this has got to be worth a fortune. Just then, Van Jiao spoke up to remind him about the points from killing that guy. Besides splitting them 50-50 with me, you also have to pay me back 10 times the value of the primal energy and equipment. Hearing this, Ta Vu yelled unhappily. What? I fought my ass off for this, and now you're demanding that much? Van Jiao snorted, smacking Ta Vu on the head as she spoke coldly. You'd be long dead if it weren't for me. Now hand it over. Besides, you said you were borrowing it, and I get to decide the interest rate. Instantly, a message window popped up in front of Ta Vu. Transfer 1,700 points to Van Jiao. His heart aching as if it were being cut. Ta Vu agreed with tears streaming down his face. He sobbed and mumbled, in real money, that's 1,700,000, you know. After the last two battles, Ta Vu felt he needed to change his perspective on points. Thinking it over, he whispered softly. Speaking of which, if you can use points to buy anything, can you buy attribute points? Van Jiao nodded slightly and replied, of course you can, but at your current level, it costs 1,000 points for one attribute point, and it gets more expensive the more you buy. It's not worth it at all for a new player. Only high-level players with tons of points would dare to do that. This game has a very high degree of freedom. Solo players like us have to spend a lot of time figuring out our own playstyles. The path I'm on, for example, is using points to craft equipment to handle any possible situation. She told Ta Vu he could also follow his own instincts to forge the right path for himself. Hearing this, Ta Vu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It's worth thinking about. While they were talking, Van Jiao had finished sorting the gear. She smiled cheerfully and said, all right, I'll divide it up. At that, Ta Vu's eyes lit up. Awesome, let's see if there's any cool gear for me. But his joy didn't last long. His face fell, his expression turning to one of bitter resentment, because Van Jiao had split the loot into two piles, one with all the high-end gear and the other with complete junk. Ta Vu couldn't hold back and yelled, are you kidding me? By what right do I only get stuck with all this old junk? And what the hell is with this roll of toilet paper? The words had barely left his mouth when a loud smack echoed. Van Jiao warned him coldly, don't you raise your voice at me. You're lucky I didn't just take everything. Your debt isn't paid off yet. You can pay me the rest later. With that, she ignored Ta Vu and started gathering her equipment. Oh, and someone said they could get good loot without running away, didn't they? You almost got yourself killed, but in light of that final slash you used to take down that enemy, I'll give you a little something. Then, she tossed a small bottle toward Ta Vu. He caught it, confused, and mumbled doubtfully, what the hell is this? It was called a suffocating potion. For 30 minutes after use, it causes the user's heart rate to weaken, reducing all stats by 90%. After reading the description, Ta Vu cursed in frustration. What kind of fucked up potion is this? Am I supposed to drink this and just wait to die? But there was no one else around. When Tavu looked up, Van Jiao was gone. He sighed helplessly. Where'd she go? She just leaves like that? Without even giving me a way to contact her? I fought for my life, and all I get is this pile of junk? Tavu lamented as he picked up a rock to examine it, then grumbled in frustration. I could pick up a random rock in the underground city that's better than this crap. The more he thought about it, the more miserable he became, wailing, I've been gaming for years and I've never been humiliated like this. But just then, the stone in Tavu's hand suddenly began to glow, and something fell out from inside it. He stared at it, a bit bewildered, but it wasn't long before his eyes widened in shock. The golden light emanating from the stone grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, Player has obtained a rare item. Please check your inventory. Hearing that, Tavu shouted excitedly, Holy crap, my luck's finally turned. It looks like an egg. Does it hatch naturally or do I need an incubator? Don't tell me it wants me to use my own body heat to hatch it. After examining it for a while, the sky had started to grow dark. Tavu decided to gather his things, head home, and try to figure it out there. If something good hatched from it, this whole ordeal wouldn't be a total loss. The next morning, at Tavu's house, he was lying in bed, looking at his phone and mumbling. Slept like a log. Finally, a temporary break from the non-stop battles in this game. Time to sort through my post-battle gains. He quickly opened his status window. Tavu's current points were 1,799. He defeated No Xing and got 3,400 points, but Van Jiao took half. However, his rank for challenging higher-level opponents had increased by 3 levels. But since that method can only be used when I'm near death, I should probably use it a bit less from now on. Besides strength, Tavu thought he should also put some points into agility. Finally, there was this egg, plus a few other pieces of equipment he'd received. Tavu furrowed his brow for a moment, then tapped on the egg. It was called the Crimson Flame Egg, a moon shadow type item that could incinerate other objects. After reading the description, Tavu nodded and mumbled, Looks like this egg needs some kind of special condition to hatch. I'll just set it aside for now. He then moved on to check the equipment he received. Inside was a level 3 gray sword. The equipment tiers in this game were similar to most other online games. The lowest was gray, followed by white, then green, blue, purple, and finally orange. After looking through everything, Tavu had a clear understanding of his equipment situation. So, he decided to sell them. But Tavu figured this junk wasn't worth much anyway, and just as he thought, each item only sold for a single point. Then he checked another sword. This one was green-tiered. Instead of selling it, Tavu decided to try dismantling it. A moment later, his eyes went wide in amazement. The defense panel. What? Could it be? Tavu suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly scrolled up to check. Soon, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Just as I thought, this thing can devour other items. A moment later, the devouring process was complete. Tavu exclaimed happily, a defensive item with such a ridiculously overpowered ability. Now, let's get the rest of this stuff sold. Then he started selling the gear he obtained and devouring it. Tavu said with a smug smile, as long as it's a piece of gear with substats, my equipment can devour it and convert it into my own stat points. I've got to find a way to get more crappy gear like this with substats. He figured this game must have a marketplace, so he'd have to find out where it opens, but before that, he needed to rack up more points. Just then, a notification window popped up in front of Tavu again. A new quest is available. Does the player wish to view it? Seeing it, he was thrilled. Perfect timing. Although the point reward for the quest wasn't much, at least it was safe. But when he saw the quest required him to attend all his classes at school and check in to receive the points, Tavu's expression immediately soured. He cursed through gritted teeth. This damn system is only good for screwing over players. A little while later at Napjeong University, as per the system's quest, Tavu went to class. He sighed as he walked. I can't believe that after all this I still have to come back to school. Just then, Tavu saw a familiar figure. He muttered in surprise. There's no mistaking that idiot. Immediately, he ran over and threw his arms around the young man in front of him, yelling excitedly, Wang Bo, I can't believe I ran into you here, you rascal. Wang Bo didn't recognize Tavu and asked quizzically, Who are you? Tavu winked and said with a grin, You don't recognize me? Well, I guess I can't blame you. Who would have thought yours truly could become this handsome? Hearing Tavu's voice, Wang Bo's eyes instantly lit up. He exclaimed in shock, That voice, could it be Tavu? Is that really you, man? As he was shaken back and forth, Tavu said, annoyed, When are you ever going to fix this habit of being so damn loud? The two of them walked into the school cafeteria just like that. Tavu ordered a huge plate of food and began to eat like a starving wolf. Sitting across from him, Wang Bo talked while he ate. Last time, you said you were coming back to school, but then you just vanished. You wouldn't even pick up your phone. And how did you get so skinny? Tavu paid him no mind, answering dismissively, Eat less meat, eat more vegetables, and you'll get thin, right? Meanwhile, he was gnawing on 2 chicken legs. Wang Bo couldn't help but be baffled. He sighed in resignation and spoke up. Then what are you eating? Just then, the sound of melodic music suddenly drifted over. Tavu found it quite strange. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, "What's that sound?" Wang Bo slowly explained, "You didn't go to class before, so you wouldn't know. That's our school's most popular singer right now. It's not just the students, even the teachers have been won over. She's really amazing." Tavu found it very pleasant to listen to and remarked, "But why does it sound so familiar?" Seeing his interest, Wang Bo raised his eyebrows and asked with a grin, "Wanna know who's singing?" Tavu couldn't help but ask back, "You know her?" And so, very quickly, Wang Bo led Tavu to a classroom to meet a female student. He announced cheerfully, reporting, "Class president, the student Tavu, who you've been dying to see, has arrived." Tavu looked at the girl in front of him, and his face just froze. "Isn't this Van Jiao? And dressed like that? Is this gentle-looking person really the same dragon lady from yesterday who demanded 1,700 points from me?" But as Tavu looked Van Jiao over from head to toe, he had to accept that the gentle girl before him was indeed the same taskmaster, Van Jiao, from yesterday. He muttered in a daze. "What the hell is going on?" Wang Bo paid no attention and quickly turned to leave. "I've brought him to the classroom, so don't forget what you promised me, class president." Hearing that, Tavu realized what had happened. He shouted in frustration, "You set me up!" Only then did Van Jiao speak. "It's so hard to get a meeting with you, isn't it, Tavu?" Tavu broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "I was wondering why the system wanted me to come back to school. So, this was a quest? Look, I'm here now. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my class to prepare for the lesson." Hearing this, Van Jiao snorted, pinning Tavu against the wall and questioning him coldly. "What's wrong? Trying to run?" Tavu quickly shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." But in reality, he was thinking, asterisk, "It'd be strange if I wasn't trying to run. Every time I meet her, something unlucky happens. Asterisk." Yet at that moment, Van Jiao spoke indifferently. "I've already sold the quest gear from last time. This is your share." Instantly, a message window appeared before Tavu. "You have received 5,000 points from player Tom Van Jiao." Tavu's eyes went wide with shock. With this many points, he could acquire even more low-level gear. Thinking of this, Tavu couldn't help but look towards Van Jiao. Feeling his gaze, Van Jiao spoke, feeling a little embarrassed. "What are you staring at me for? Don't get the wrong idea. These points were yours to begin with." Though she said that, her heart was bleeding, and tears were welling up inside. Tavu had no idea. He hesitated before asking, "Oh right, where did you sell the gear? Is there some place like a marketplace?" Van Jiao slowly explained, "There is indeed a marketplace. It opens for business every Thursday." Tavu was delighted to hear this. A high-level player like Van Jiao, who always collects high-level gear, definitely wouldn't compete for the things he wanted. It looked like he'd have to check out the marketplace this Thursday. While Tavu was thinking, Van Jiao took out her phone and spoke up. "By the way, have you read this news? It was a news report about a famous disabled designer in the city, Kong Han, who was discovered to have died." Seeing that name, Tavu couldn't help but mutter in shock. "This is?" Van Jiao nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "That's right. This is the Kong Han you defeated last night." Tavu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why did the police say he committed suicide?" Van Jiao slowly explained, "Dying in the game leads to death in reality, but the manner of death can vary. Most of the time, it's ruled a suicide or an accident, so it doesn't arouse public suspicion." Hearing this, Tavu nodded in understanding. "Actually, after being hunted by someone for the first time, I'd already considered this issue. The rewards in this game are so generous, so it makes sense that the price is the player's life, but he didn't want to actively harm others. Tavu wanted to fight using his own methods. That was a player's dignity. But if someone made Tavu their target, he would definitely pay them back tenfold." Van Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. "I was originally worried about you and wanted to offer some comfort, but it seems you don't need it. Are you interested in partying up with me in the future? I know a few low-level underground dungeons that can help you level up." Tavu shook his head without any hesitation. "I'll pass on that for now." He knew that being carried by a high-level player was an easy ride, but that kind of ease comes with a price. With that, Tavu turned and left. He said with determination, "If I can't even remember the game map, it means I've stopped being able to think for myself. In this game where you pay with your life, not being able to think is the same as death." That evening at Tavu's house, he was lying in bed resting, his mind racing. There were 4 days until the marketplace opened. He had to seize the opportunity to do as many quests as possible and earn a lot of points. While Tavu was thinking, the system issued a new quest. A passage to the F-rank dungeon, Ghost Shadow Hospital, has been opened. Points plus 600, experience points plus 5,500. After reading it, Tavu immediately sat up. An F-rank dungeon? This is perfect. His eyes had become resolute. He pursed his lips and muttered, Wait for me, Voongi. I will definitely bring you back. A moment later, in a gloomy forest, by an old city wall, a hand silently reached over the top. This person was Ta Vu. You probably wouldn't believe it, but the fat guy who weighed nearly 90 kilograms just a few days ago could now easily clear a wall over 2 meters high. Ta Vu vaulted over and landed inside. A dimensional portal appeared before him. Looks like the entrance is open. Without a second thought, he reached his hand inside. He had no idea what kind of dungeon this would be. Soon after, Ta Vu stepped through the portal. He muttered worriedly, "It's not going to be horror-themed, is it?" It was a classic case of speaking too soon. This underground dungeon was a creepy hospital. Ta Vu couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if the point shop sells an item to seal this jinxing mouth of mine. With that, he carefully observed the skeleton in front of him. It wasn't moving. The door behind him was also blocked, but next to it was an open doorway. Ta Vu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, 2 paths again. Is one right and one wrong? Or do both sides have important items? After a moment of thought, Ta Vu decided, screw it. It was all the same anyway, so he just ran through the open door. He pulled out his weapon and cautiously moved deeper inside, only to hear a rustling sound as soon as he entered. He couldn't help but scoff. You think times is enough to scare me? Pretty lame plan. But before Ta Vu could even compose himself, a click echoed out. The door beside him suddenly swung open, and a horde of demon nurses swarmed out. Their hideous appearance made Ta Vu jump back with a yell. Holy crap! Before he could even react, the demon nurses were already advancing on him. Ta Vu took a deep breath, whispering to calm himself. Monsters that show up this early are usually total weaklings, perfect for getting some practice in after a level up. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade down. With a loud crash, the area in front of him exploded with the force of the impact. Ta Vu felt he could totally handle the monsters in this E-rank citadel. But in that F-rank citadel with Van Jiao, he was completely outmatched. Do the monsters in this game automatically scale based on the player's level? Then what's the damn point of having ranks at all? The overall difficulty of the entire citadel maybe? But the difficulty of this mob is just right. Ta Vu could finally practice his combat skills without worry. Attribute points can power up your body, but if you can't properly control it, it's useless in a fight. He couldn't get too dependent on that supercharged state. That kind of tactic dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy while taking 800 yourself, who knows what hidden consequences it might have. Ta Vu swung his blade as he thought, and in a flash, 3 of the demon nurses were annihilated. Seeing them fall, he let out a sigh of relief. His body was finally starting to adapt. Just then, the sound of footsteps from behind made Ta Vu jump. He spun around and yelled, "Who's there?" But he quickly recognized that the hazy silhouette in front of him looked exactly like Voongi. Ta Vu immediately took off after her. "Hey, stop right there!" he shouted as he ran. But the silhouette had already stepped into a room in a dark corner. Ta Vu chased after her, but when he got there, no one was there. He pressed his lips together, muttering, "What the hell am I doing? How could that have been Voongi? She's gone. Besides, there's absolutely no way she could be in a place like this." As he thought this, a pang of heartache shot through him. He had known Voongi ever since he was a little kid. They grew up together. You could say they were childhood sweethearts. As she grew older, Voongi became more and more beautiful. In everyone else's eyes, she was a well-behaved, multi-talented girl. But Voongi also had a side to her that only Ta Vu knew about. He thought they would be best friends forever, but people were always whispering in Voongi's ear, telling her not to hang out with a guy as fat and ugly as him. Gradually, Ta Vu himself started to feel that he wasn't worthy of being her friend. Until one day, Voongi asked him to hang out, but he turned her down. I already made plans to run a dungeon with a friend today. Maybe some other time?" At the time, Voongi didn't suspect a thing. She just smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll wait for when you're free then." But that other time never came. After that day, Voongi disappeared. Remembering the past, Ta Vu couldn't help but sigh. But this wasn't the time for grieving. The only way forward was to keep getting stronger. If he earned enough points, he would definitely be able to see Voongi again. Then, that other time would finally come. With that thought, Ta Vu pushed deeper inside. He saw a heart resting in the hand of a skeleton in the corner. Ta Vu sighed helplessly. After all that fighting back and forth, I can't believe the key item was just sitting in this skeleton's hand the whole time. But those monsters lying on the beds, in theory, the moment he touched the quest item, it would trigger a trap. At this thought, Ta Vu couldn't help but let out a contemptuous smirk. "You think a cheap trick like that is gonna stop me? I'm not about to let you bastards ambush me. The best defense is a good offense." With that, he immediately raised his blade, preparing to take care of the monsters on the beds. But Ta Vu's blade hit an invisible barrier. A system notification popped up, "Attack impossible." He was stunned. Huh? There's a restriction. But that's fine. Just because it won't let me attack them doesn't mean I can't handle them. He then used some vines dangling from the walls to tie them all up. It didn't take long to finish. Ta Vu smiled cheerfully and said, "A job well done." With the minions taken care of, Ta Vu walked up to the skeleton and spoke smugly. "Well then, don't mind if I do." As he finished speaking, he reached out and took the heart from its hand. Instantly, one of the monster's arms twitched. The monster on the bed shot upright and began to shriek. Unfortunately for it, it was already tied up. Tavu wasn't worried in the slightest and just chuckled. "So you're active now. You can stop screaming." The monster continued to shriek, struggling to break free, but it was tied down tight. Tavu cheerfully held up the item. "You can scream all you want. You're not getting out. The item's in my hands now. And since you all look like you're in so much pain, let me put you out of your misery." Right after that, he pulled out his weapon again and prepared to strike them down. In an instant, he had slashed the monsters, returning them to dust. His experience points steadily climbed. Tavu laughed cheerfully. "Now that's what I call a satisfying EXP boost." Just then, the system popped up a notification. "Congratulations, you have obtained a new title." Tavu couldn't help but be surprised. This game has a title system? The title the system gave him was "Oh My, You're So Strong," a name guaranteed to draw attention. Tavu couldn't help but smirk. Going for the big guns, huh? Interesting. Without equipment, I guess this is just another way to taunt each other. Meanwhile, in a large city apartment, a girl who looked like she had just gotten home was sitting on a chair, about to take off her socks for a bath. She tossed the socks into the laundry basket and stepped into the tub. This was Van Jiao. She soaked in the bath, feeling completely at ease. And yet, Van Jiao's thoughts suddenly drifted to Tavu. She frowned, muttering, "I wonder what that guy is doing right now." But she quickly caught herself, scoffing inwardly. "Why am I even thinking about him? How dare he reject my invitation? He should just drop dead." Van Jiao had no idea Tavu was out hunting monsters. After leveling up, his combat skills were pretty solid, and he was slaying them with practiced ease. Tavu cleaved the monster before him in two, nodding in satisfaction. He was really getting the hang of this fighting thing. Right after, the monster vanished, and a red crystal fell into Tavu's hand. He grinned happily. "Looks like this is the second key item. Great. Next, I just need to find the final boss quickly." But at that moment, Tavu's eyes narrowed. He saw that hazy figure again, that same familiar silhouette. It was Vungi. Tavu yelled out, furious, showing up looking like Vungi again and again. "You got a death wish?" But the figure just kept walking without any reaction. Seeing this, Tavu grew even more enraged. He lunged forward, yelling, "What the hell are you?" He then swung his blade down, causing the figure to vanish like smoke, while the wall in front of him exploded. Tavu charged in frantically, demanding furiously, "Why do you insist on taking that form?" But just then, two more monsters appeared. In a rampage, Tavu started slashing, killing them instantly. But no sooner had he killed those two than another group appeared. He cursed under his breath, annoyed. "Damn it, they always jump out at a time like this. Fine, let's just settle this once and for all." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the energy within his blade, and in an instant, it shot out. A series of thunderous crashes rang out, but at the same time, the ground began to shake violently, startling Tavu. Before he could react, he fell along with the rubble. When he opened his eyes again, Tavu found he had fallen into another basement. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "This citadel is full of surprises, huh? There's an entrance here too." At that moment, something suddenly occurred to Tavu. He cried out in shock, "Was that illusion trying to lead me here?" With that thought, Tavu got to his feet and looked up at the sign before him. 4 words caught his eye: Chamber of the Underworld. Tavu couldn't help but frown. Interesting. A place only the dead can enter? Did that illusion lead me here because it wanted me to go inside? After a moment of thought, Tavu stepped through. He wanted to see what was inside for himself, but as soon as he entered, Tavu froze in his tracks, his eyes widening. Because Tavu had just stepped into a massive cave, with ghostly apparitions drifting all around. He muttered in astonishment, "How can there be a mountain cave way down here?" What's more, these monsters were a little different from the ones outside, a bit creepy. While Tavu was still processing, a phantom lunged at him. Tavu didn't dare let his guard down, gripping his blade tightly to face the enemy. He had to test his opponent first. Immediately, Tavu swung his blade down, but it passed right through the phantom. He yelled out in shock, "My attacks don't work?" Before he could even react, the phantom suddenly pulled out a weapon and, without a word, stabbed at Tavu. In that single blow, Tavu's health bar dropped by half, making his eyes widen in shock. Tavu bit his lip hard, muttering in frustration, "I can't even hit it, but it takes more than half my health?" After that, he decided to run first and figure things out later. Tavu bolted for his life, finally making it outside. He breathed a sigh of relief, but when he looked back at the 4 words, Realm of the Yellow Springs on the sign, he couldn't help but wonder aloud, could it be that those monsters attacked me because I'm not dead yet? But why would they set up a place that only the dead can enter? Besides, how could dead people even keep playing the game? But then, a thought suddenly struck Tavu. Wait a sec. That thing I got earlier might actually be useful. If I'm wrong, I'll get insta-killed the moment I go in. But I guess I'll just have to risk it. With that thought, he took out the potion vial Van Jiao had given him earlier and drank it without hesitation. Instantly, Tavu's physical stats dropped significantly. This made him curse unhappily. This potion is seriously harsh. I don't have a shred of strength left. Feels like I'm about to croak for real. Tavu's body was now trembling uncontrollably. He grumbled in discomfort. Is this what it feels like to be an old man? Does it really take a lifetime of effort just to take one step? Despite saying that, Tavu eventually stepped inside. He could only hope this potion wouldn't screw him over. The moment Tavu entered, those phantoms floated around in front of him again. But that was it. They didn't do anything. This made Tavu incredibly happy. Awesome, the monsters are all scattering. Just as he thought, now that he didn't have a heartbeat, the monsters wouldn't bother targeting him. A little while later, Tavu finally made it across the bridge. Still trembling, he muttered in frustration. After all that delay, that imposter has probably gotten really far by now. Just as he said that, Tavu saw a spring. He grumbled suspiciously. I busted my ass to get all the way here. The fake Voongi is gone, and I don't even get a reward? Just some spring? But when he reached out and touched the water, it felt surprisingly warm. Even more astonishing was that Tavu's health bar had started to refill. He cried out in amazement, "It's healing me. This is the spring of life. So, the end of death is where new life begins? This is awesome." And so, Tavu soaked himself in the spring. I might as well get rid of the Death's Repose potion's effect too. Anyway, the entrance is right up ahead, so I'll probably run into those monsters again. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Tavu, where are you looking?" Hearing the sound, Tavu's eyes shot open in shock. That voice, it's Voongi. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes, he saw Voongi's figure in front of him. Tavu cried out in shock, "Is it really you, Voongi?" Without turning her head, Voongi slowly spoke. "Tavu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tavu rushed forward, his voice trembling as he mumbled, "Voongi, what happened to you?" But Voongi slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me." A look of panic flashed across Tavu's face. While he was still trying to understand, Voongi turned to look at him, her cold voice demanding, "Tavu, why did you let me die?" Tavu froze, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Voongi continued, "What's wrong? You don't even want to answer me." The more Tavu heard, the worse his expression became, unable to react. But Voongi didn't stop. She continued to question him. "If you had just come back with me that day, would I have been hit by that car? Would I have died in despair after 30 minutes? Voongi said that Tavu was the one who killed her. Her words made Tavu's eyes turn bloodshot. He couldn't help but remember the past. Voongi going with him to buy a cake, her always being by his side whenever he was sad, Voongi being like a little son, pulling him along to do silly things. But his own weakness and low self-esteem made him push Voongi away time and time again. They were supposed to be childhood sweethearts. The more he thought about it, the more despair he felt, sinking to his knees on the ground. Tavu trembled as he mumbled, "You're right. If it wasn't for me that day, you wouldn't have died. Even the doctor said that if you had gotten to the hospital in time, you might have survived. It was me. I killed you with my own hands." Voongi stood before Tavu, her voice dark and eerie. "I will never forgive you for this sin. Atone for it with your soul." As she finished speaking, she reached her hand toward Tavu. He just sat there, not reacting at all. Tavu was lost in his tragic past. But it wasn't long before Tavu snapped out of it. He grabbed Voongi's hand. He spoke calmly, "I'm sorry, Voongi. The me from back then was insecure, weak, and cowardly. I didn't even have the courage to face you. If only I could have been a little stronger back then. But there's no if only in this world. And I don't need if only anymore, because I've found a chance to see the real you again." As he spoke, Tavu smiled through his tears. "This time, I won't run away. I'll get stronger, earn tons of points, until the day I can see you again. I will atone for my sins with my own two hands, okay?" These words left the Voongi before him stunned, but very quickly, she broke into a smile and replied, "Okay." Instantly, the arm Tavu was holding began to fade, and then her entire body did the same. Seeing this, tears began to stream down Tavu's face again, until Voongi vanished completely before his eyes. While Tavu was still heartbroken, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake, startling him. Before he could understand what was happening, he was back at that spirit spring, and with him came the mechanical voice of the system. "Hidden quest complete. Plus 1,200 experience, plus 150 points." Tavu was stunned. So, all of that was just a part of this dungeon? But his surprise quickly turned to angry cursing. "What kind of messed up design is this, pulling such a disgusting trick? Give me back my tears." Unfortunately, the system didn't respond, but the spirit spring began to glow. Tavu frowned slightly and mumbled, "Is there another reward?" Sure enough, not long after, a statue of a goddess fell into his hands. He exclaimed excitedly, "Judging by how hard it was to get this item, I bet it's super useful." And so, Tavu happily stored it in his inventory, then looked toward the doorway in the distance. He wondered aloud, is that the way out? I really don't want to see those floating ghosts again. But according to the map, it looks like this entire area has been explored now. Tavu thought he knew where the final destination was. A moment later, he was back at the strange door from the beginning. He picked up the bizarre skeleton sword. As Tavu figured, he just needed to take the items he got from the two passageways and place them in the correct spots to trigger the boss. No sooner said than done. He placed the heart he'd found into the skeleton's chest, followed by the blood crystal. He inserted it right next to the heart, and in an instant, the skeleton suddenly moved. Tavu wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, he quickly jumped back as the skeleton struggled to break free from its chains. In just a moment, the chains snapped. With a clang, the skeleton's weapon slammed onto the ground. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out again. F-rank dungeon's E-rank boss has appeared. Tavu couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Feels like this is going to be another tough fight. But just then, the skeleton suddenly opened its mouth. Puny human. The voice made him jump. It can talk? The skeleton paid him no mind, speaking coldly. Have you come here to vanquish me? Tavu replied nonchalantly. What else? Besides killing you, I have something else to do. But as he said that, he suddenly thought of something. All knights have their own beliefs. It's possible the goddess statue I just got might be useful. With that thought, Tavu threw it forward. The skeleton quickly caught it, and then its body suddenly began to tremble. It cried out in disbelief. This is the very thing I lost. You, weak human. You actually brought it back to me? Model. With that, it suddenly raised its blade, making Tavu cry out in alarm. Shit, I already gave you your stuff. You still want to fight? But its blade swung backward, shattering the wall. The skeleton slowly opened its mouth. I shall open this path for you. Seeing this, Tavu breathed a sigh of relief, but still grumbled under his breath. Can we please stop talking so cryptically? Only this time, no one answered him, because the skeleton's body had begun to fade away. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out again. E-rank castle boss defeated. Successfully discovered the castle's hidden boss. Tavu was stunned, frowning as he muttered to himself. A hidden boss? Huh. So all those hidden quests were just to trigger this thing. Immediately after, a humming sound came from the large opening in front of him. But when he saw the hidden boss, Tavu's pupils constricted, because the person standing there was none other than Voongi. So that's what this was all about. From the moment I entered, it purposely created an illusion of Voongi's soul to lead me here, step by step. I don't care what this hidden boss wants. I don't even care if it is the boss. Daring to use Voongi to mess with me, it's dead meat. Immediately, Tavu drew his weapon to fight. He glared forward and called out coldly, "Come on out, you coward hiding backstage!" But as soon as the words left his mouth, chains suddenly erupted from the ground. Without any warning, they bound Voongi tightly and hoisted her into the air. Seeing this, Tavu's expression darkened. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. That's not Voongi. It's just a damn puppet meant to piss me off. But before he could fully compose himself, a sharp whoosh echoed out. Voongi was yanked backwards, and next to her appeared a monster called the Soul-Hunting Witch. It had a massive pair of wings on its back. The sight of it made Tavu jump in alarm. For someone like me who has no ranged attacks, this is a real pain in the ass, but I might as well test it out. Thinking this, Tavu gripped his blade tightly and roared, "Activate overload!" In an instant, an aura of energy enveloped Tavu. He stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him simply shattered. At that same instant, Tavu's figure vanished, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, he reappeared behind the soul-hunting witch. Unfortunately, it seemed to have sensed his movement. It let out a cold, disdainful snort. The sound made Tavu flinch, but he didn't dare drop his guard. He quickly swung his blade just as the soul-hunting witch launched her own attack. 3 ghastly souls immediately rushed toward Tavu. With a grunt, he slashed out with his sword. But to his surprise, the attack had no effect on them as they continued to close in on him. Before Tavu could react, one of the souls sank its teeth into his shoulder. Just like that, he plummeted to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Tavu scrambled to his feet, lips pressed tight as he muttered, "A flying type. Its attacks are probably magical, so close combat must be its weakness. But with its speed, can I even get near it?" Just then, the soul-hunting witch descended from the air. She sat on a high platform and spoke with disdain. Another tasteless fool who overestimates himself. You feel pretty lucky finding this hidden door, don't you? Thinking you'll just beat the boss and reap all the rewards. At this, the soul-hunting witch smirked. But you're just another boor, a pitiful soul that I personally lured to this place. Hearing this, Tavu muttered in astonishment. This boss is sentient? So I was right. This thing led me here on purpose. Seeing no reaction from him, the soul-hunting witch raised her scythe again, and the ghouls let out another piercing shriek. she sneered. Pathetic human. Before I claim your soul, allow me to enjoy tormenting you. Be a good boy and suffer. In a flash, all of the ghouls shot forward, tearing through the air. But to Tavu's surprise, they weren't attacking him. While he was still trying to figure it out, a hand suddenly shot up from the ground. Tavu's eyes flew open in shock. Before his terrified gaze, an entire army of the undead emerged. Tavu never would have dreamed that this hidden boss could manipulate an undead army. This was going to make getting close to her even harder. Just then, the army of the undead let out a frenzied roar and charged him. With no other choice, Tavu charged forward to meet them. His blade fell again and again, cutting down the undead as they rushed him. But he was wasting too much of his energy on these things. Tavu swung his blade down once more, but this time, it was blocked. He was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. His attack had been blocked by one of the ghouls. A moment later, it swung a fist at Tavu, sending him flying into the wall behind him. Luckily, he managed to block the blow with his energy. He pulled himself out of the rubble, muttering through clenched teeth, "This puppet, it could actually block my overload attack and that gear." Suddenly, a thought struck him. That puppet, it used to be a player. Its soul has been imprisoned here by the boss. At this realization, Tavu's eyes sharpened. He resolved, fighting them one-on-one is just suicide. Immediately, he activated his 100% energy overload, and it erupted in an instant. A barrage of energy beams shot out from his blade in every direction. Boom! The shockwave from the exploding energy radiated outwards, incinerating the entire undead army at once. The soul-hunting witch stared, her eyes wide with shock. She hastily fell back. She couldn't help but exclaim, "To take care of my entire undead army in one move. Impressive. But my scythe still holds plenty more souls." As she spoke, another swarm of ghastly souls appeared. Panic seized Tavu as he took in the scene. His body and his energy reserves could only handle one more attack of that magnitude. But if he used it on these minions, he'd have nothing left for the boss. Is this where I die? Seeing the look on Tavu's face, the soul-hunting witch laughed smugly. Hehehe, just give me your soul already, human. Tavu took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. If Van Jiao saw me like this, she'd laugh her ass off. Besides, Voon Gi is waiting for me. I can't lose. No, as long as it's a game, I will never lose. At that thought, Tavu roared with conviction. If I'm going down fighting. At the same time, the soul-hunting witch shrieked, "Go, my slaves!" In an instant, Tavu activated a 100% forced overload. His energy erupted just as the swarm of demonic souls closed in on him. Not daring to let his guard down, Tavu slammed his blade into the ground. With a loud rumble, a powerful wave of energy collided with the demonic souls. The creatures scattered chaotically at the sight, but any that couldn't escape in time were incinerated. Watching this, the soul-hunting witch couldn't help but sneer, destroying the corpses before the souls can possess them? Quite commendable, but even without me lifting a finger, you've already hit your limit. And just as she said, after unleashing that attack, a weakened Tavu dropped to one knee. The soul-hunting witch sneered, "Are you done causing trouble now? Can't you just die quietly? Since you've given me a bit of entertainment, I'll grant you a swift death." But just then, Tavu smirked and spoke. "Who said anything about me losing? The main event is just beginning." As he spoke, the blade in his hand began to shine. Devour mode activated. Tavu roared, "You spirits, who became undead through the suffering you endured in this place." In an instant, the soul-hunting witch's smug expression vanished, replaced by pure panic. Ignoring her reaction, Tavu gripped his blade and roared, "Become my power! Soul devour!" In a flash, all of the ghouls flew as one toward his blade, merging with its energy. Tavu bit down hard, enduring the immense influx. So, it's true. Souls are just another form of life energy. Soon, the energy pulsating from the blade grew more and more intense. The system's mechanical voice rang out once more. Energy has exceeded the maximum limit, automatically converting to overload state. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted into the air. A moment later, Tavu's low voice rang out again. "I hear them. I can also feel the souls you've tormented, begging me to help them settle their debt." These words made the soul-hunting witch's expression darken, but Xieyu didn't care. He stepped out from the immense surge of energy. His tone was ice-cold. "Repent, you monster who only knows how to toy with the souls of others." The devouring blade transformed, and a new skill automatically entered Xieyu's mind. The feeling was identical to when he learned energy eruption, and his body was overflowing with power. The strain from the 5% load form was completely gone. The power of these souls is incredible. After a long moment of shock, the soul-hunting witch finally spoke. "To think you possess this kind of power." Xieyu ignored the sarcasm in her voice and roared aggressively. "Let's see you block this first, then we can talk." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade down. A barrage of energy beams transformed into blade strikes and attacked the soul-hunting witch, but she managed to block them. Seizing the opportunity, Yu instantly appeared behind her. Her eyes instinctively narrowed as she cried out in disbelief. What? How can he be so fast? Yu paid no attention to her reaction and slashed again. A swarm of souls, transformed into sharp points, began to assault the soul-hunting witch. Although she tried to resist, under the relentless assault and lightning-fast speed, she simply couldn't hold on. Just like that, she was sent flying to the ground. Seeing this, Yu cheered. It worked! The spot where the soul-hunting witch landed was shrouded in dust. Before long, she emerged from the smoke. Half of her health bar was gone. She spoke in a cold voice. To think someone could actually injure me. In that case, I'll show you what my true power looks like. With that, the soul-hunting witch flashed a malicious smile. Immediately after, she raised her scythe high and roared fiercely. My slaves! Become my energy! Yu watched this scene, his face instantly turning grim. The scythe pierced through the soul-hunting witch's body, and a moment later, she exploded. When the dust settled, a new blade had appeared in the soul-hunting witch's hand, with a strange ring behind her. Moreover, her health bar was completely restored. Yu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered in disbelief. She transformed, and even her HP has fully recovered. Before he could even process it, the soul-hunting witch's figure vanished. The next time she appeared, she was right in front of Yu. She curled her lip into a malicious smirk. Across from her, Yu was terrified, cold sweat covering his forehead. This speed is just too fast. Without a word, the soul-hunting witch slashed with her twin blades. Although Yu blocked the attack, he was still knocked back several meters. His body slammed hard into the wall, shattering it. Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his weakened body staggering. His eyes were filled with panic. The soul-hunting witch's speed and power had increased immensely after her transformation. Just then, the soul-hunting witch spoke in a cold tone. You deserve praise for forcing me into this form, but this is where it ends. My zombies, find him! As she finished speaking, she raised her blade. Yu panicked instantly as a horde of zombies grabbed onto his legs from below. The soul-hunting witch gave a cold smirk and said indifferently, Your soul is mine, rest in peace. As soon as she spoke, a wave of energy shot out from her blade. Yu's eyes narrowed, his face filled with terror. In an instant, a powerful pink beam of light shot towards Yu. His expression immediately turned ugly. A head-on attack like this, there's no way I can dodge it. He thought he was dead for sure, but for some reason, he started to smile. That's right, because Yu is a player. For a player, what's better than turning the tables in a crisis to get an HP boost? Thinking this, he let out a cold snort and said, You think you've got me cornered? But you can't move right now either, can you? With that, Yu threw his blade. This move could only be used once, and this was the moment he had been waiting for. In an instant, the blade transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward crazily. A moment later, it struck the soul-hunting witch's pink barrier. Yu roared furiously, Break! The moment he spoke, the lightning bolt shattered the barrier. The sight sent the soul-hunting witch into a panic, but she was completely unable to move as the lightning bolt pierced straight through her. And so, her body slowly began to fade. Seeing this, Yu smirked faintly. I won. The soul-hunting witch's body had lost nearly half its mass. Before she vanished, she suddenly smiled, then spoke in a bittersweet voice. I knew it. From the moment you stepped into this place, I had a feeling that if it were you, maybe you'd be the one who could bring true release to my soul. In the next moment, she vanished. The mechanical system voice sounded again. Boss successfully eliminated. Spoils of war will be automatically transferred to the item inventory. Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. That was too close. At the same time, the chains binding Yu Yi high above also disappeared. Her ethereal form began to float down. Seeing this, Yu reached out to catch her, but before he could even touch Yu Yi's hand, her body became transparent. Soon, she vanished. Yu couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Just an illusion from the game, as I thought. Still, just being able to see her here, I'm satisfied. With that, he collapsed onto the ground. Yu looked up at the sky, pursed his lips and murmured, The next time we meet will be when I bring you back to life. After dealing with the boss, Yu returned home. He took a clean shower, climbed into bed, and opened his status window to check it while he rested. He had leveled up from level 2 to level 8, and his points had increased by 1,000. Not bad. That grueling fight was totally worth it, and the items aren't bad either. Yu had obtained a soul stone, which was also an energy source. In the future, he could use it to power his load model. After looking everything over, he smirked and said, This is great. As long as I can collect enough of these energy source items to combine with my current load model, my power will be nothing to scoff at. But just then, Yu suddenly noticed something strange on his hand. When he looked closer, he saw that strange black patterns had appeared on his hand at some point. Yu was stunned. Is this from the fight just now? No, that's not right. I didn't take any attacks like this. He was completely bewildered and quickly took off his shirt to check. It wasn't just his arm, there were quite a few of those patterns on his body as well. He cried out in shock. What is this? There are a bunch on my body too. Could it be backlash from using the devouring blade? Every time I force a load without an energy source, is it consuming my own body? The previous times he had forced a load, Xiaoyu had just gritted his teeth through the physical discomfort, telling himself it would be fine after a little while. Thinking about it now, Xiaoyu was filled with regret. He should have realized it sooner. How could such immense power be used so easily? It turns out the price was his own body. Xiaoyu lay down on the bed and sighed helplessly. I can't rely on that so much from now on. But looking at it from another angle, doesn't this just prove how immense the power of the devouring blade is? If he didn't rely on the load form and just used the powerful skills of the devouring blade to raise his attribute points, Xiaoyu's combat power would still increase. Tomorrow, he would head to the trading market. The next morning, at Xiaoyu's school, the classroom was buzzing with noise. Class rep, you should come join the taekwondo club after school. It's great for training your body. Yun Jiao looked embarrassed by the suggestion, stammering, unsure how to respond. Before she could answer, someone else shouted in disagreement. You idiot! Why would you let the class rep join such a dangerous activity? She should join our basketball cheerleading squad. That's where she belongs. As the two were arguing, a pair of hands landed on their shoulders, stopping them, followed by a low voice. You two can stop fighting. The class rep already agreed to tutor me tonight in the subjects I've fallen behind on. The other two saw that it was Xiaoyu and immediately cried out in surprise. You're Xiaoyu! You finally came to class! Man, you've changed a lot. Hey punk, you just got here and you're already trying to kidnap the class rep? How shameless. Smiling to himself, Tavu replied casually, well, what do you expect? I'm failing so many subjects. The class rep can't just let me drag everyone down, can she? Van Jiao nodded slightly in agreement. All right, hurry up and get to your seat. Class is about to start. Hearing that, the three of them immediately scattered, but Tavu deliberately sat right next to her and said with a playful laugh, Hey class rep, you don't mind me sitting here, do you? Van Jiao gritted her teeth in frustration. Get away from me! Seeing her reaction, Tavu couldn't help but laugh. Why the long face? I just helped you out of a jam. Besides, I have something important to ask you. Scoffing lightly, Van Jiao asked coldly. What is it? You already rejected my invitation once, so don't even dream that I'll team up with you now. You know how hard it is to go solo, right? But as she finished speaking, her eyes caught something the scars on Tavu's hands. Van Jiao exclaimed in shock. Your hands! Did you get hurt raiding the underground castle yesterday? Tavu slowly explained. It's nothing, just a long story. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, Van Jiao scoffed back. I'm not worried. Why would I be worried? Seeing this, Tavu stopped teasing her and got straight to the point. All right, let's talk business. I'll pay you 300 points. Can you take me there tonight? Even though Tavu wasn't specific, Van Jiao knew where he wanted to go. She pouted and said, as it happens, I was going there anyway. 500 points, and you're welcome. Tavu wasn't surprised and said with a smile, deal. I knew you'd say that. Just then, his phone suddenly lit up. It was a daily quest from the system. Tavu picked up his phone to look, muttering in confusion. What's this? Another daily quest. The points are so low, I don't feel like accepting it at all. But hearing this, Van Jiao scolded him in frustration. You idiot, don't say I didn't warn you. If you fail too many quests, the system will activate punishment mode. Tavu was stunned to hear that, but this quest required him to answer a question from the teacher. Just then, the teacher on the podium suddenly spoke up. Does any student have an explanation for this question? Immediately, a sea of hands went up. Tavu sighed in resignation. It's not about whether you can answer it or not. It's about whether the teacher even sees you. Van Jiao, sitting next to him, also raised her hand, a smug look on her face. Ha, you better pray for yourself. But just then, Tavu smirked. Naive. I still have a secret weapon. He then raised his hand as well, simultaneously activating the title he had received the day before. As expected, the teacher noticed Tavu. That unfamiliar student seems very enthusiastic. You, the one in the green jacket, please answer. Van Jiao couldn't help but be stunned. Tavu, on the other hand, was incredibly pleased. This ability was way too powerful. But what was this problem on the board? He had no idea what it meant. Tavu frowned slightly, negotiating with the system to exchange points for the answer. The system immediately complied. The solution flowed into his mind, and the feeling of knowledge flooding his brain was exhilarating. A second later, Tavu answered loud and clear. The answer is 1.2 m. The teacher praised him. Correct. To calculate the answer that quickly, this student is not bad at all. Van Jiao, watching from the side, couldn't help but remark, that title really suits you. Tavu smirked and said, you flatter me. Earning 30 points isn't too bad. And just like that, a peaceful class period passed. But Tavu didn't know that the teacher on the podium had taken notice of him. Meanwhile, at the Blood Moon Guild's base, Shadowslay was kneeling on the ground, reporting in a low voice, "Guildmaster, Kong Hang is dead. The newcomer is highly suspicious." Hearing this, the guildmaster immediately gave a cold laugh. "Killed by a newbie, you say?" Then, he saw the image of Ta Vu in battle. After watching, he let out a smirk. He sneered. "So that's how it is. It seems the other guilds will be making a move soon. You know what you have to do, right? Organize another team." Shadowslay nodded slightly. "I understand, Guildmaster." But before he could finish, another man spoke up coldly. "Don't worry, just leave something like this to me. Give me one day." He said he didn't care if he was dead or alive. He would definitely bring Ta Vu before the Guildmaster. After school, Ta Vu was at the subway station, waiting for someone. He kept checking his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. Ta Vu grumbled in annoyance. "We agreed to take the train to the trading market, and she's still not here. Girls, I swear." But before he could finish, an unhappy voice cut in. "Hey, what are you muttering about?" Startled, Ta Vu looked over and saw Van Jiao approaching. She pouted and questioned him. "You weren't talking bad about me, were you?" Ta Vu quickly shook his head and denied it. No, how could I? Why is your outfit so different from this morning?" With a slight huff, Van Jiao pouted. "Obviously, it's so other players won't recognize me." Hearing this, Ta Vu pouted back, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, I recognized you at a glance." Asterisk. Soon after, the two of them boarded the train and left. Ta Vu couldn't help but say, "We almost missed the last train." Van Jiao sneered. "You idiot. The last train is the one we're supposed to take." Hearing that, Ta Vu decided not to provoke her further. He asked curiously, "So, which station are we getting off at?" Van Jiao didn't answer right away, replying coolly, "Don't be in such a hurry. You'll find out soon enough." As they were talking, the train doors began to close. At the same time, the lights on the train flickered out, making Ta Vu cry out in alarm. "Why did all the lights go out? Is it a malfunction?" Van Jiao, however, was very calm. She gripped the handrail tightly and gave him a mysterious smile. "Don't be so surprised. Look outside. Isn't the view beautiful?" Ta Vu looked out the window in confusion, and his eyes immediately widened in shock. Outside, skyscrapers continuously zipped by, and flickering lights illuminated the entire city. Ta Vu exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God, where is this?" Van Jiao smirked and said, "The moment we stepped onto the last train, we entered the underground city." Ta Vu was shocked again. "But isn't the underground city just for fighting monsters?" Van Jiao slowly explained. "This place used to be a super fortress, but then it was conquered by the Golden Toad Guild and converted into a trading market. And that guild used the trading market to become one of the 4 great guilds. I heard that many of the game's rules had to be changed at their request." According to Van Jiao, that Kong Hang guy was very likely from the Blood Moon Guild, so she warned Ta Vu to be careful. After hearing her explanation, Ta Vu nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. There's a lot more to this game than I expected." The two talked for a while as the train traveled for a long time. It finally reached the end of its journey, and the station was about to close. According to the Golden Toad Guild's rules, players were not allowed to hide their identities, and Ta Vu's outfit was forcibly changed. Ta Vu didn't seem to mind, though. He had already seen the city outside and exclaimed excitedly, "This is the center of the trading market? This place is so cool." The center of the trading market was bustling with people coming and going. Ta Vu walked behind Van Jiao, speaking with a bit of confusion. "You just said we need to be careful. Is it really okay for us to just walk out in the open like this?" Van Jiao slowly explained. "The Golden Toad Guild forbids any disputes in the trading market, but you have a point. We should probably take the side streets. It'll help us avoid unnecessary trouble." Hearing that, Ta Vu muttered in confusion, "There are side streets? Why do I get the feeling?" But before he could finish, Van Jiao snapped impatiently, "Stop doubting me. I know this place much better than you do." However, after just a few more steps, a loud shout came from up ahead. "Hey, you there, girl, stop." Van Jiao's expression instantly turned sour. She muttered under her breath, "Did I really just get proven wrong that fast?" Ta Vu quickly ducked into a corner and reassured her, "Don't worry, they're not talking to us." The two of them looked into the distance and saw 2 guys blocking a girl's path. Ta Vu recognized the girl. It was Qin Yu, the one who had participated in the hunt to kill him last time. The girl struggled to get away from the 2 guys, pleading tremulously, "I don't want to. Let me go," Ta Vu exclaimed in surprise. "It's that girl from the other day," Van Jiao asked, confused. "You know her?" Ta Vu nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, I met her the day I fought Kung Han," but looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn it. It's one thing for those scumbags to gang up on someone weaker, but to lay a hand on a little girl like that. Ta Vu wanted to rush forward, but Van Jiao held him back. She whispered a reminder, "Idiot, don't be so impulsive. If she was an enemy before, then we don't need to get involved." Ta Vu retorted, unconvinced, "Those are 2 different things." What I hate most are old-timers bullying newbies. Seeing his determination, Van Jiao took a deep breath, pursed her lips and muttered, "Then just you. Stay put right here." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly screamed loudly for help, and the surrounding objects began to vibrate in response. Immediately after, automated voices were heard discussing the detection of the distress signal. Just like that, a bizarre scene unfolded. A trash can transformed into a robot, leading several others. Warning alarms began to sound along with them. Seeing this, Ta Vu couldn't help but be amazed. Trash can robots? That's so cool. Van Jiao also smiled cheerfully and said, "If you're in danger, you just have to shout to activate the Golden Flash Guild's alarm system." The trash can robot then issued a warning, checking. Violators have not ceased their rule-breaking activity. Hearing this, the two thugs weren't afraid at all, sneering contemptuously. "You think a tiny little robot can stop my crew? How arrogant." Immediately after, they began to attack the robots. In the blink of an eye, one of them was down. They boasted smugly, "You dare to mess with members of the Blood Moon Guild? Pathetic." Then they looked over at Tan Vu with a malicious smile. "Little sis, stop struggling. Big bro here is running out of patience." Seeing the situation was getting bad, Ta Vu wanted to rush in again, but Van Jiao grabbed his arm to stop him. "What is wrong with you? I told you to stay still and watch, didn't I?" Just then, a huge flame suddenly appeared in the sky, along with an authoritative shout, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Golden Flash Guild's territory?" As the words faded, the flame crashed to the ground, its heat feeling as if it could incinerate everything. When the smoke and dust cleared, a massive robot arm was revealed. The faces of the two thugs, so arrogant just moments before, were now drained of all color. On the robot's back was the figure of a woman. The girl quickly jumped down and snapped coldly, daring to cause trouble here, and you even destroyed my precious little robot." Ta Vu observed the person and muttered in confusion, "Is that someone from the Golden Flash Guild?" Van Jiao slowly explained, "The trade market is Golden Flash Guild territory. Anyone who dares to break the rules here faces only death." The blonde girl held a large gun in her hand and said with a smirk, "Let's have a big battle, little golden pincer." But right after that, she took out her phone and started making calculations. The rescue robot caused property damage. Plus, there's the appearance fee for the Golden Flash Guild's public order officer, Xiao Huan. She quickly came up with a number. "The total is 3,000 points. Confirm and transfer it to me, or the guild will settle the score with you." Hearing this, one of the thugs sneered contemptuously. We don't have any points." From a distance, Ta Vu watched, his eyes narrowing. One of the thugs had snuck up from behind, laughing triumphantly. "But I've got a weapon!" Ta Vu immediately yelled a warning, "Watch out!" and then rushed forward. Van Jiao couldn't stop him in time and could only sigh helplessly as she watched him. This idiot. In an instant, Ta Vu had almost caught up to the guy, but just then, Xiao Huan smirked and said, "You dare try to ambush this young lady?" As soon as she spoke, the robot's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, it used one hand to send the thug flying and the other to block Ta Vu's blade. Ta Vu was forced back by its strength. He retracted his blade and said with resignation, "Looks like I was sticking my nose where it didn't belong." Xiao Huan walked up to him, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Hey, handsome, that was really brave of you, but you just damaged public property." In that moment of carelessness, Ta Vu's blade had stabbed into the ground, creating a crack. Ignoring his ugly expression, Xiao Huan calmly told him the price. "I'll give you a 20% discount. That's 100 points." Ta Vu couldn't help but complain. "What? I get fined for that too?" Ignoring them, Van Jiao went over to Tan Vu and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Tan Vu shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. Thank you, everyone." At the same time, the remaining thug saw his comrade lying defeated on the ground and rushed over to check on him. "Away! Don't you die on me!" But the guy gave no response. He then turned to Xiao Huan and questioned her. "Damn it! You people from the Golden Flash Guild actually dare to touch someone from the Blood Moon Guild? We will never forgive this." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. A blade had pierced through his stomach, killing him on the spot. This sudden turn of events startled Ta Vu and Van Jiao, but Xiao Huan seemed a bit calmer. The killer wore a mask and had a group of people behind him. He laughed coldly and said, "A piece of trash like you dares to impersonate a member of our guild? You deserve to die." Van Jiao narrowed her eyes at the man and muttered under her breath, "Looks like the real deal has arrived." Ta Vu also frowned slightly and said, "We're in Golden Flash Guild territory. We don't need to worry too much, right?" Xiao Huan wasn't the least bit afraid. She walked up to the man and challenged him. "Ghostface, you killed him, so now you have to pay his 3,000-point debt." Ghostface completely ignored her words. He walked right past without a glance, sneering dismissively. "Sorry, I'm not interested in minors." In a moment, Ghostface was standing before Ta Vu. He questioned in a cold voice, "Kong Han died at your hands. Tavu shielded Van Jiao behind him and said defiantly, I'm the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with her. Seeing this, Van Jiao pouted and said, Don't be ridiculous, as if you could have killed him without me. Watching them protect each other, Ghostface couldn't help but laugh out loud. How interesting. Don't worry, neither of you is getting away. While they were talking, Xiao Huan was getting furious. She grit her teeth and said, Hey, Ghostface, are you people just going to ignore me like this? Only then did Ghostface seem to notice her. He quickly smiled and said, So, it's little Huanzi from the Golden Flash Guild? No wonder you looked familiar. My sincerest apologies for our behavior earlier. We will take responsibility for these damages. Therefore, he requests that the Golden Flash Guild open the luck betting arena. Hearing this, Xiao Huan let out a cold snort, raised an eyebrow and asked back, Are you sure? Tavu, however, didn't understand and muttered in confusion. What's the luck betting arena? Van Jiao slowly explained. Both sides bet all of their points and their lives. We're at a disadvantage, but we can still win. Ghostface raised an eyebrow at the two of them and asked with a grin, What's the matter? Is the little brat scared? Van Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice grave. I never expected the Blood Moon Guild would go this far for just the two of us. Tavu, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He spoke seriously. If there's a chance to win, what reason do I have to refuse? I accept the challenge. Hearing his acceptance, Ghostface couldn't help but remark, as expected of the one who killed Kung Han, very brave. But as soon as he finished, he leaned close to Tavu's ear and whispered, Kung Han's egg is on you, isn't it? You little punk. He then turned and walked away, leaving Tavu with a warning. See you at the luck betting arena in half an hour. Don't even think about running, or you'll die a death many times more miserable. Xiao Huan paid this no mind and walked over to Tanvu. Little sister, what's your name? Calling for help comes with a fee, you know. Tanvu replied in a small voice, My name is Tanvu, but I don't have any points to give you. The girl explained that she came here to trade for some points to save her brother. Hearing this, Tavu frowned and asked, Your brother? The one who attacked me with you last time? What happened to him? Tanvu explained sorrowfully. During that new player hunt, he gave all his points to me to help me recover, but he got injured himself. Hearing that, Tavu couldn't help but gulp. Damn, he's that reckless. The more Tanvu spoke, the more upset she became. She whispered in a low voice, It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my big brother wouldn't have gotten hurt. That's why I came here without telling him. Hearing this, Xiao Huan felt a pang of sympathy and spoke casually. All right, I'll give you a discount on the fee and buy your items at a premium. After deducting all the costs, I'll transfer the points to you right away. Hearing this, Qin Yu happily showed Xiao Huan the pile of equipment she had. But after looking it over, Xiao Huan sighed helplessly. This stuff isn't worth anything at all. Qin Yu, on the verge of tears, whimpered. But this is all the equipment I have. After calculating, Xiao Huan said reluctantly, At best, all of this stuff isn't even worth 500 points. Shi Yu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cut in. Only 500 points? You're not trying to scam a new player, are you? Xiao Huan snorted in annoyance. What are you talking about? The Golden Toad Guild has always prided itself on honesty. But if this little sister really wants to earn some points, it's not like there aren't other ways. She suggested that since Xie Yu's team was short-handed, Qin Yu could join them and participate in the fortune gambling arena. Hearing this, Xie Yu immediately objected. No way. This is a grudge between us and Blood Moon, and it's a matter of life and death. How can we drag a kid into this mess? But Qin Yu spoke with firm determination. No. If I don't get these points, my big brother won't be able to hold on. For my big brother's sake, please let me join the team. I'm begging you. The Golden Toad's fortune gambling arena, where all points are used as betting chips. A gamble on a player's skill and luck, with the risk of even losing your life. It becomes a spectacle broadcast before thousands of spectators. Every time a match opens, the people of the Golden Toad Guild rake in huge profits. Xie Yu figured that was exactly why Xiao Huan wanted them to participate. Xiao Huan admitted it without hesitation, then led them into the gambling arena. She pushed the door open and announced with a loud laugh, Everyone, welcome to the fortune gambling arena. Upon seeing what was inside, Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Huan slowly explained, This is the very foundation that allows our guild to stand firm as one of the 4 great guilds. The level 98 leader, Lord Tian Huan, the Golden Toad. Xie Yu stared at the Golden Toad before him, and after a long moment, couldn't help but mutter, If he went all out, even if every player here teamed up, we still wouldn't be able to beat him, would we? Xiao Huan chuckled softly and replied, Lord Tian Huan is only interested in things related to money, like trades and bets. Besides, we have a pact. We will never harm a player. While they were talking, Ghost Mask and Shadowkill entered from outside. Ghost Mask smirked mockingly. You've got some serious guts, huh? You ready? Your life is about to end. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Huan immediately stepped between them and spoke up. Before the match begins, I ask both sides to refrain from trash talking. I will now explain the rules of the game. The Golden Toads Casino is divided into two parts, the Wheel of Destiny above and the battlefield below. After the game starts, each side will choose one person, called the key player, to enter the wheel above. That person will use 1,000 points for each spin to draw a reward from the wheel. If you're not satisfied with the reward you get, you can spin again, and that item will be sent down to your teammates below. Both sides must attack and defend the two toad-shaped totem walls in the opponent's camp. Whichever side's totem is destroyed first loses. The losing side gets nothing, and may even lose their lives. Once the game has started, it will not end until one side's totem has been destroyed. After explaining, Xiao Huan looked at both sides and asked, "Have you two thought this through?" Xie Yu didn't answer. He glanced at Qin Yu and asked, "This life or death battle has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to do this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, for my brother I have to." Seeing this, Yun Jiao couldn't help but pout and snort. "How come you didn't ask me if I wanted to do this?" Xie Yu chuckled softly. "What are you talking about? We go way back." Although he wasn't sure about Qin Yu's true strength, he still had to plan out their strategy with him acting as the key player. While Xie Yu was thinking, Qin Yu suddenly walked up and whispered, "Big bro Xie Yu, big sis Yun Jiao, I have an idea for you." As she finished speaking, she placed something in Xie Yu's hand. When he saw what it was, he couldn't help but stare, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Shadowkill was carefully warning Ghost Mask, "Don't get too confident about this battle." But Ghost Mask just laughed confidently, "Relax, there's no way we can lose to them." Seeing that both sides were ready, Xiao Huan shouted, "All right, it looks like everyone is prepared. I declare the match. Begin." The moment she finished speaking, both sides moved forward. They stared intently at each other, each determined to win this battle. At the same time, the betting arena was being broadcast live. Every screen in the trading market was showing this fight. Countless spectators gathered around. Given the reputation of the Blood Moon Guild, the audience started cheering and placing their bets on Ghost Mask and Shadowkill. This was exactly what the Golden Toad Guild wanted. Just then, Xiao Huan spoke again. "Lord Tian Huan, please activate the contest field." As soon as she said it, the ground instantly began to shake. Siyu staggered slightly. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him had changed, leaving him stunned. Siyu and Shadowkill had been dropped onto a giant spinning top. This was the virtual battlefield created by Tian Huan, the Golden Toad. The two of them were the key players. In the end, what he had worried about had come to pass. With that thought, Xie Yu spoke into his headset to Yun Jiao and Qin Yu. "Can you hear me? The fighting is all up to you two now." Yun Jiao immediately replied, "Your luck might be good, but if you dare to mess this up, I'll kill you myself." Xiao Huan, who was still presiding over the match, announced clearly, "It seems both sides are ready? Then, let the first round of the Wheel of Destiny, then, begin." Without hesitation, Xie Yu used his points to spin the wheel. The wheel had all sorts of items, big, small, short, and long, all graded by color. White is the highest tier, red is superior, followed by yellow, and then blue. But Xie Yu wasn't too worried, because when it comes to luck, he'd never lost to anyone before. And yet, at that very moment, 3 pink portals suddenly appeared in front of Xie Yu, startling him. "This is Shadowkill's skill!" Before long, Shadowkill emerged from one of the portals, landing successfully on a space on the wheel. This made Xie Yu so angry he exploded. "Damn it! Using a skill to change your position isn't considered cheating?" Seeing that both players had finished their spins, Xiao Huan spoke up. As the first round comes to an end, both sides seem to have played it safe, landing neatly on their spots. The result of this round, Shadowkill landed on a red item, the Blade of Violent Burst, which can instantly increase attack power by 50%. As for Xie Yu, he landed on a blue crystal core, which has no use in combat. However, it can be exchanged for 10 points after the game, making it a safe way to earn a small profit. Xie Yu protested, unconvinced. "I can accept having bad luck, but using a skill isn't against the rules?" Xiao Huan replied calmly, "No invalid items or skills can be used without Lord Tian Huan's permission. Don't be discouraged. You can always restart the wheel by paying double the points, right?" Xie Yu refused without a second thought. He decided it was better to observe for now. Down below, Yun Jiao saw the item Xie Yu had sent down and couldn't help but mutter in annoyance. That guy, he got this piece of junk on the very first round, but there was no other choice. The two of them still had to advance. Yun Jiao called out clearly, "Qin Yu, let's go. If we move up together, we might have a chance to turn things around." Qin Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." On the other side, Ghost Mask received the sword sent down by Shadowkill and grinned smugly, as expected of Shadowkill, getting such a good item on the first round. He then glared at Yun Jiao and Qin Yu, smirking mockingly. "You two little girls, I'm about to give you a taste of true despair. Activating skill. In an instant, another ghost mask appeared, causing Yun Jiao and Qin Yu to freeze on the spot. Ghost Mask laughed triumphantly. My skill allows me to create a clone of myself with half of my original power. My weapon can also recover at any time. Do you really think you can win? From above, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh helplessly at the scene. They'd even lost their advantage in numbers now. Demon Face was still confident in his abilities. He spoke with a cocky tone. You guys know, killing you outside would lower the points I get, but in here, I just have to win to get the full amount. The moment he finished speaking, Demon Face's real body and one of his clones charged forward together. Not daring to be careless, Yun Jiao quickly called out, Qin Yu, let's try the move we talked about. Qin Yu gave a slight nod. Right. Immediately, Yun Jiao slashed out with her blade, creating a whirlwind. At the same time, Qin Yu brought his own sword down. In an instant, the two streams of energy merged into one, creating a raging gale. But Demon Face just scoffed contemptuously. Child's play. He then swung his sword relentlessly, shattering the whirlwind. Not only that, but the light from his blade shot straight towards the toad behind them. And just like that, Yun Jiao and Qin Yu each lost a drop of blood. They lost the first round. Demon Face laughed triumphantly. Victory is decided. Now, let me see your final, desperate struggles before you die. Meanwhile, Xie Yu had been observing everything. He finally understood that Shadow Kill could control the prize locations, while Demon Face's cloning ability could multiply the power of the items they obtained. One could say that the combination of these two skills was the most powerful weapon in this bet. But Xie Yu was no pushover. He smirked, a strange smile playing on his lips. The real show is just getting started. At that moment, Xiao Huan announced loudly, the first round is over. The blue team has lost one drop of blood, while the red team is completely unharmed. The result was as expected. The crowd of onlookers snorted in contempt. This newbie really is an amateur. How dare he challenge Blood Moon with just a bit of dumb luck? But regardless, the second round of Xie Yu's battle had begun. Xie Yu leaped into the air, thinking that as long as he got the angle of his jump right, he could also determine where he needed to land. Shadow Kill used his skill to select a landing spot, and as expected, it was a red equipment piece. As for Xie Yu, he landed on a blue one. Seeing this, Xiao Huan shouted, do both sides want to increase the points for another spin? This time, Xie Yu answered without hesitation, I do. Hearing that, Xiao Huan smiled. That's right. In this game, if you don't spend points to get high-level items, there's no way to win. The crowd watching from the outside smirked. This kid's only got a little luck on his side. Whatever he does is useless. Now times is what I'm talking about. I want to see him lose miserably. As for Shadow Kill, he had gotten a red item, so he didn't want to roll again. Xie Yu jumped and landed once more, but unfortunately, he hit blue again. It was a weeping crystal, which was pretty much useless. Without a second thought, Xie Yu yelled, again! Keep rolling! Xiao Huan heard this and chuckled happily. The blue team wants to continue. Will their luck be better this time? Shouldn't they at least get a yellow one? Unfortunately, Xie Yu landed on blue yet again. Xiao Huan sighed in resignation. Your karma is just awful. Do you want to roll one more time? Who knows? Maybe this time you'll get lucky. This time, Xie Yu raised his hand to object. No, let's stop here. But the people outside saw this and started shouting excitedly, quick, bet on the red team. You might still make a little something. The blue team is hopeless. He's just asking for a beating. Inside the battle, Xie Yu spoke into his headset. Yun Jiao, Qin Yu, the power gap is too big. We can't fight him head on. Let him have the point. Yun Jiao was a bit confused, but she nodded in agreement. Got it. At the same time, Demon Face was quietly observing the two of them. How can they be so calm in this situation? Are they planning something? But he didn't hesitate for long. He grinned widely. Too bad. No matter what you're scheming, it's all useless. Immediately, another clone of Demon Face appeared. Without another word, Demon Face rushed in to attack. Unsurprisingly, he won again. Up above, Xie Yu didn't seem too worried about this. Good. Let's get to the next round. Just then, Xiao Huan's voice rang out again. The blue team remains calm. Luck is never absolute. If they go big on one round, who's to say they can't land on white? As soon as she finished speaking, the wheel started spinning again. Nothing changed for Xie Yu. He landed on blue again. He chose to roll one more time, but he landed on the blue equipment piece yet again. Xie Yu didn't stop, choosing to roll again and again, only to get blue every single time. You'd have to be really lucky to be this unlucky. He had re-rolled several times in a row and still only got blue. Xiao Huan couldn't help but sigh. Is this considered good luck or just terrible luck? The blue team has hit a blue item 10 times in a row now. Demon Face's advantage is growing, and the blue team can no longer fight back. Yun Jiao and Qin Yu were still trying their best to hold on. The people outside saw this and began to whisper and laugh. What's wrong with that guy? Is he only hitting blue or what? Xiao Huan, observing the match from the side, shouted with growing excitement. After several rounds, the blue team's situation is not looking good at all. Right now, Yun Zhao and her partner only have 2 drops of blood left, while Demon Face is completely unharmed. The outcome of today's battle seemed all too clear. From above the wheel, Shadowkill spoke in a cold voice. "It's the last round. Just accept your loss." Xie Yu let out a soft snort, smirking as he said, "Oh, really? What if I told you that all of this was under my control? What happens if you times win the next round?" Hearing his words, Xiao Huan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. What was that? How can the blue team still talk so arrogantly in a situation like this? But it's not like there's zero chance, unless they can land on the white space. The spectators outside didn't believe it for a second, starting to jeer and gossip again. Has this guy gone crazy because he knows he's lost? Does he still think he can turn this around? Demon Face, on the other hand, just smirked. So, Xiaoyu really is up to something. But that's fine. I don't care. With that thought, he made a suggestion. Shadow Kill. For the next round, go for the white zone. Shadow Kill replied hesitantly. But I'm not 100% sure I can do it, Demon Face suggested casually. Then just keep adding points until you can. On the other side, Qin Yu looked worriedly at Yun Zhao. Sister Yun Zhao, do we still have a chance to win? Yun Zhao frowned slightly and replied, when it really counts, you can still trust that guy. They had no other choice now. They could only rely on Xie Yu. At that moment, Xiao Huan shouted again. Is the blue team just stubbornly refusing to give up? Or do they really have a secret weapon? The most crucial round begins now. Xie Yu and Shadowkill leaped up once more, starting the final spin. The result this time was that Xie Yu, yet again, landed on blue. As for Shadowkill, he got a red equipment piece, same as before. The difference was that this time, both Xie Yu and Shadowkill chose to re-roll. Both of them seemed to be trying to spin a red item, but this time, Xie Yu still hit blue, and Shadowkill still hit red. They both chose to re-roll again. Xiao Huan, standing on the side, provided constant commentary. They've re-rolled several times in a row. The current point total has reached 6,400. It seems both sides are determined to achieve their goal in this final round. Xie Yu's face was full of determination. After this roll, there won't be any points left to re-roll. But Xie Yu's luck was truly awful. He still landed on the despair-inducing blue. But what shocked Xiao Huan was Shadowkill, because he had landed on the white equipment, breaking a record that nearly 100 people had failed to achieve. The crowd outside roared with applause when they saw this. Oh my god, Shadowkill did it. He got the white one. At this point, Xiao Huan couldn't help but click her tongue and sigh. What a shame. It looks like the match ends here. Next, we'll get to witness Lord Tian Huan's once-in-a-thousand-years move. Demon Face was also extremely pleased. Shadowkill is as reliable as ever. On the other side, Yun Zhao and her partner looked grim. The only one who remained completely calm was probably Xie Yu. He scoffed and said with a smirk, You really think I've lost for sure, huh? Watch closely. You always save the grand finale for last. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yu took something out. This was the item Tan Vu had given him earlier. Tan Fong had given it to her, telling her to use it to escape if her life was in danger. Hearing this, Masked Demon couldn't help but be surprised, and even Xiao Huan had no idea what Xie Yu was planning. While everyone was confused, Xie Yu shouted, Go, Tan Vu. Hearing that, she immediately took out a piece of Xie Yu's clothing, held it in her hand, and then yelled, Big brother, lend me your strength. The moment she finished speaking, Tan Vu's figure appeared on the turntable above, while Xie Yu returned to the battle below. Seeing this, Xiao Huan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? Unbelievable! The blue team just used a position-swapping skill. The crowd outside, however, was furious, starting to point and curse. Cheaters! Just give up already! I bet a fortune on Blood Moon. On Masked Demon's side, there wasn't a ripple of emotion. He just snorted coldly and said, So that's it. This was the moment you were waiting for, wasn't it? But so what if he figured it out? Did Xie Yu really think he could withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Joy Golden Toad? Seeing the Golden Toad appear, the crowd outside immediately erupted in cheers. Lord Golden Toad has appeared! Kill that arrogant little brat who doesn't know his place! Xie Yu was also a bit surprised. He never expected the turntable to have a prize this threatening. What a twist. But that doesn't mean he's going to lose. He spun twice each round, spending a total of 700 points. It wasn't that Xie Yu's luck was terrible, but that the points he had were only enough to exchange for those specific crystals. And here, crystals are Xie Yu's source of power. With that thought, he plunged his blade into the ground and shouted, Devour skill! Activate! Seeing this, Masked Demon couldn't help but snort in contempt. Knew you'd pull that trick. This is a level 98 Heavenly Joy Golden Toad. He said that even if Xie Yu could activate the same move he used to kill Kong Xing, it still wouldn't be enough to block this one attack. The moment Masked Demon finished speaking, the Heavenly Joy Golden Toad began its assault, and a ball of lightning appeared. Seeing this, Van Jiao cried out in worry, Xie Yu, Xiaoyu paid her no mind, still focusing on activating his skill. He snorted coldly. Beating Kongxing was 2 weeks ago. The me from back then is long gone. Thankfully, Tanvu's appearance helped him achieve his goal for coming to the trading market today. Before long, the devouring process was complete. Xiaoyu's attribute points skyrocketed in an instant. But he wasn't done. Xiaoyu took out another crystal. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. And I still have this new crystal I got earlier. I saved one just in case. Using this will boost me another 5%. Immediately after, Xiaoyu launched his attack. With a thunderous boom, the two powerful streams of energy collided. He actually managed to block it, with shockwaves continuously radiating through the air. Seeing this, Xiao Huan exclaimed excitedly, "The blue team has unleashed a massive skill, stopping Lord Heavenly Joy's lightning strike. It only lasts for 5 seconds. If they can keep holding on, the blue team might actually win." The crowd outside, on the other hand, was in a complete panic, shouting in disbelief, "How is this possible? Did this brat hack the system? How does he have such a powerful weapon?" In the middle of the battle, Xiaoyu was still struggling to hold on, his knees buckling. He bit his lip hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. So this is the power of a level 98? Seeing this, Van Jiao rushed forward. She stood beside Xiaoyu, helping him brace against the attack. Van Jiao said defiantly, "Can't let you have all the fun." Xiaoyu didn't look over, just warned in a low voice, "Be careful, this attack is insane." Outside, Xiao Huan saw this and cried out in amazement, "The blue team continues to surprise us. Both sides are giving it their all." Masked Demon, however, was not pleased at all and snorted coldly. To think that even this couldn't kill Xiaoyu. Immediately after, he activated his clone. This was the best chance to strike Xiaoyu, an opportunity he couldn't possibly miss. Realizing this, Xiaoyu yelled, "Van Jiao, we're out of time. We have to risk it all." "Got it," Van Jiao replied with a slight nod. The two quickly poured all their energy into their defense. Xiaoyu bit his lip hard, furious, and roared, "Get the hell back!" The moment he spoke, a heaven-shaking boom erupted, forcing a startled masked demon to retreat. The sight was blindingly brilliant, making the crowd outside go wild with excitement. Masked Demon and his clone could only stand on the periphery, held back by the shockwave's impact. Masked Demon was seething internally. He couldn't believe Xiaoyu had actually managed to resist. He snorted resentfully, "I can do that too. This Masked Demon isn't weaker than anyone." Immediately after, he raised his sword to block the incoming shockwave. However, the lightning and Xiaoyu's energy were too powerful, making Masked Demon's expression turn even uglier. The tables have suddenly turned, causing Xiao Huan to shout excitedly, "The battle is getting intense. The Heavenly Joy Golden Toad has also stopped its lightning strike. What will be the final outcome of today's battle?" Over here, Xiaoyu and Van Jiao are weakened, but they managed to protect their last drop of blood. On the other hand, Masked Demon's side has lost 1 drop of blood. Seeing this, Xiao Huan announced, "In that case, the winner has been decided." But as soon as the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Because Masked Demon was now slumped against a rock wall, his breathing incredibly weak. He cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it." Seeing this, Shadowkill spoke up, "Cut the crap. In the next round, if we can get a healing crystal, we can still win this." On the other side, Xiaoyu shouted, "Tanvu!" Tanvu nodded slightly. "I understand." As she finished speaking, she threw something towards Shadowkill. Confused, Shadowkill reached out and caught it, but before he could understand what was happening, his body began to flicker. The next moment, Shadowkill was teleported down to the battlefield below, while Masked Demon was sent up to the turntable. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smug grin. Then, he and Van Jiao slowly advanced on Shadowkill. He spoke in an ice-cold voice, "Shadowkill, we meet again. Judging by your skills, I'm guessing you're not suited for direct combat, are you?" Shadowkill knew this was true. Although he was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I forfeit." Xiao Huan cried out, slightly surprised. Shadowkill has forfeited. In that case, the winner of today's battle has been decided. Seeing this, the crowd outside was completely stunned. Because they had bet their entire fortunes on the Blood Moon Guild, a loss meant they were finished. Tanvu was overjoyed, cheering excitedly. "That was amazing, big brother." The final victory belonged to Xiaoyu and Van Jiao's team. The battle was officially over, and the 3 of them were teleported back. Tanvu quickly supported Van Jiao, asking worriedly, "Sister Van Jiao, are you okay?" Van Jiao shook her head slightly. "I'm fine, it's just a small wound." Xiaoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. "That was dangerous. I'm glad we still managed to win." At the same time, Shadowkill and his partner also returned. Shadowkill quickly spoke up, "Masked Demon, let's go." Masked Demon was still furious. He glared at Xiaoyu with a warning, "You just wait." And with that, the 2 of them disappeared. Immediately, Xiao Huan shouted, "And now, let's give them a huge round of applause from everyone." However, contrary to her wishes, The people watching on the screens were furious about losing their money. A constant stream of curses and insults rang out, each one nastier than the last. Xiao Huan couldn't help but mutter in confusion. This isn't quite how I imagined it would go. But Xie Yu didn't care at all. He just snorted coldly. Curse all you want. I'm the one who won. Anyway, just then, someone walked in from outside, chuckling softly. A very impressive win. Hearing the voice, Xie Yu glanced over and saw a purple-haired woman walking in with someone else. The woman smiled cheerfully and said, "Thanks to you all, our Golden Toad Guild made quite a profit." Seeing her, Xiao Huan excitedly cried out, "Vice Guild Master, you came too? Little Huanzi did a good job as MC, right?" The Vice Guild Master nodded slightly. "Of course, our little Huanzi is the best." Xie Yu looked at the woman, confused, not knowing who she was. Fan Jiao slowly explained, "They say the Vice Guild Master of the Golden Toad Guild doesn't have much combat power, but she's the strategist who single-handedly built the guild into the powerhouse it is today. People call her Pink Fan Zijin Qiang." Xie Yu nodded slightly and glanced at the Vice President. "Vice President, the battle is over. I think we should take our leave now. Big guilds are always a pain. I gotta get out of here, fast." However, the Vice President proposed, "Letting our esteemed guests leave like this is not the way of the Golden Toad Guild. You're all injured. Would it be possible for you to stay and recuperate in our guild's fairy spring before you go?" Hearing this, Xiao Huan exclaimed in surprise. "The fairy spring is our guild's secret place." The Vice President replied calmly, "Their victory brought us a huge profit. It's what you call one good turn deserves another." But Xie Yu didn't think so. He believed this woman definitely had other motives. So, he tactfully declined. "Actually, we're not that seriously injured." But before he could finish his sentence, Yun Jiao smacked him on the head and scolded, "Idiot! Is there anything more important than the Golden Toad Guild's fairy spring?" Then Yun Jiao said nonchalantly, "I heard the fairy spring here can restore stamina and even increase attribute points. Qin Yu, you should come too. Get some to bring back for your brother and sister Shang." Hearing this, the Vice President gestured, "Then, please follow me." Xie Yu had no other choice but to follow. He just hoped they wouldn't cause any more trouble. A while later, at the Golden Toad's fairy spring, Xie Yu was soaking himself. "My wounds are gradually healing." But he didn't know if these strange scars would heal, and he just couldn't figure it out. Xie Yu could only sigh. "Well, I'll stop thinking about it. I'm just going to enjoy this big pool for now." But just as he finished that thought, Yun Jiao's irritated voice came from behind him. "Big what? What did you say was big?" Xie Yu looked up and saw Yun Jiao and Qin Yu walking in wearing swimsuits, which almost made him have a nosebleed. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Why are you dressed like that? You scared the hell out of me." Yun Jiao stepped into the pool, huffed coldly, and said, "What do you mean dressed like that? Shouldn't you wear a swimsuit to a pool? How much did we make today?" Xie Yu checked for a moment before answering. "A total of 99,480 points. That's 33,000 points each." He said that without Qin Yu, this battle would have been much harder, but her brother had tried to kill him before, and he couldn't easily forget that. Once Qin Feng recovers, Xie Yu will definitely seek him out to settle that debt. Hearing this, Qin Yu had no objections. She thanked Xie Yu for giving her the points and promised firmly, "I will definitely bring him to you to atone for his actions." With that, she turned and ran off. "I've collected the fairy spring water, so I'll be heading back first. Thank you, brother Xie Yu and sister Yun Jiao. I will definitely repay you too." Yun Jiao told her to be careful on her way, then turned back to look at Xie Yu, pouting sarcastically. "How come I never noticed before that you have quite a backbone? And what are those things on your body? Tattoos?" Xie Yu shook his head and retorted, "No, these are scars from a tough battle I fought before." But just as he finished speaking, a voice from behind startled them both. "Those aren't scars. Haven't you figured out your situation yet, Xie Yu?" The person who had arrived was the Vice President. She smirked and said, "Those beautiful patterns are actually from the devouring sigil of the Extreme Ring." Xie Yu couldn't help but frown, asking skeptically, "The Extreme Ring? What's that?" The Vice President slowly explained, "The Extreme Ring is an incredibly rare weapon. Its power can even defy the rules of this game." She said that 2 years ago, a player appeared who, relying on the Extreme Ring, gained enough strength to rival the 4 great guilds, and the weapon in Xie Yu's hand and the sigil on his body were no different from that person's. Hearing this, Yun Jiao understood the situation and nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. No wonder this guy is so strong." The Vice President gently shook her head, walked over, and touched the strange patterns on Xie Yu's body. She spoke slowly, "But the power of the Extreme Ring, though mighty, is merely fleeting." Hearing this, Xie Yu frowned in confusion and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" The Vice President didn't answer right away, slowly suggesting, "Why don't you open your status window and take a look?" At her words, Xie Yu opened his status window in confusion, but his eyes soon widened in shock because his health bar was showing signs of being burned away. The Vice President slowly explained, "With great power comes a great price. Your current situation is identical to that other person's. Your HP is progressively blackening. Once your HP is completely blackened, your life will also end. Yun Jiao cried out in alarm. How can that be? Is there no way to cure it? The vice president calmly replied. It's not entirely hopeless. Beneath the S-rank fortress lies the sacred healing dragon scale of the Crimson Forged Dragon's domain, which has the effect of purging the blackening. However, the Crimson Forged Dragon's domain has been occupied by the Blood Moon Guild, and the S-rank fortress is full of monsters. With your current strength, obtaining the sacred healing dragon scale is impossible. Hearing this, the fear in Xie Yu's eyes grew. Seeing his reaction, the vice president spoke again to reassure him. But there's no need to despair. Why don't you consider joining our Golden Toad Guild? We can arrange a trade for the Sacred Healing Dragon Scale. Xie Yu frowned slightly. This woman had planned this whole enticement scheme from the moment she invited them here. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke seriously. Thank you very much for the offer, but this is all too sudden. Could you give me some time to think about it? A faint smile on her face, the vice president said cryptically. No matter what you choose, I have high expectations for your future performance. You might just be the one to turn a new page for this boring game. Thank you for your understanding, Madam Vice President. Xie Yu didn't show much of a reaction, giving a casual reply before ducking back under the water. Above, Yun Jiao watched him with concern, not knowing how to comfort him. In truth, Xie Yu had already guessed that this abnormal power wasn't so simple. If his life was going to be cut short, then he had to earn 100 million points before that happened. The next day, at the marketplace area, Xie Yu was still fast asleep when someone started poking something at his nose, trying to wake him up. Xie Yu, wake up. Startled awake, Xie Yu grumbled angrily. Who the hell is ruining my beauty sleep so early in the morning? But when he opened his eyes, he saw a scantily clad Xiao Huan lying on his bed, raising an eyebrow with a smile. It's morning. You've been asleep for a whole day. A girl climbing into my bed first thing in the morning. Xie Yu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly jumped away, demanding in a panic, "What are you doing in my bed?" Xiao Huan frowned at him and asked quizzically, "Did you forget everything that happened last night?" Hearing this, Xie Yu became even more confused. What other horrifying thing happened last night? Seeing his silence, Xiao Huan sighed and explained, "Last night, after you all went to the fairy spring, you fell asleep there. In the end, it was Lady Jin Qiang who told me to bring you back to your room to sleep comfortably." With that, she suddenly crawled closer to Xie Yu, raising her eyebrows with a suggestive smile. "Actually, I have some good news for you." Hearing this, Xie Yu asked in confusion, "What news?" With a soft chuckle, Xiao Huan slowly explained, "I received intel that a former member of our guild, the eccentric Brit, has appeared in the eastern district of the marketplace." Xie Yu didn't know this person at all and asked again, "The eccentric Brit? Who's that?" Xiao Huan lowered her voice. "He's an eccentric who's obsessed with researching weapons and items. His whereabouts were unknown after he left the guild, but he suddenly reappeared recently. Moreover, he has the item you need, the sacred healing dragon scale." Before Xie Yu could even get excited, someone else entered and said, "Well, isn't that just perfect?" The newcomer was Yun Jiao. She suggested eagerly, "Let's go to that night market. I've been wanting to check out the Golden Toad's night market for ages." Hearing this, Xiao Huan hesitated and asked, "The night market isn't a place just anyone can go. The Golden Toad Guild turns a blind eye to it because of financial issues. Are you sure you want to go there?" Xie Yu nodded in agreement. "Besides, because of that bet the other day, I'm afraid a lot of people are targeting me. And there's Blood Moon. I'm sure those guys haven't given up yet. You said Van Jiao didn't need to get involved in something so dangerous that you could just handle it alone." Hearing that, Van Jiao suddenly froze. In the past, someone else had said the same thing to her. "Van Jiao, it's dangerous. Run. I can handle this by myself." Van Jiao took a deep breath, snapping out of the memory, and immediately lunged forward. Another familiar times thwack times echoed. Tavu's head now had another lump, courtesy of Van Jiao. She scolded him resentfully. "Idiot. What nonsense are you spouting? Without me, you'd have died and been reincarnated several times by now." Even though they ran into danger every time, they always managed to turn the tables and come out safe, usually with their pockets full in the end. Besides, Van Jiao wasn't the type to just abandon her partner. Hearing that, Tavu glanced at her, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "All right, I get it. Let's get ready to go." Seeing that they had made up their minds, Tiahuan didn't try to dissuade them anymore. She nodded and said with a smile, "Since that's settled, could you deliver a letter to Brit the Freak for me? I'll give you these disguise cloaks as a token of my gratitude." That evening, in the eastern district of the night market, it was living up to its reputation as a bustling hub. The shouts of vendors were endless, selling all sorts of things. Anything you could imagine, even shady deals were being made. Tavu and Van Jiao, wearing their disguise cloaks, quietly slipped in. Taking in the scene, Tavu couldn't help but remark, "This place isn't half bad, huh?" Hearing this, Van Jiao snapped resentfully, Not bad, my ass. Hurry up and find the guy we're looking for, and try not to cause any more trouble. Tavu gave a slight nod. Relax, I'll be careful this time. With that, he took out the photo Tiohoan had given him. He then sighed in resignation. With just one blurry photo, finding someone in this black market was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Van Jiao heard him and snapped, "Idiot. Why didn't you ask for more details before we left? We've been searching for almost 2 hours now." Just then, a loud voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Hey, mister, you look pretty bummed out." Tavu turned to see a blonde kid with his hands on his hips, looking at him. The kid spoke confidently. "You've run into some kind of tough problem, haven't you?" Tavu squinted at the kid and scoffed. "Yeah, so what? What can a little punk like you do to help?" The blonde kid boasted with extreme confidence. "They call me Fei-Zi, the kid. I know everything that goes on around here, famous all over this black market. As long as the pay is good, there's nothing I can't solve." Van Jiao heard this and leaned close to Tavu's ear, whispering, "Continuing to search like this isn't getting us anywhere. Why don't we just give him a try?" Tavu hesitated for a long moment before finally taking out the photo and showing it to Fei-Zi. "Have you ever seen this person in the night market?" he asked hesitantly. Fei-Zi actually knew him. He winked and grinned. "Oh, that's Brit the Freak. I noticed him the moment he stepped into the black market a week ago. For 100 points, I can take you to him." Van Jiao immediately countered, 50 points. "Or we'll find him ourselves." Fei-Zi heard this and yelled resentfully, "Who haggles like that? Final price, 80 points." Van Jiao replied coldly, "Say one more word and it's 40. In the end, under Van Jiao's pressure, Fei-Zi compromised at 80 points and led the two to a base inside the black market. Van Jiao scanned the area, then muttered in confusion, "This place is a real dump," Fei-Zi slowly explained. "After Brit the Freak paid a high price to buy this place, he's the one who trashed it into this state." Tavu couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "You haven't set up some kind of trap up ahead to trick us, have you?" Fei-Zi heard that and yelled indignantly, "Fei-Zi, the kid is famous for his honesty in this black market, you know." While they were bickering, the door in front of them was suddenly pulled open by a hand. Van Jiao, startled, spoke up, "Someone's coming out. It's really him, Brit the Freak." Tavu looked towards the door, but when he saw the person in front of him, he was completely shocked. A man in armor emerged, carrying a massive gun on his shoulder. This was Brit the Freak. Brit looked over at Fei-Zi and snorted, "You little imp, it's you again? I already told you, I don't need a guide. If you come bother me again." As he spoke, he slammed the gun down from his shoulder, making a deafening noise. Brit warned coldly, "The next thing thrown into that dump will be you." Hearing this, Van Jiao frowned and asked, "Are you talking about this kid?" But as she finished speaking, she saw Fei-Zi already hiding in the distance. She grumbled, "You're really that much of a coward?" Fei-Zi explained, trembling, that she just didn't know how terrifying Brit the Freak was. At that moment, Tavu walked up to Brit and spoke hesitantly, "Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time?" Brit refused without a shred of hesitation. "I'm very busy right now, don't bother me." Tavu sighed in resignation. Just as expected, this guy was not easy to approach. Thinking fast, he quickly shouted, "Wait! Tiohoan sent me to find you!" Those words made Brit stop in his tracks. He glanced at Tavu and muttered through clenched teeth, "You said, Tiohoan? Ah, that cunning woman." Time and time again. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, looking absolutely furious. Brit turned and glared at him, demanding aggressively, "What did she send you here for? What's going on? Aren't they supposed to be good friends?" Brit snorted, then yelled coldly, "Tiohoan, damn it! Don't you dare think you can ruin my plans for the black market this time." With that, he threw a punch. Seeing Brit getting angrier, Tavu said in a panic, "Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I'm here to trade for the sacred dragon scale item with you." The moment he said that, Brit's fist stopped right in front of his face. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. After a long pause, Brit finally pulled his fist back, muttering uncertainly, "The sacred dragon scale?" Tavu nodded slightly and said calmly, "That's right. Name your price in points." Brit stared at him, stunned, but then he turned and went back inside his house. He said coldly, "I'm not interested in points." Tavu was baffled. Before he could even collect his thoughts, Brit spoke again. "However, if you can beat me with this." A spark of hope ignited in Tavu, but then a motorcycle engine appeared in front of him. Brit said flatly, "I might consider giving you the sacred dragon scale." Tavu was shocked. "What the hell is this? A motorcycle?" Brit slowly explained. "The Extreme Speed Race tournament is being held tomorrow night. If you can beat me, the sacred dragon scale is yours." Tavu frowned, silent for a moment. He didn't know what this guy was thinking, but he had nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, Tavu yelled defiantly, "You've got a deal." But at that exact moment, Brit suddenly clenched his fist and snarled, "If there's nothing else, then get the hell out." The moment he finished speaking, he lashed out. Tavu didn't have time to react and was sent flying backward. Van Jiao rushed over to check on him, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Fei-Zi, on the other hand, was gloating. "See? I called it. I knew you wouldn't even last 5 minutes before getting kicked out. All right, time to pay up. But Tavu suddenly spoke up. Wait, Faisy, there's something else I need your help with. Faisy grinned smugly. Oh, something else you need? See? Now you know how useful I am, don't you? Tavu said nonchalantly. You know how to register for the extreme speed race tomorrow night, right? Faisy pouted. For that tournament, you have to bring your own race vehicle. A single bike on the black market costs at least 8,000 points. Does a guy like you have that kind of money? Tavu was a little surprised, asking doubtfully, 8,000 points? That's it? Sounds pretty standard. Faizy's eyes immediately lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, Big bro! You really have that much cash? Then let's enter the competition together. Tavu asked, surprised. You want to join too? Faizy raised an eyebrow and grinned. That's the part you don't know. The extreme speed race isn't just about speed on the track. You also need a navigator in the back. Van Jiao, tired of listening to the kids rambling, pulled Tavu away. Let's go. This brat is obviously just after your points. Seeing them about to leave, Faizy ran over, hugged Tavu's leg, and pleaded, I'm not after your money. If you don't believe me, I'll even do it for free. Tavu was stunned. This kid doesn't seem like a bad person, does he? And we are in a tight spot right now. So you agree. All right, I'll trust you for now. We should get ready for the race. Hearing this, Phi 2 immediately grinned and said, Yes, boss. Your humble servant Phi 2 will go through hell and high water to help you win this race. After reaching an agreement, the three of them went to another place. Phi 2 told Tavu and the other person everything he knew. Van Jiao frowned slightly and mumbled, So that's how it is. Does that mean the only way to get the Longlan Holy Edict is to challenge Brit the Freak? Tavu nodded slightly and replied, That's right. Phi 2, who was walking ahead, chimed in, Let me tell you, beating Brit the Freak isn't going to be that simple. In the extreme speed rankings, no one has managed to surpass the top-ranked person for the past few years. Rumor has it that Brit the Freak is joining this race because he wants to break Kokwei's record. Tavu looked puzzled when he heard that name. Seeing his reaction, Phi 2 couldn't help but be surprised. You don't even know who Kokwei is? He's the legendary figure who single-handedly fought against the 4 great guilds back in the day. Tavu's eyes narrowed. Could he be the player with the oddly extreme ring that the Vice Guild leader mentioned? Phi 2 then sighed and said, Anyway, this guy is seriously strong. If Brit the Freak's target is him, then he must have made some preparations. Van Jiao couldn't help but worry when she heard that. Looks like this is going to be pretty tough. Tavu didn't seem to care much, speaking casually. If we lose, we just lose the points it took to buy a car. Let's take the gamble. But at that moment, Phi 2 exclaimed excitedly, What are you talking about? Losing? With a genius navigator like me, you two can just relax. A little later, Phi 2 led them to a racing car dealership. The kid led the way inside. As he walked, Phi 2 explained, The race cars here are all sold semi-automatically. Just pay with points, and you'll find it in your inventory. Tavu took a look around, then his eyes landed on a car as he praised it. This one doesn't look half bad. Phi 2 snorted coldly and said, Boss, you can't just judge by looks. Let me help you with this. But just then, a voice suddenly called from behind. Little Phi 2, the kid jumped, and even Tavu was surprised, wondering who had arrived. When they turned their heads, they saw 3 women approaching. The red-haired woman in the middle looked at Phi 2 and said with a smile, So, there you are. I've been looking for you all day. What are you doing at a car dealership? The people around them started whispering when they saw the group. It's the Red Scale Racing Team. We should get out of here, avoid any trouble. Tavu frowned when he heard that. The Red Scale Team? Who's that? Ignoring everyone's reactions, the red-haired woman spoke again. Little Phi 2, the extreme speed race is about to start. What are you still doing messing around out here? Hurry back and wash and maintain the team's cars. Phi 2 sulked, frowning and biting his lip as he said, Hongdium, I'm sorry, but I'm also participating in the extreme speed race this time. I don't have time to do your support work anymore. The woman named Hongdium shouted in displeasure when she heard that. What did you say? A little brat like you wants to compete? With that, she walked over and grabbed Phi 2 by the collar, yanking him closer. She spoke with contempt. Don't be ridiculous. If you're going to make an excuse, at least make it a believable one. What kind of idiot would want to team up with someone like you who has 0 competition experience? Van Jiao glanced at Tavu and said jokingly, I think that idiot is you. Tavu wanted to argue but didn't know how. At that moment, Phi 2 retorted defiantly, You clearly said at the beginning that if I just helped with logistics for a month, I could become a navigator. But I've been your errand boy for half a year now. Hearing this, Tavu understood the situation, so it was a scam. But Hongdium didn't see it that way. She snorted coldly and scolded, Stop being so ungrateful. If our team hadn't taken you in, do you think you could have survived in this black market? With that, Hongdium pushed Phi 2 to the ground and stepped on the kid's face. Seeing this, Tavu couldn't help but sigh. Why does this feel so familiar? Hong Diem kept her foot on Fitu's face and said coldly, "There's no shortage of little imps like you in this game. If we kill you, a new bunch will show up tomorrow, begging us for a chance." Just then, a pair of hands grabbed hold. Her leg. It was Xie Yu. He squeezed lightly, and Hong Diem's leg immediately started to tremble. He snorted coldly, "Hey now, lady, you shouldn't be throwing your legs around like that, especially not to kick other people." Wincing in pain, Hong Diem got angry and asked through gritted teeth, "Who the hell is this brat?" Xie Yu wasn't flustered. He calmly replied, "Listen up, I'm little Fei Zi's racer." Hearing this, Hong Diem scoffed and sneered contemptuously. "So you're that idiot? Don't tell me he scammed you and you still don't even know it?" Xie Yu ignored the taunt, smirking as he said, "Sorry, but I'm an inexperienced racer too. Isn't that a perfect match?" He said he didn't care what beef they had, but until tomorrow's extreme speed race was over, they were not to lay a finger on Fei Zi. This infuriated the two women beside Hong Diem. They immediately drew their weapons, gritting their teeth as they said, "You've got a lot of nerve, messing with our red scale team. You got a death wish or something?" But before they could make a move, Hong Diem gave an order. "Stop, we're leaving." With that, she turned and left. Xie Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Leaving just like that? Weren't we gonna go for 800 rounds? After the three of them left, Yunjiao walked over and tapped Fei Zi on the head. She questioned him in a cold voice. "Kid, it looks like you've been hiding quite a few secrets from us." Fei Zi lowered his head and explained in a quiet voice. "I'm sorry," I lied. "The truth is, I'm not some amazing navigator. I'm just a logistics staffer for the Red Scale team." At this, the kid clenched his fists, his tone becoming firm. "I've always dreamed of being a navigator. I really want to participate in the extreme speed race." Just then, Xie Yu walked up and held out his hand to Fei Zi. He chuckled and said, "You idiot, did you misunderstand something? I already told you. I'm the one who asked you to guide me in the race. As for whether you're a great navigator or not, I don't care." Hearing this, Fei Zi nodded happily. "Got it, big bro." Elsewhere, after Hong Diem left, she contacted someone. Hong Diem spoke maliciously. "You remember the Jin Chan bet a few days ago, right? Wasn't there some brat who pissed off a lot of people back then?" The person she was referring to was Xi Yu. After that, a bounty with a sky-high price for him appeared on the black market's underground network. Hong Diem smirked and said, "If our teams join forces in tomorrow's extreme speed race, that prize money might just be ours." The next evening, at the night market racetrack, flashing lights illuminated the entire area. A clear voice rang out. "Boys and girls, good evening, everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd in the stands immediately erupted in excited cheers. A female MC in a short skirt and sexy black stockings stood in the center. She announced clearly, "Welcome to the 42nd Extreme Speed Race. I'm your host, Jia Gay, and tonight I'll be bringing you an incredible live broadcast of the race." At the starting line, a group of racers on their vehicles were ready to hit the gas. Ye Gay raised an eyebrow and introduced, "Tonight we also have two mysterious contestants. Not long ago, they powerfully defeated the Blood Moon Guild at the Jin Chan Casino. You could call them the supernovas of our Jin Chan city." The two people Ye Gay mentioned were Xie Yu and Yun Jiao, who were also ready on their race vehicles. Xie Yu glanced at Yun Jiao and said, "Yun Jiao, I'm counting on you again this time." Smiling, Yun Jiao winked and said, "Don't mention it. I wanted to try racing a bit anyway. Besides, as long as I help you win, you'll pay back my race entry points, right?" Xie Yu nodded slightly. "Of course," Fei Zi also chimed in through the screen. "Big bro, you remember everything I told you, right?" Xie Yu replied casually. "Of course I do, but what's with those dark circles under your eyes?" Fei Zi laughed excitedly. "I'm fine. I just stayed up all night memorizing the route map. Trust me, I've never lost an extreme speed race." While Xie Yu's group was talking, they didn't notice someone was watching them. Two goons on a motorcycle behind them smirked and said, "So that's Xie Yu? That guy's bounty is ours." At the same time, Hong Diem also drove up. Hearing the two men talking, she chimed in, "Hey bros, don't be in such a hurry. A hunt is more fun when you savor it slowly." Once everyone was ready, Ye Gay spoke up again. "Besides those two contestants, don't forget our main event tonight. The one who has consistently dominated third place in extreme speed. The contestant considered most likely to surpass the frontrunners. He is the freak, Brit." As soon as he said that, the camera immediately panned to Brit sitting on his enormous vehicle. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes in that direction. He had to win. Just then, Jia Ji shouted again, "Before the race starts, I'll go over the rules one more time. Racers can only use pre-registered, standard-compliant vehicles and equipment. If any danger arises during the race, contestants can use the emergency escape device on their wrist to forcibly exit the track." Hearing this, Xie Yu glanced at his wrist. After the rules were announced, Jia Ji spoke again. "Well then, without further ado, I now declare, the race has begun." As soon as she finished speaking, the roar of engines erupted. The race vehicles charged majestically toward the teleportation gate up ahead. Xiaoyu also slowly accelerated. The moment he passed through the teleportation gate, the surrounding scenery changed. Fei Zi immediately spoke up through the screen. "Big bro, the road ahead is a long straightaway. Speed up and put some distance between you and the others." But before he could even take off, someone was already approaching from behind. Xiaoyu frowned slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. A brawny guy carrying a flaming club approached Xiaoyu's position. He laughed smugly. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Xiaoyu knew that woman would cause trouble during the race. He just didn't expect her to find helpers. Over on Yun Jiao's side, a similar goon was causing trouble. Seeing this, Fei Zi shouted a reminder. "Big sis Yun, bank right, toward 2 o'clock." Hearing this, Yun Jiao snorted coldly and warned, "Call me big sis again and I'll sew your mouth shut." The moment she spoke, she leaned her vehicle to one side, the wheels creating a shower of sparks as they scraped the road. Hong Diem, chasing from behind, slowly opened her mouth to speak. "Snake Brothers, cover me. It's not your time to shine yet." She said she'd spent a lot of points to get an inside staffer from the organization to tamper with Xiaoyu's equipment. In other words, you can't escape. At this, Hong Diem curled her lip into a contemptuous smile, joining the extreme speed race while lugging around a heavy, great sword. "This stupid kid is still too green. Well then, let the hunt begin." As soon as she finished speaking, she aimed her gun at Xiaoyu. In an instant, a hail of bullets began to assault Xiaoyu and his partner. Yun Jiao glanced at Xiaoyu and shouted, "Their firepower is too strong." Xiaoyu was also worried. He quickly asked, "Little Fei Zi, is there any way to pull away from them?" Fei Zi thought in silence. Xiaoyu's vehicle wasn't fast enough to escape them. The kid remembered this track appearing in the 22nd round. The champion back then was Shoudo Dadao, if it were him. Thinking of this, Fei Zi suddenly realized something. The kid hurriedly shouted, "Big bro!" In 10 seconds, accelerate and jump. Xiaoyu and Yun Jiao nodded slightly, but in front of them was a sharp turn, making Yun Jiao ask in confusion, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? That's a sharp turn up ahead. There's no time to explain, just trust me," Fei Zi urged. And 10 seconds later, the kid shouted, "Now!" Although Xiaoyu and Yun Jiao were confused, they ultimately hit the gas and jumped off the track. This scene left Hong Diem, who was chasing from behind, utterly bewildered. Just then, she witnessed an astonishing sight. A piercing screech rang out as their wheels slid a long way across the ground, and Shiyu's team landed safely, successfully entering a hidden passage. Fei Zi quickly explained, "This hidden passage can buy you guys at least 10 seconds. Use this chance to leave them behind." But Xiaoyu just smirked and said, "Leave them behind? I don't need to." Meanwhile, Hong Diem's group of 3 had also given chase. Hong Diem accelerated while gritting her teeth and cursing, "Damn it! That bastard actually found the hidden passage. Let's speed up. We'll cut them off at the next intersection." The 2 beside her heard this and nodded, but before they could even hit the gas, the sound of a screeching tire cut through the air. It was Xiaoyu, flying through the air, scoffing as he spoke. No need to make things so complicated. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward fiercely, slashing down with his blade without a moment's hesitation. One of the women's bikes was sliced in half. That bitch immediately panicked, frantically pressing the device in her hand for an emergency eject. But Yun Jiao appeared just in time, snatching the gun from the woman's hand. She smirked and said, "Then leave this behind for me to play with." Seeing this, Hong Yan roared in anger, "Damn it, you cunning little brat." Then, she frantically fired at the 2 of them. Unfortunately for her, Xiaoyu and Yun Jiao skillfully dodged. Their fight was, of course, being broadcast live. Announcer Jia, watching from the outside, made the commentary truly spectacular. The Red Scale team seems to have run into Xiaoyu. The 2 sides don't seem to be chasing speed, but are tangled up in a fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, the freak Brit has dropped to last place. It's really unusual, but he doesn't know that Brit is just warming up. Back in the day, Gugui not only took first place, but also eliminated every other racer in that competition. If he could do it, Brit believed that he could too. Thinking of this, he pressed a few buttons on his bike. And then, under everyone's horrified gazes, bullets started destroying everything, including people. With a massive boom, smoke and fire erupted madly. Not only that, but the attack also contained bone-chilling ice, burning on one side and freezing on the other. In just a moment, the entire track was engulfed in waves of energy. The freak Brit strode casually through the track without meeting any obstacles. Up ahead, Xiaoyu was still dealing with that crew when he noticed Brit charging towards him. He immediately grew anxious. He hadn't expected him to be so fast. At the same time, Hong Yan laughed smugly. "Brat, let's see how long you can last." Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned ugly. This would form a pincer attack. Before he could even figure out how to deal with the woman in front of him, Brit launched his attack from behind. 2 projectiles flew out from the rear of his bike. Yun Jiao saw them and screamed in panic. Seeing the 2 of them trapped, Hong Yan laughed even more smugly. "Ha ha! Go to hell!" Xiaoyu scowled fiercely. "What do I do? At this speed, they'll catch up to me in no time. In this life or death situation, Fei Zi yelled out, "Big bro, if you keep this up, you won't survive the race." Yun Jiao, there's a corner up ahead. We can only risk it with this move. Yun Jiao immediately nodded in reply. Got it. Instantly, the two of them accelerated to maximum speed. The roar of the engines quickly echoed out, and in a flash, the two of them caught up to Hong Yan in front. Hong Yan was startled at first, but she quickly recovered. She smirked and said, "Trying to speed past me? That'll just make it easier for me to take your life." But just then, Xie Yu's blade scraped against the ground. He leaned over at a 45-degree angle, dodging the bullets Hong Yan fired. Yun Jiao was no exception. She performed the same maneuver, dodging the attack from Hong Yan's underling. Announcer Jia, watching the intense battle from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Xie Yu and Shen Yun Jiao are forcefully accelerating through the curve." Yun Jiao's moves are incredibly slick, making everyone watch in admiration. Xie Yu is now in the lead, having left Hong Yan's crew behind. But Hong Yan wasn't panicking either. She just grinned maliciously and said, "So what if you passed me? Now you've just become a living shield." But Xie Yu didn't back down, retorting with a pout, "We'll see who the shield is." As soon as he said that, Hong Yan realized two projectiles were heading straight for her. It was only then that she realized she'd been tricked. She gritted her teeth in anger as, with a boom, a huge explosion went off behind her. Yun Jiao and Xie Yu had surged ahead. That musclehead on the other team saw that Hong Yan was defeated and sneered contemptuously. "So that overconfident woman is done for, huh? Now we can have the prize money all to ourselves. Brat, I'm coming to party with you." Just as Xie Yu and his partner escaped Hong Yan's crew, they ran into these two. What a pain. Xie Yu glanced at Yun Jiao and suggested, "Let's use the same trick on them." Yun Jiao nodded slightly, showing she understood. Just then, the musclehead's flaming club swung at them. Xie Yu didn't dare be careless, raising his blade to block. The musclehead laughed with extreme smugness. "Brat, when it comes to close-quarters combat racing, I've never lost to anyone." His crony also began his attack, throwing a few grenades towards Xie Yu and his partner. They quickly dodged. With a boom, an explosion rang out. Not letting their guard down, Xie Yu yelled a warning. "Yun Jiao, get out of the way!" Yun Jiao also hurriedly leaned her bike to evade. The musclehead was focused on attacking Xie Yu's pair when he suddenly noticed something. It was Brit, charging up from behind. His massive bike barreled straight towards the two of them. Seeing this, they panicked and used their emergency ejects to get away. Announcer Jia saw this scene and excitedly reported, "The freak Brit is unstoppable. The Great Tusk team has been eliminated." At the same time, Fei Zi cheered happily. "Awesome, big bro. This is the rhythm. Next, let's go with Plan B's route." Xie Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Route B? Got it." After taking out those two, Brit snorted in contempt. "They're all too weak." Up ahead, as Yun Jiao was moving, she suddenly noticed a trap in front of them. Xie Yu saw it too. He frowned in surprise. When was this set up? But the mines on the ground didn't wait for him to react. They exploded, sending Xie Yu into a panic. Both Xie Yu and Yun Jiao were thrown by the explosion. After steadying himself, Xie Yu looked worriedly towards Yun Jiao. Announcer Jia, watching from the outside, couldn't help but click his tongue and remark, "Yun Jiao and Xie Yu charged forward bravely all this way, but in the end, they still couldn't overcome the attack of the freak Brit. Just like that, they fell into the sea." On the outside, Hong Yan had been watching the race ever since she ejected. After seeing Xie Yu's pair get taken down, she immediately walked over to Fei Zi. She taunted him. "So that brat still lost in the end. And thanks to you, my bike got wrecked. When we get off this track, I won't let you off, you little punk." But as soon as she finished, Fei Zi scoffed, "Who said we lost?" Back before the race, Fitu told Tavu and the others that there were many hidden tracks in the extreme rush, and finding an advantageous hidden track was the key to victory. During the race, Fitu would use signals to indicate the hidden routes in 4 directions: up, down, left, and right. He had confidently said that he would find the path to victory, so right now, Fitu was laughing smugly. Watch closely, the race has only just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the engine of a vehicle suddenly appeared on the sea's surface on the screen. Tavu and Van Jiao had, at some point, accelerated and were now speeding through the water. This scene made Jiaka's eyes widen in shock. She cried out in disbelief, "That's incredible! Tavu and Van Jiao have burst out from the water. The two of them still haven't been eliminated." Meanwhile, the strange player, Brit, was wiping out the other players along his path. He's a true reaping machine. The rendezvous point is just ahead. In their next clash, will Tavu and the other manage to escape Brit's attack? At that moment, Brit, who was racing ahead, saw that Tavu's group was still fine. He wasn't flustered, just scoffed coldly. "Luck won't be on your side a second time." The moment he finished speaking, projectiles began firing ceaselessly from the rear of Brit's bike. Not daring to be careless, Xie Yu directly activated his overload. Seeing this, Yun Jiao warned him, "Don't use overload. Your body can't handle it." Xie Yu bit his lip fiercely and said with determination, "There's no other way. If I lose, I'm even more screwed." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed a slash, successfully neutralizing Brit's critical hit. Afterwards, Xie Yu and Yun Jiao were chasing closely behind Brit. Seeing his critical hit destroyed, Brit couldn't help but remark, "So he really is a variant?" But he didn't stop. He fired a few more projectiles. Brit lifted his hand slightly, clicking his tongue as he said, "I wouldn't normally use this move on a regular player, but if you're an emitter-class variant, then I won't hold back." Immediately after, he waved his hand in a circle in the air, then clenched his fist, releasing a powerful wave of energy. At the same time, the projectiles seemed to be supercharged, letting out crackling sounds in the air. This sight horrified Xie Yu and Yun Jiao. In an instant, they unleashed their firepower towards the two of them. They didn't dare to be careless and quickly got out of the way. The sight was just too shocking. Jiage couldn't help but exclaim, "There it is! The ultimate move of that monster, Brit! A gravity field that can create a total lockdown, even destroying an opponent's high-level skills." In a narrow track like this, Xie Yu and Yun Jiao have almost no way to escape. Xie Yu's face was incredibly grim at that moment. He felt as if a giant mountain was crushing his body. The two of them were now stopped inside the gravity field, while Brit was about to reach the finish line. Seeing this, Fei Zi couldn't help but sigh in resignation. So, as expected, there's no way to beat that freak, Brit, huh? But just as he finished speaking, Xie Yu shot back, "Little Fei Zi, what's with the demoralizing talk? Where'd all your confidence go?" Hearing that, Fei Zi said dejectedly, "But right now, we're really out of options. Even if we could escape the gravity field, it would be too hard to catch up." Yun Jiao let out a soft laugh, pouting as she spoke, "You idiot. Just shut up and watch closely. With this unreasonable guy, Xie Yu, as long as we don't go down, we still have a chance." The moment she finished speaking, Xie Yu took out and began absorbing a soul stone. The blade in his hand began to radiate a powerful energy. Seeing this, Jiage couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Xie Yu hasn't given up yet? The great sword in his hand is going through an incredible change. It's turned into a long spear. At the same time, Yun Jiao also focused her power into her hands. Everyone else was also staring at the screen with great anticipation. They wanted to see just how Xie Yu and his partner could possibly turn this situation around. In the middle of the battle, Xie Yu gripped the long spear and yelled, "Yun Jiao, it's all up to you now." With that, he threw it. The long spear shot forward, tearing through the air. Yun Jiao quickly raised her hand to match its speed, then precisely caught the long spear. In an instant, the spear pulled Yun Jiao along as it flew forward. The scene made Jiage shout in amazement. "That's just incredible! I've never seen a skill combination like that before." Just like that, Yun Jiao took Xie Yu's long spear and, in a flash, surged forward, breaking through layer after layer of the gravity field. Her current speed was truly unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, she was about to catch up to the monster, Brit. Brit couldn't believe his own eyes. Although Yun Jiao's hand was burning with excruciating pain, she didn't give in. Her hand remained clenched tightly around the spear, not letting go for even a second. The monster Brit's shockwave was completely useless. Brit couldn't help but think to himself, "Xie Yu used his explosive power for speed instead of attacking me. A very clever choice." Before long, Yun Jiao was getting closer and closer to Brit, and right in front of them was the finish line. Xie Yu watched the two of them with anticipation. Outside, Fei Zi did the same, biting his lip and murmuring, "Just a little more. Just a little more." Over on the track, Yun Jiao was just as anxious, pushing herself internally to go even faster. A few seconds later, both of their wheels were practically on the finish line. It just happened so fast that it was impossible to see who the champion was. Jiage knew everyone was waiting and quickly announced, "We'll let the system analyze the results." Immediately, the system showed a time difference of only 6 milliseconds, and the winner was Yun Jiao. After 20 minutes, the gravity field cast by the monster Brit disappeared. The last surviving player, Xie Yu, successfully crossed the finish line. Jiage immediately announced, "And with that, the race is over." Although Xie Yu's time was slow, because there were only 3 racers left, he still luckily managed to place third. Additionally, the all-time leaderboard has changed, but unfortunately, no records were broken tonight. Right after, Jiage invited the 3 of them onto the stage to receive their awards. The 3 quickly walked up, and the crowd in the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Yun Jiao stood on the highest podium, in high spirits, while Brit, in contrast, looked a bit gloomy. Fei Zi was also incredibly emotional at this moment. "This is great. I can't believe we actually won. That means I'm officially the guide of a champion. That flashy woman won't dare to bully me anymore." On the podium, Xie Yu glanced at Yun Jiao and praised her. "You were seriously amazing just now." Yun Jiao smiled smugly and said, "It was nothing, just a standard move." Xie Yu ignored her and glanced at Brit with a smirk. "Well then, Brit, as promised, the sacred healing dragon scale is mine." Hearing this, Brit sneered contemptuously. "Kid, I'm second, and you're third. You call this beating me? Xie froze, then retorted defensively. That's not right. I helped Yunjiao get first place, so in a way, that means I beat you, right? Brit replied flatly. Sorry, I only care about the race results. Just then, Jiage spoke up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for this year's award ceremony, our organization has invited a special guest. As everyone knows, Mr. Gu Kui, who was at the top of the rankings, has left us. Therefore, tonight, we have invited the person ranked second on the leaderboard to appear. Hearing this, the crowd immediately started murmuring. No way. Why would they invite that Times guy here? That's way too dangerous. Jiage ignored everyone's reactions and continued. With the heroic presence that has subdued all enemies, he is also someone we all know very well. The guild master of the Blood Moon Guild. When Xie Yu and Yun Jiao heard the identity of the guest, their faces turned grim. They never would have dreamed that Times would show up here. To Jiage's applause, Leng Jing, the guildmaster of the Blood Moon Guild, walked step by step into the racetrack. Xie Yu broke out in a cold sweat watching him, trembling as he muttered, "So that's the guildmaster of Blood Moon?" Jiage handed the trophy to Leng Jing and said with a smile, "Well then, I'll leave the rest to you." Leng Jing nodded slightly and replied, "No need to be so formal. I should be thanking you for inviting me here tonight." Xie Yu narrowed his eyes at him, a flicker of panic appearing in them. He's not here to settle things with me, is he? While he was worrying, Leng Jing had already walked up to Yun Jiao and said with a smile, "You must be Miss Shen Yun Jiao? Your performance tonight was outstanding. This trophy looks especially beautiful with you." With that, he handed the trophy to Yun Jiao. She reached out and took it, but her face was filled with panic as she stammered in a trembling voice, "Thank you." Leng Jing paid her no mind and walked over to Brit to hand him his trophy. "Long time no see. A real shame about tonight. You were still just a little bit short of breaking my record." Hearing this, Brit snapped resentfully, "Shut up. Stay away from me." Leng Jing was completely unfazed by his attitude and walked towards Xie Yu. He looked up at the boy and asked with a raised eyebrow, "So you're Xie Yu?" He said he'd heard of Xie Yu for a long time and that the Blood Moon Guild had received quite a bit of his special attention. Xie Yu knew he meant no good, but he didn't know what Leng Jing was planning. Still, he feigned politeness and replied, "Likewise, you Blood Moon folks have given me plenty of special attention yourselves." Right after, the two shook hands. In that instant, Leng Jing's gaze became razor-sharp. Xie Yu immediately felt an oppressive force crushing him from the inside, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. It felt like Leng Jing was toying with him in the palm of his hand. In the middle of the standoff, another pair of hands grabbed Leng Jing's. In a flash, another stream of energy appeared, confronting Leng Jing's. The one who intervened was Brit. He reminded him in a cold voice, "Leng Jing, as a respectable guildmaster, are you really going to pick a fight with a teenager who isn't even 20 years old?" Hearing this, Leng Jing pulled his hand back and laughed loudly. "My apologies. He is, after all, a holder of a unique extreme anomaly. I couldn't help but get a little excited." Xie Yu bit his lip fiercely. Even though it was just for a moment, he could feel that this guy was far, far stronger than him. Seeing the look on his face, Leng Jing raised an eyebrow again and said, "Xie Yu, don't be so tense. I didn't come here to cause trouble for you this time. In fact, not only that, but I also have some good news for you." With that, he turned towards the crowd in the stands and announced, "In half a month, the S-rank dungeon under the management of the Blood Moon Guild, the Crimson Dragon's domain, will be opened." He said that at that time, any player under level 40 could come and take on the challenge. Besides rare items and equipment, the first player to kill the boss would also earn a chance to join the Blood Moon Guild. This statement shocked Xie Yu. Yun Jiao was no exception. The Crimson Dragon's domain. Isn't that the dungeon where you can get the Sacred Healing Dragon Scale? In contrast to their confusion, the entire stadium erupted at this news. This was exactly the reaction Leng Jing wanted. He continued, "To all the dissatisfied players, bring your desires and slaughter one another. We, the Blood Moon Guild, will provide you all with the most spectacular arena." As he said this, he glanced at Ta Vu, raising an eyebrow provocatively. "Ta Vu, you're not going to tuck your tail and run this time, are you, right?" Ta Vu glared at Lon Kin, his face grim. A moment later, at Brit's place, he took out a dragon scale that was enveloped in a golden aura. Seeing it, Ta Vu immediately exclaimed with joy, "Is this the Holy Dragon Scale?" Brit nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." Thinking Brit was giving it to him, Ta Vu reached out to take it, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Did you call us here because you changed your mind and decided to give it to us?" Brit snorted, mercilessly shoving him away and speaking coldly. "No, you didn't beat me, so why would I give it to you?" Hearing that, Ta Vu cursed angrily. "Then what did you call us over here for?" Brit shrugged, pouting. "The one who beat me was Tham Van Jiao, this Holy Dragon Scale. I'm giving it to her." Ta Vu got even more annoyed. Could your logic be any stranger? The two of them kept arguing. Van Jiao took the scale and handed it to Tavu. He asked doubtfully, "This thing, do I drink it or apply it externally?" "Idiot," Van Jiao snapped in annoyance. Then she raised her hand and shouted, "Use item, Holy Dragon Scale, on player Tavu." While Tavu was still bewildered, he saw a golden light envelop his body. At that moment, the signs of corruption on his health bar began to fade. Before long, his health had almost returned to normal. Seeing this, Tavu exclaimed excitedly, "This is great! It really worked! My health is finally recovering. Next, I just need to go to the Crimson Drake domain, get more Holy Dragon Scales, and I'll be free of this side effect." While he was celebrating, Van Jiao spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Tavu, he gave you the item. Have you forgotten what Tu Hoan-Tu asked you to do?" Tavu furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion in his eyes, but he quickly remembered. "Right, before I left, Tu Hoan-Tu told me to deliver this letter to you personally." With that, he handed the letter to Brit, but Brit knocked it away, snorting coldly. "Don't put anything related to her in front of me." But just as the letter was knocked away, something fell out from inside, and a mechanical voice was heard, detecting the monster Brit nearby. System activating automatically, releasing electric current. In an instant, Brit was enveloped by a stream of electricity. Tavu didn't understand what was happening and mumbled in confusion, "What's going on?" Just then, a playful voice suddenly rang out. "Dearest Brit, by the time you hear this recording, I believe you've been hit by the 100% effective Armor Dispel Ray. I've spent years researching." Brit bit his lip aggressively, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, so annoying." Then he looked up at Tavu and Van Jiao and ordered, "You two, get out of here right now," but they didn't want to leave. Tavu, seeming a little excited, said, "Let's just watch and see what happens." Van Jiao pursed her lips, mumbling, "But my gut tells me something terrible is about to happen." And sure enough, a moment later, a strange phenomenon occurred with Brit's body. The layers of armor on his body began to show signs of cracking, revealing flawless fair skin underneath. Tavu and Van Jiao froze solid. The monster Brit was actually a woman. This was just too unbelievable. Brit looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with rage. She gritted her teeth and said, "You two, I told you to get out. Since you've seen me like this." Seeing Brit was about to attack, Tavu and Van Jiao quickly tried to placate her. "Monster Brit, no! Miss Brit, we didn't mean to." Fortunately, Brit just slammed a fist into the wall, cursing under her breath, "Damn it! This is all Tu Hoan-Tu's fault." With that, she sat down on the steps. Brit looked up at them and said coldly, "You two are still useful to me, so I won't harm you, but you are absolutely forbidden from telling anyone about this." Hearing that, Tavu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. "No problem, Miss Brit." But then, Brit introduced herself. "My name is Nya Lam." Tavu was a bit taken aback and asked in surprise, "So Brit isn't your real name?" Hearing this, Nya Lam seemed to recall an unpleasant memory. In the past, Tu Hoan had stood before her, chattering endlessly. "Wow, you're so pretty. Are you a new guild member? What's your name? Hey, if you keep ignoring me, I'm just gonna call you Brit from now on." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Nyalam warned irritably, "Anyway, you are not allowed to call me Brit when I look like this. Also, you, kid, you just said you wanted to go to the Crimson Drake domain, right?" Tavu nodded slightly. "Of course, it's an S-rank dungeon. Not only does it have Holy Dragon Scales, but also rare resources and a huge amount of points. I can't miss this opportunity." Nyalam's expression grew serious. She said gravely, "Do you really think that bastard Lan Kin will let you off so easily? Did you know? Lan Kin is also a special wielder of the extreme anomaly." These words made Tavu's eyes widen in shock. Nyalam explained that Lan Kin had always been meticulous and cunning. The fact that he had survived this long was probably all part of that guy's plan. And now, Lan Kin is luring you to the Crimson Drake domain, which means he's confident he can deal with you. But Tavu wasn't afraid at all. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "But I have reasons why I have to press forward. I can't just run and hide from him forever, can I?" Snorting, Nyalam said coolly, "Idiot. Who told you to run? If you just get stronger, you won't have to fear that bastard anymore. And I can teach you the true way to use the extreme anomaly." Tavu was stunned for a moment. "There's a method for that?" After a long silence, he asked hesitantly, "But why would you help me? Giving me the Holy Dragon Scale was already a huge help." Nyalam didn't explain. She just stood up and walked towards them. She said nonchalantly, "There's no why. If you need a reason, just assume I'm doing it because I feel like it." As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and a teleportation gate appeared behind Tavu. Tavu shouted in alarm, "Wait, I never agreed to this!" But before he could finish, Nyalam kicked him, snorting coldly, "Stop dawdling!" Just like that, Tavu was kicked through the teleportation gate. Van Jiao was worried, but there was nothing she could do. A moment later, in a teleportation space, Tavu fell from the air with a thud. He cursed under his breath, disgruntled. Damn that woman. Where the hell is this place? No sooner had he spoken than Nya Lam appeared in front of him, saying coolly, "This is my usual training ground, and now I'm going to train you here." Hearing this, Tavu panicked. "You can't be serious, can you?" Nya Lam wasn't joking in the slightest. She brought out her two mech arms and said in a grave voice, "Brace yourself. Your next choice is to either defeat me or prepare to be beaten half to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Nya Lam's mech arms powered up. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed a fist into the ground. Seeing this, Tavu couldn't help but stammer in panic. "Am I gonna die?" Nya Lam replied coldly, "That's right. If you don't start taking this seriously, prepare to die by my fist." With that, she lunged towards Tavu like a bolt of lightning. Tavu didn't dare let his guard down and quickly drew his blade to defend. Seeing this, Nya Lam snorted, "Don't think you can block my attacks that easily." The moment she spoke, her two mech arms struck. A series of intermittent explosions followed. Tavu couldn't hold his ground and was pushed back. He dragged his blade along the ground as he skidded, carving a line in the earth. But before Tavu could even regain his footing, Nya Lam charged again, she said with contempt. Too slow. Without any hesitation, she slammed her two arms down. Tavu couldn't react in time and was sent flying again, crashing hard into the stone wall behind him. Nya Lam glared at him, her tone dripping with provocation. "What's wrong? Is this really the best you can do?" Tavu bit his lip hard. "This girl is so aggressive, it's infuriating. It's time to teach her a lesson." With that thought, he yelled, "Then watch my power closely." Immediately, he activated his overload mode. In an instant, Tavu's figure appeared behind Nya Lam, but just before he could slash down, she raised a hand and blocked the blow. She raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. "Not just your strength, but your speeds increased too, huh?" Tavu couldn't help but be surprised that this heavy fist could actually keep up with his overload speed. "All right then, let's go even faster." Acting on the thought, he pushed his speed even further, but unfortunately, Nya Lam blocked every move. Tavu was fast, but she was even faster. In just a moment, the two had already exchanged several blows. Nya Lam glared at Tavu, pouting with a smirk. "Your attacks are too simple. At this level, you can't even scratch me." As she finished speaking, she exerted a bit of force. Tavu was instantly pushed back. Tavu wasn't flustered, though. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Is that so? Then I guess I don't have to go easy on you anymore. During that last attack, I left slash sigils on the ground." His words startled Nya Lam. When she looked closely, there were indeed sigils on the ground. And at that moment, they were emitting a layer of energy. In an instant, that energy erupted violently. Seeing this, Tavu spoke smugly. "Getting hit by this move of mine should have finally hurt you a little." But when the dust settled, Tavu couldn't believe his eyes, because Nya Lam was enveloped in a protective barrier, completely unharmed. Tavu's expression immediately soured. Those massive, mechanized arms. This feeling was just like when his greatsword transformed into the soul spear. While Tavu was still thinking, Nya Lam dashed forward. She curled her lip into a smirk. "What's wrong? It's only been 3 minutes and you're already done for?" Tavu's face paled once more. "Damn it. I can't dodge this." He had already used overload at his maximum speed, and now his stamina was at its limit. And just like that, Tavu was caught by Nya Lam's mech arms. With no other choice, Tavu had to speak up. "Miss Nya Lam, I surrender." Hearing this, Nya Lam snorted with contempt. "What? You really are still too weak. And to think I even activated my anomalous ring." Tavu seemed to have expected this. He stated clearly, "So your weapon is also an anomalous ring, just as I thought?" Nya Lam nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "That's right. The so-called anomalous ring is a weapon that can awaken a new form when certain conditions are met. This transformation is called anomalization. Depending on the wielder's willpower and physical condition, the degree of anomalization for each ring will differ. In your case, Tavu, it can undergo anomalization after absorbing a certain amount of energy. But Nya Lam said that even if he could use the spear form of anomalization now, it wouldn't change the fact that he lost to her. Because Tavu's anomalization couldn't compensate for his biggest weakness in combat, which is that Tavu relies too much on his overload ability. Once he faces a powerful enemy, he'll burn through all his stamina and collapse. That will become his fatal flaw. Hearing this, Tavu sighed helplessly. "But what am I supposed to do? It's the passive ability of the devouring ring. I have no control over it." Nya Lam raised an eyebrow at him and said seriously, "Thinking like that just proves you're content to be controlled by the anomalous ring. If you want to get stronger, you have to counter it." Tavu frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion. "Counter it," Nya Lam said calmly. "To become stronger, you must awaken another stage of anomalization. In other words, you need to find an energy catalyst that can trigger the next transformation." Hearing this, Tavu couldn't help but feel defeated. "I barely made it out alive getting that one soul stone," Nya Lam said calmly. "Energy catalysts themselves are extremely rare. Even my intelligence network has no records of any underground city where they might drop. But in the end, The anomalous ring is a double-edged sword. Even though yours is also a devouring ring, perhaps I overestimated you, Tavu. I hope you won't disappoint me the next time we meet." With that, Nyalam vanished. Seeing this, Tavu frantically called out, "Hey, you're just gonna leave like that?" Unfortunately, no one answered him. He sighed helplessly. What a weirdo. I have no idea what she's trying to do. Still, thanks to Nyalam, Tavu now had a better understanding of the devouring ring's mechanics. Next, he just needed to figure out how to level up his anomalization. Maybe then he could become as strong as Enyalam, and getting points would be much easier. And if he got enough points, Vu Ingi could be revived. At that thought, Tavu's resolve hardened. He spoke with determination. "Just you watch. I'm about to get a whole lot stronger." The next morning, at Tavu's school, Van Jiao arrived as usual. The male students immediately started greeting her as soon as they saw her. Van Jiao politely replied to them, but when she entered the classroom, she saw Tavu already sitting there. She frowned in surprise. Tavu actually came to school this early? Is it for the system's daily mission again? Thinking this, Van Jiao walked over and patted his shoulder to say hi, but Tavu looked terrible right now. His eyes had dark circles like a panda's, which made her cry out in alarm. "What happened to you? You look exhausted." Tavu sighed softly and said, "It's nothing. I was up all night thinking about the difficult problem Nalam gave me, so I couldn't sleep." Van Jiao seemed to understand. Looking at the notebook on his desk, she asked curiously, "What are you writing?" Tavu hurriedly explained, "This is the ultimate, exclusive guide to leveling up that I spent all night thinking of." Hearing that, Van Jiao pouted skeptically, not understanding it at all. "Are you in such a rush to get stronger because you're determined to conquer the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's domain?" Tavu nodded slightly. "Of course. Speaking of which, do you know any underground cities where energy catalysts drop?" "Energy catalysts? I've never heard of them." Van Jiao frowned, speaking with confusion. "But didn't we just meet a friend who knows everything?" Tavu then remembered that guy. He exclaimed excitedly, "Right. That guy probably knows something." But when he messaged Phi 2, he received a very teasing reply. Phi 2's tone was incredibly obnoxious. "Dude, who are you? I don't remember adding a fat pig like you." Tavu bit his lip angrily. This guy must have a death wish. Furious, he explained that he was Tavu. Hearing this, Phi 2 quickly replied. After reading the message, Tavu scratched his head in frustration. Leveling up was important, of course, but for him right now, anomalization was the fastest way to increase his combat power. While Tavu was thinking, the lecturer came down from the podium and reminded him, "Young man, the content of this class is a mandatory core subject. Please pay attention." Then he called on him to answer. "Please stand up and tell us what the law of conservation of energy states." Tavu quickly stood up. Luckily, he still knew this stuff. He answered honestly, "Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another, right?" The lecturer nodded slightly. "Correct. Furthermore, energy reflects the state of motion. Different forms of energy can be converted into one another." He said that fire and lightning were natural disasters in ancient times, but they were later harnessed by humans to create the age of steam and the age of electricity, respectively. Similarly, nuclear energy can destroy everything like an atomic bomb, but as long as it can be controlled in terms of efficient energy conversion. Hearing this, Tavu frowned and asked in confusion, "So, you mean we follow the law of conservation of energy and harness it?" The lecturer nodded slightly. "Correct. As long as we can properly control the use of energy, we have the hope of entering a new energy age where human society will have limitless potential." As he said this, a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes. Tavu pondered the lecturer's words, and soon after, he exclaimed excitedly, "I've got it!" The lecturer heard this and raised an eyebrow. "You've figured out the answer to the question on the board? Then please, go ahead." But before he could finish, Tavu had already rushed off. "Sir, my stomach suddenly hurts really bad. I need to go to the bathroom," leaving the lecturer completely baffled. Even Van Jiao, sitting next to him, was surprised and muttered, "What is that guy doing?" It seemed like the lecturer would be angry, but instead, he suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Meanwhile, as Tavu ran out, he was texting Phi 2, telling the kid to send him the location of an underground city. He had a bold idea and couldn't wait any longer. He had to go test it out immediately. A short while later, in front of a teleportation gate, this was the place Tavu was looking for. It didn't matter what kind of underground city it was. He decided to go in first and figure things out later. This was the C-rank underground city, the Fallen Frontier. Full of fighting spirit, Tavu stepped inside. "All right! Where are the mobs? Get out here!" But before he could even encounter a monster, a loud shout came from behind him. "Boss, run!" Tavu was startled. Turning back, he saw Fei tied up by that bastard Ghostface, who smirked and said, "Xie, long time no see." Xieyu's expression immediately darkened. Fei shouted in fear, "Big bro, he pretended to be me and sent you a message to lure you here. It's a trap!" Annoyed by the kid's incessant babbling, Ghostface shoved him away, scoffing, You little brat, you're so damn noisy. Then he looked at Xie Yu and said with a cold laugh, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Make your move, Ying Luan. Turns out, it wasn't just Ghostface here. There was someone else. Xie Yu's eyes narrowed, filled with vigilance. The person helping Ghostface was a woman, with a cloak on her back that looked like a pair of falling wings. Ghostface said smugly, Xie Yu, although the president told us not to cause you any trouble, I still can't swallow that grudge from last time. Now, enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Luan made her move. In an instant, the surrounding objects seemed to come to life, gathering together. Before Xie Yu's astonished eyes, they formed a small mech. It wasn't long before he was surrounded by them. Ghostface didn't stay idle either, activating his own clone. He smirked and said, Ying Luan's ability is to control mechanical puppets. In a place full of scrap metal like this, it's like letting a tiger loose in the jungle for her. Fei Zi was extremely worried and quickly yelled, Big bro, it's dangerous! But Xie Yu was very calm, saying nonchalantly, Little Fei Zi, don't worry. Since you called me big bro, I'm not going to stand by and watch you die. With that, Xie Yu glanced at Ghostface, his tone aggressive. Ghostface, since you used such a dirty trick, I might as well use you to christen my new move. Up until now, during battles, Xie Yu had never paid attention to energy distribution. Pumping more energy into a skill increases its area of effect, but in a one-on-one fight, it just wastes more energy. Overloading causes energy to envelop the entire body, enhancing all attributes, but it also rapidly drains your power. If energy is finite, Xie Yu should avoid unnecessary consumption and instead concentrate it at a single point, just enough to defeat the enemy before him. With that thought, Xie Yu pointed his blade at Ghostface and yelled, Bring it on, Ghostface! His arrogant attitude pissed Ghostface off. He scoffed in disdain. Stop posturing, you don't stand a chance. Xie Yu ignored him, calmly dealing with the mechs. Although he didn't have the energy item to trigger his mutation, according to what Yalin said, as long as he had enough energy, he could do it. Xie Yu had just been healed by the Holy Healing Dragon Scale, which meant he had a full supply of life energy. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, Come on, Devouring Blade! Devour my body one more time! In an instant, Xie Yu's body was enveloped in a stream of energy. Before long, the energy surpassed its peak, shifting into an overload state. A current of energy swirled through the air, rushing straight towards the mechs. This scene shocked Ghostface and Ying Luan. Even Fei Zi was completely bewildered. Before everyone's bewildered eyes, the mechs were completely wiped out by Xie Yu. Ghostface stared in disbelief. What the hell? This move never appeared in any of the previous data analyses. Xie Yu, on the other hand, smirked smugly. It worked. I wanted to mutate the greatsword into a smaller form to reduce consumption, but I didn't expect it to be so greedy it swallowed my entire left arm. Oh well, it's fine. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow provocatively. Come on, Ghostface. I'm feeling pretty damn good right now. Ghostface quickly composed himself and sneered. Child's play. You think that's enough to scare me? Ying Luan, let's attack together. Hearing this, Ying Luan immediately complied, starting to control the puppets. Several mechs once again launched an attack on Xie Yu. Unlike with the greatsword, Xie Yu's current speed was clearly much faster. He didn't need to enter overload mode. Instead, he focused all his power into the edge of his blade. And so, in less than 3 seconds, he had cut down all the attacking mechs. At the same time, Ghostface lunged down from the air. Xie Yu wasn't flustered at all, calmly raising his sword to strike. He said with contempt, Just a clone. Too weak. This scene enraged Ghostface. He summoned another round of clones and yelled, Damn it! All of you, get him! Seeing this, Xie Yu wasn't afraid, calmly swinging his sword to counter. He even had time to taunt Ghostface. You still don't get it? Beating your clones and puppets is like cutting vegetables for me. Your plan to wear me down is useless. Ghostface stared at Xie Yu, stunned. He hadn't expected him to have another way of fighting. By this point, Xie Yu had already destroyed all of his clones. He smirked and said, So, want to keep going? On the other hand, it looks like you're out of energy to summon any more clones. Cut the crap! Ghostface roared in anger and charged forward, and the clanging sound of impact rang out. Just then, Ghostface suddenly leaped, and 2 other clones appeared to surround Xie Yu. As if expecting this, Xie Yu wasn't surprised and said with a calm smile, So you were holding back, huh? What a coincidence. So was I. The moment he finished speaking, he activated a burst of sword energy. Countless beams of energy shot up from the ground, forcing Ghostface to hastily retreat. Giving him no time to breathe, Xie Yu charged forward again. This is the end, Ghostface. Immediately, a barrage of sword energy rushed powerfully towards Ghostface. Not daring to be careless, Ghostface also raised his sword to defend, but it was soon shattered by Xie Yu's attack. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow at him and smiled. You lose. But even though he was defeated, Ghostface just laughed and said, "Is that so?" Shiyu was startled, not understanding what he meant, but he quickly realized another one of Ghostface's clones was holding Fei-Zi hostage, warning with a cold laugh, "Drop your sword. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." Right after, he looked towards Ying Luan and yelled, "Ying Luan, finish him now!" Hearing this, Ying Luan remained motionless. Just then, a flaming sword slash suddenly appeared. Yun Jiao appeared out of nowhere, cutting down Ghostface's clone. She sneered, "Don't get cocky. The one who's going to die is you." After dealing with the clone, she turned to Xie Yu and said, "You were acting weird, so I followed you. I didn't think something was actually going to happen." With his plan foiled by Yun Jiao, Ghostface gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, that rotten bitch! Why now of all times?" Xie Yu glared at him and asked coldly, "Is that all you have to say?" Ghostface's attitude changed in an instant. He said with a sycophantic smile, "Xie Yu, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding." But Xie Yu wasn't listening. He said with a cold huff, "Sorry, I already gave you a chance. Besides, how could I refuse someone like you, who's in such a hurry to hand-deliver points to my doorstep?" With that, he swung his sword down, taking Ghostface's life. After dealing with Ghostface, Xie Yu turned to Ying Luan and said indifferently, "Now, you're the only one left." But Ying Luan wasn't interested. She turned and walked into a teleportation gate. "This fight is meaningless. I will not continue." She said that the Crimson Dragon's purgatory would make them experience true hell. At the same time, Yun Jiao suddenly flinched, her eyes widening. Then, she exclaimed in shock, "It's her! She's the one who attacked the two of us back then." Realizing this, Yun Jiao rushed forward, yelling, "Hold on! Don't even think about running!" Ying Luan was slightly startled, but she didn't stop. Just like that, she disappeared into the flames of the teleportation gate. Seeing Yun Jiao's reaction, Xie Yu asked with confusion, "What's with you? There's no need to chase her." Yun Jiao bit her lip fiercely and shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." Having escaped danger, Fei-Zi ran over and hugged Xie Yu's leg. The kid started bawling. "Big bro, you saved me again. I'll do anything to repay your great kindness." Xie Yu sighed helplessly. "You don't have to thank me. Actually, Ghostface only kidnapped you because of me." Hearing this, Fei-Zi nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. So, you're saying, Big bro owes me one then?" Just then, Yun Jiao suggested, "It's still not safe here. We should leave first and talk later." Fei-Zi's fear quickly vanished, and the kid spoke up confidently. "In that case, let's go talk at my place. My house is huge." A moment later, the three of them stood before a large villa. Xie Yu cried out in disbelief, "Fei-Zi, isn't this a little over the top? You didn't buy this mansion by trading in your points for cash, did you?" Fei-Zi sighed and replied, "How could I? This house belongs to that crazy rich dad of mine. Besides, when you exchange points for cash, the system limits you based on your rank." Hearing this, Xie Yu nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's how it works." As they were talking, the villa's door opened. 3 maids stepped out, calling out cheerfully, "Young master, you're finally home." Seeing the 3 of them, Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock. "So this is how the rich live, huh?" Before Fei-Zi could react, a maid ran up and hugged him tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "You've been gone for 2 days! I was worried sick!" Another maid approached Xie Yu and said, "You two must be the new tutors the master hired. Thank you so much for taking care of the young master." They then pulled both him and Yun Jiao inside the villa. Fei-Zi, however, was unhappy about being dragged along. He shook off her hand in annoyance. "Xiaoli, let go of me. I can walk by myself." Soon after, the 3 maids led them inside. Xiaoli spoke respectfully, "This is the dinner we've prepared. Please, help yourselves." A magnificent feast was spread across the table, with every delicacy imaginable. Looking at the spread, Xie Yu was left a little speechless. Xiaoli then spoke up again. "Young master, if you need anything else, just call for me," before leaving the dining room. Seeing her leave, Xie Yu picked up a piece of food from the table, unable to help but remark, "Fei-Zi, I never would have guessed your family was this loaded." But Fei-Zi didn't seem happy, pouting with dissatisfaction. "It's just my rotten old man who has all the money. As for me, my entire life has been planned out by him since I was a kid. I've had enough of this boring life." Ever since starting this game, it was like Fei-Zi had been reborn. In the game world, he had no restrictions and was free to pursue his own adventures. But as he said this, Fei-Zi suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Xie Yu. "But then you went and helped me win the Huaxiao championship, and now I've lost my purpose in life all over again." Xie Yu was bewildered by this. "And that's my fault?" But Fei-Zi didn't care, his excitement returning as he said, "Next, you're going to the Crimson Dragon's domain, right? You absolutely have to team up with me." Xie Yu frowned slightly, saying hesitantly, "But you should think this through. Sticking with me means you could run into all sorts of dangers, like that demon-faced thing." The moment he finished speaking, however, Yun Jiao also proposed, "I want to go to the Crimson Dragon's domain this time too." Xiaoyu was stunned by this, but he quickly realized something. He narrowed his eyes and asked her, Yun Jiao, that person named Ying Lone from earlier, she has something to do with you, doesn't she? Yun Jiao didn't hide it, admitting calmly, that's right. I've actually been searching for her all this time, and now I've finally found a lead. It happened a few months before I met you, Xiaoyu. Back then, when I was still a newbie, I was lucky enough to meet a player who was willing to help me out. Her name was Xiao Yu, and she and I teamed up together. After that, we successfully cleared quite a few dungeons together, and Xiao Yu became my only friend, my best friend. But those good times didn't last long. During one run, we were ambushed in a dungeon, and the one who ambushed us was Ying Lone. To protect me, Xiao Yu decided to cover my escape, even though Xiao Yu was very confident in her abilities. After that incident, I never saw her online again. Ever since then, I've been trying to comfort myself, thinking maybe she just quit the game, or maybe she just deleted me as a friend. But if our attacker was from the Blood Moon Guild, then I'm afraid something terrible might have really happened to her. At this point, Yun Jiao's voice was tinged with sorrow, but she quickly sighed and said, I don't know for sure. For now, all I can do is try my best to earn points. But just as she finished, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. If the worst-case scenario did happen, 1 billion points can bring her back to life. Yun Jiao was shocked. She cried out in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Something like resurrection. How is that possible? Xiaoyu explained slowly. Isn't this game all about making the impossible a reality? That's the belief that has gotten me this far. He said that from the very beginning, he'd made up his mind. He had to earn 1 billion points to save his friend. Yun Jiao was immediately stunned. She never expected that Xiaoyu had been risking his life all this time for that reason. Even Fei Zi couldn't help but stare at him for a moment longer. Noticing their strange looks, Xiaoyu couldn't help but pout. Why are you all looking at me with such disbelief? With that, he poured himself a glass of water and then spoke slowly. Don't worry. Haven't we already made some progress? Thanks to your help, we've earned a lot of points recently. If we keep this up, 1 billion points won't be a problem. Yun Jiao couldn't help but smile. She finally believed it. If it was Xiaoyu, maybe, just maybe, he could actually do it. Fei Zi also shouted excitedly. Boss, I get it now. We have 10 more days. I'll get all the intel ready for the S-rank dungeon. With that, the three of them clinked their glasses together, ready to head to the Crimson Dragon's domain to earn a huge score. A few days later, in a dark cavern, a man was being protected by a shield. He roared aggressively. All right, bring them all to me, you worthless trash. This is the A-rank dungeon, the gloomy cave. The man was surrounded by a horde of monsters, but he didn't panic, calmly shouting, Mob pull complete. Now it's your turn. Immediately, a girl outside the group took the cue and began firing wildly. In an instant, what looked like a sun appeared in the air, then continuously shot beams of energy down at the monsters. Xiaoyu and his team were also there. Witnessing the other group's coordination, Xiaoyu couldn't help but remark, so the Golden Cicada Guild even has a class like this. Just then, he leveled up to 24. Seeing this, Fei Zi laughed excitedly. Boss, you leveled up again. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. It's worth spending a few points to maximize efficiency. A moment later, the man who had been inside emerged, weapon in hand. He scanned the crowd and asked, All right, skirmish is over. A lot of gear dropped. Anyone want to buy? Yun Jiao went to take a look. She spotted a short spear and exclaimed excitedly, Nice! This is great gear for fast close-quarters combat. Shi Yu, however, wasn't interested. He walked up to the man and said, Uncle, same as always. I'll buy all the cheap green rank equipment. The man nodded slightly. I know. I saved it for you. As they were talking, a fat guy cut in. Hey, leader, if any good gear drops, remember to save it for me. I'll pay your guild double the price in yuan back in the real world. Xiaoyu ignored the guy and checked his inventory. The haul wasn't bad this time. He'd bought nearly 50 pieces of cheap green rank equipment. Seeing this, Fei Zi couldn't help but ask, Boss, what do you need so much of this equipment for? Isn't that a huge waste of points? Xiaoyu just smiled mysteriously and replied, I have a use for these things. The moment he finished speaking, he began to devour all of the equipment, and immediately after, all of Xiaoyu's stats began to rise continuously. This left him very satisfied. Nice. I feel a lot stronger now. Just then, the person leading the way suddenly stopped. The woman spoke slowly. The final boss is just ahead. You guys can't come any further. She then pointed into the distance and suggested, during the fight, just hide behind this bone fragment. It's in the boss's blind spot, so it's perfectly safe. The male leader nodded in agreement. This boss is a real pain. Even for the two of us, it could take over an hour. Don't move around during that time. Hearing this, the fat guy from before started sighing dramatically. So boring. The power-leveling life of a rich person is just so simple, natural, and dull. After giving their instructions, the two of them charged forward together to face the rampaging beastmen. Before they could even get close, a giant blade came crashing down. The male leader didn't dare to be careless and raised his shield to block. The two of them worked together, one drawing the rampaging beastman's attention, while the other began attacking to chip away at its HP. Watching this from the side, the fat guy couldn't help but complain, so damn slow. A leader of this level is taking this long? The golden cicada mercenaries are so weak. Hearing that, Phi-2 snapped back in dissatisfaction. If you're so great, then you go do it. Unfortunately, the fatso paid no attention to the young man, because he had spotted a gemstone in the distance. The fatso's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this a gemstone? If the quality is good, I might even be able to sell it for a high price. With that thought, he ran over, wanting to claim it for himself. Seeing him run off, Phi-2 called out to remind him, "Hey, you! I already told you not to wander around." At the same time, the berserk beastman over here suddenly let out a roar, slightly confusing the male team leader. Why is it acting so strange this time? Before his astonished eyes, the berserk beastman changed direction and ran off. The fatso, still not sensing the danger, was still gloating over his lucky find. The man finally realized what the berserk beastman's goal was and hurriedly shouted a warning. "Idiot! Get out of the way!" Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time the fatso realized what was happening, fresh blood had splattered everywhere. He had been crushed to death by the berserk beastman in one go. This scene scared Phi-2 so much, he started cursing. The female team leader was also terrified by the sight. If this keeps up, all of their clients will be goners. Sheyu's expression also grew a bit solemn, while the others were terrified. They didn't want to die yet. Just then, the berserk beastman attacked Sheyu's position. The male team leader's face instantly turned grim. We're done for this time. However, Sheyu remained standing there calmly. The moment the berserk beastman's claws struck, the blade in his hand also swung out, moving like a storm as the glint of the blade slashed across the berserk beastman's body. This sight left the male team leader too stunned to react, but Sheyu had actually managed to one-shot kill an A-rank boss of the dungeon. Seeing this, Phi-2's admiration grew even stronger as he shouted, "As expected of my big bro." The woman who was just worried was now in utter disbelief. He killed an A-rank boss with a single slash? What kind of god has snuck in here? Shiyu, however, was very satisfied with his own power. He smiled happily and said, "I've gotten a lot stronger." Moreover, he had also reached level 25. After 10 days of intense level grinding, the day the Crimson Smelting Dragon domain opened finally arrived. The three of them, Sheyyu included, stepped out of the teleportation gate. Looking at the scene before them, he couldn't help but remark, "So, this is the place? There are so many people," Phi-2 said excitedly. Of course, the endgame dungeons are divided into team dungeons and public dungeons. And this time, Blood Moon actually opened up the S-rank dungeon they had previously hidden at all costs. So, a lot of people are speculating that Blood Moon probably can't conquer this dungeon. Hearing that, Shiyu smirked and said, "Something Blood Moon can't conquer? That suits me just fine." Seeing his attitude, Yun Jiao reminded him, "You should tone it down a bit. Don't forget you make a lot of enemies every time you go out." After a long wait, the countdown for the gate to open had ended, and everyone could now enter. Seeing this, Xieyu suggested, "Let's get going." But before he could even take a step, Xieyu stopped in surprise. Because the area in front of him had suddenly cleared out, everyone had moved to both sides. He muttered in confusion, "What is everyone doing? Why are they making a path?" Seeing him just standing there, Phi-2 hurriedly shouted a reminder, "Big bro, hurry and get to the side." Xieyu was bewildered, but before he could move, a dissatisfied voice rang out. "Players these days are getting more and more unruly. They don't even know to make way for the Golden Cicada Guild." The speaker was a young man with blonde hair, with a woman beside him. Seeing the two of them, the surrounding people immediately started whispering. "Look, it's people from the Golden Cicada Guild. It's that illustrious top-tier rookie, Sujian Mao Du." Hearing everyone talk about him, the blonde-haired man couldn't help but smile smugly and say, "Tianye, you're underestimating me by saying that. I, Mao Du, am at the very least known as Golden Cicada's #1 handsome guy. I'm super popular, you know." Hearing that, Tianye pouted with disdain. "That ridiculous pompadour of yours? Just give it up." She didn't understand why she had to be teamed up with this kind of narcissist. It's utterly disgusting. Just then, Mao Du noticed something over to the side and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, aren't you?" Seeing him looking his way, Xieyu spoke warily, "What is it? I'm Xieyu. Do you have a problem?" But Mao Du just walked over and pushed him aside, pulling out a flower from who knows where. He went up to Yun Jiao and said with a smile, "Isn't this Miss Yun Jiao? Your performance in the ultimate speed race last time was truly spectacular." Xieyu's expression instantly soured. What the hell is this brat doing? And where did he even get a rose from? Mao Du paid him no mind and continued talking to Yun Jiao. "If you don't mind, could you teach me how to race sometime?" Yun Jiao was stunned, not knowing what to do. Xieyu, at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. afraid that Yun Jiao might actually agree. But at that moment, a mechanical arm grabbed Mao Du and lifted him into the air. It was Xiao Huan. She snorted coldly and said, "Hey Mao Du, you're being so damn slow." Being lifted up, Mao Du shouted in displeasure, "Xiao Huan Zi, put me down. I'm in the middle of something very important right now." Once again, the people there began to buzz. So the Golden Cicada Guild sent more than just 2 people. Xiao Huanzi is here too, and the other one is Golden Cicada's top support, Jin Zhenzi. Zhenzi sat next to Xiao Huan, still holding food in her hand, but her mouth asked curiously, "Is there anything delicious inside this dungeon?" Xiao Huan chuckled and replied, "I heard there's a lot. I'll treat you to some grilled skewers later." With that, Xiao Huan waved at Xie Yu. "Isn't this little brother Xie Yu? Thanks for helping me deliver that letter to that weirdo Brit last time. We'll see you later." After saying that, she led her people inside. Only then did Xie Yu let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiao Huan had scared him into a cold sweat. Luckily, nothing bad happened. Right at that moment, a sudden cry of alarm rang out. "Look, the people from the Blood Moon Guild are here too." Yun Jiao was startled. She glanced over and saw 2 people and a dog stepping out of the teleportation gate. That woman, Ying Luan, actually came too. The other person is the master of the mechanical dog next to her. Rumor has it he's never failed. The top assassin with a 100% kill rate, Demon Man Zhen Tian. Xie Yu was afraid Yun Jiao wouldn't be able to stop herself from attacking Ying Luan, so he quickly reminded her, "Yun Jiao, you can't be impulsive right now. It's not time to settle the score with that woman yet." Yun Jiao pressed her lips together and replied, "I understand." But at that very moment, a cannon suddenly fired. Zhen Tian and the other person quickly took a step back, while the mechanical dog dashed forward, opening its mouth and catching the explosive round. With a boom, smoke and fire erupted everywhere. The smoke cleared in an instant, and Zhen Tian and his companion were still standing there, unharmed. Just then, more people stepped forward. 3 of them shouted righteously, "Zhen Tian, even if we have to risk our lives today, we will get our revenge." Seeing this, someone couldn't help but sigh. Do these people have a death wish or something? Daring to challenge the demon man, Zhen Tian. But they showed no fear of death, rushing towards Zhen Tian together. Seeing this, Zhen Tian let out a cold snort. Pathetic ants. "Then, I'll grant your wish." With that, he slowly reached for the sword on his back. The moment the sword left its sheath, countless streaks of sword light began to dance in the air. The speed was so fast it even startled Xie Yu. "This guy is no joke." Zhen Tian squinted at the 3 men and said coldly, "You are not worthy of being killed by me. Go, Rakshasa Hound." As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical dog was about to charge forward and bite them. In the nick of time, 3 streams of energy suddenly enveloped the bodies of the 3 men, successfully protecting them. At what seemed to be the same time, the teleportation gate opened again, and someone stepped out from within. Seeing those people, the crowd once again gasped in surprise. "It's the Lionheart Guild. No wonder someone was able to use a barrier skill from such a long distance." "So it's the Lionheart's elf swordsman, Long Tian." The man called the elf swordsman slowly opened his mouth. "Stop right there," he said. "With the Lionheart Guild here, Blood Moon shouldn't even think about causing trouble." The woman next to him was Ling Ran. She also gave a cold warning. "Zhen Tian, I absolutely will not allow you to trample all over the order." Seeing the 2, Chandian lost his patience and pouted. "It's these annoying flies again. Let's go, Anlone." Then, the 2 of them headed inside. After they left, Long Tian spoke out loud and clear. "Listen up, everyone. As long as we of the Lionheart Guild are here, the Pillar of Justice will not fall. All evil will face our judgment." Ta Vu, watching from the outside, couldn't help but remark, "So elegant and refined, the complete opposite of the Golden Cicada Guild." Just then, a young man with blue hair suddenly shouted excitedly, "The Lionheart Guild has gone in too. The members of the Ash Mist Guild haven't shown up, so they must not be participating. That means it's our turn next. Let's go." But just then, someone stepped out from the doorway and stopped them with a stern voice. "Everyone, hold on. You can't go in yet." The person introduced himself as an officer from the Blood Moon Guild, in charge of maintaining order in this underground city. Seeing as the number of players entering had exceeded 122, which was too many, they decided to proceed by drawing lots. With that, he handed everyone a random number, and they would enter sequentially based on that number. Fei Zi got his number and immediately cheered, "Awesome! I'm 22! Up ahead, Van Jiao also happily chimed in, "I'm 25. Fei Zi then looked over at Tavu and asked quizzically, "Boss, you're always so lucky. You didn't get number 10 this time, did you?" But at that moment, Tavu's arm was trembling uncontrollably, his face looking like he had just swallowed a dead fly. He muttered in frustration, "What did that fat guy say just now? A total of 122 people this time. Is that right? How did I manage to draw the very last spot?" Hearing this, Fei Zi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha, boss, don't feel too bad about it. We'll take care of your share of the fighting for you." Ta Vu pouted slightly and said, I couldn't care less about the points on the first floor. I'm just worried about you two going in alone. Will it be dangerous? Van Jiao glared at him and snapped resentfully. Stop looking down on us. You should be worrying about how you're going to catch up. Fei Zi also offered a word of reassurance to Ta Vu, then pointed to a spot on the map, saying, All right, let's set a meeting point. The exit of the Serpent's Tomb on the first floor. Once we regroup, we'll head to the second floor. As they were talking, people had been entering one by one, and now it was Fei Zi's turn. Ta Vu watched from the outside as the others went in, his expression turning a bit serious. He had a feeling it wasn't going to be that simple. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the underground city, the abyss of 10,000 serpents, a giant python was attacking everyone. Ma Dou hurriedly raised his sword to block, then charged power into his blade. In a flash, a faint blue light enveloped the python's back. And then, not long after, Ma Dou unleashed an explosive sword strike, killing the python instantly. Ma Dou ran a hand through his hair and said with a cheerful smile, Easy, can't mess up the hair, you know. Then he suggested, All right, little prince, let's hold the line. But just out of Ma Dou's sight, 2 more pythons were lunging at him. Caught off guard, he was ensnared by them. He cried out in alarm, How are there still more? Just then, Theme Diep rushed out with her sword. She snorted in contempt. Ma, do you really are perfect bait? As soon as she finished speaking, her figure moved as if dancing, incredibly graceful, yet the slashes from her sword were extremely sharp. In just a moment, she had dealt with the 2 pythons, but then, many more blood-red eyes appeared in the surroundings, staring intently at them. Theme Diep pouted and muttered, You've drawn all the snake monsters around here to us. Just then, a water bubble suddenly appeared. Chan Tu, creating the bubble, shouted, Kim Chan Tu is here too. I won't let anyone get hurt. In an instant, the water bubble enveloped Ma Dou, making him laugh smugly. Hee, you can't touch me now. At the same time, Qiu Huan yelled a command, Little Kim Kang, activate assault mode, roast these monsters alive. As soon as she spoke, the mech behind her readied all the guns in its body. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its full firepower. With a deafening boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing all the pythons to bits. The 3 women high-fived in celebration. Our teamwork is perfect. The only one who wasn't happy was Ma Dou, now black as charcoal. He complained indignantly. Not perfect at all, okay? You blew me up into a piece of charcoal! You did that on purpose, didn't you? Unfortunately, the 3 women paid him no mind at all, turning and walking away, which drove him mad with anger. Don't you underestimate me, you women. They had no idea that someone from above had been watching their entire fight. An Lone spoke with disdain. So this is the Golden Cicada Guild? They don't look like much of a threat to us. Hearing that, Chan Dian reminded her, Don't be fooled by appearances. Let's go check somewhere else. On the other side of the serpent cave, another group of people was also being attacked by pythons. Just then, the creatures suddenly breathed fire, throwing the players into a panic. But not everyone was flustered. He slowly drew his sword. Long Thien spoke coolly. Fire-type monsters? Then we'll counter with ice. As he spoke, he delivered a frost-laced slash, instantly freezing 2 of the pythons solid. At the same time, Lang Nian also charged forward with his blade, bringing it down with a dazzling holy light that sliced the pythons' bodies to pieces. Seeing this, the other players were immediately overjoyed. It's the Lionheart Guild! We're saved! After striking, Lang Nian asked quizzically, Long Thien, this place is clearly called the Crimson Dragon's domain. Why have we only been running into snake monsters? Long Thien slowly explained. In legends, serpents are called lesser dragons. They have the potential to transform into true dragons. Just like us, every snake actually wants to become a dragon. Hearing that, Lang Nian didn't ask any more questions and quickly suggested, Let's go. We need to stick to the plan and get to the final floor as fast as possible. But the 2 of them didn't know they were being watched by members of the Blood Moon Guild. An Lone couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. As expected of the Lionheart Guild, not only are their individual skills outstanding, but their teamwork is also flawless. Chan Dian also nodded in agreement. That's right, but they aren't our target. An Lone couldn't help but exclaim in shock, If not them, for the Guildmaster to have you come personally, could it be? Before she could finish, Chan Dian nodded in confirmation. That's right. I've already made the arrangements. Your next task is to make sure they don't show up and bother me. That person is very strong. I have to ensure I kill him with everything I've got. On another side of the cave, a pair of feet moved silently. It was Van Jiao, all by herself at the moment, muttering unhappily, Little Fei Zi told me to go this way. How come I haven't seen anyone yet? But after just a few steps, she suddenly froze, because some kind of liquid was dripping down from above. Van Jiao quickly dodged out of the way. Sure enough, at that same moment, a python appeared. Without a trace of fear, she leaped up. She snorted coldly, cursing the disgusting monster. With those words, Van Jiao slashed down, instantly killing the python. From it, she obtained scarlet poison. She cried out in surprise, "This really is an S-rank dungeon!" Even the materials dropped by Small Fry are high grade. While she was collecting the item, a sudden noise from behind startled Van Jiao. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged toward the source of the sound, ready to eliminate the monster. The very moment her weapon came down, a shout that startled Van Jiao rang out. "Wait!" Her movement froze instantly. The furry hat suddenly fell off, revealing it was Fei Zi. The boy quickly spoke up. "It's me, Big Sis Van." Seeing him, Van Jiao questioned him with displeasure. "Little Fei Zi, what is this all about?" Fei Zi replied with a happy smile. "This is my special stealth monster. With it, I don't have to worry about monster ambushes anymore." Hearing this, Van Jiao scoffed in disgust. "That thing is repulsive. Put it away. Now, from now on, just follow me, got it?" Fei Zi nodded slightly. "Okay, let's head to the final point of this floor and wait for the boss." An Lone, hiding in a corner, observed them silently, then reported back to Chan Dian. The other two have no intention of meeting up with him. Chan Dian immediately replied, "I understand." Elsewhere, outside, after a few hours, the number 122 was finally called. Ta Vu, extremely infuriated, looked up at the sky and cursed. "What kind of demonic rule is this? Making me wait for half a day. Just you wait. This underground city is mine for the taking." With that, he ran off resentfully and zipped through the gate in a flash. In no time, Ta Vu was inside the first level of the cave. Glancing around, he couldn't help but frown and mutter, "This place is huge. How am I supposed to meet up with the Van family in here?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "So you finally made it inside?" Ta Vu was startled, his eyes filled with vigilance. The newcomer was Chan Dian, along with his mecha dog. He spoke coldly. "Too bad. You don't need to choose any path, because this is the end of the line for you." Chan Dian's voice was dripping with killing intent. Ta Vu's brow furrowed. So they really were plotting against him, playing dirty right from the start. But in a way, that was good. It proved Chan Dian wasn't targeting Van Jiao and Fi Tu. With that thought, Ta Vu smirked provocatively. "Come on then. Blood Moon, you guys gonna come at me all at once? Taking you on one by one would be a real pain." Chan Dian snorted and said coldly, "Don't be in such a hurry. For the sins you've committed against Blood Moon, I'll make you pay for every single one of them right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and threw it. Ta Vu was stunned. Aren't samurai types supposed to be masters of swordsmanship? Why would he just throw his sword away? The blade cut through the air with incredible force, but a moment later, a pair of hands snatched it from its path, leaving Ta Vu completely shocked. Chan Dian had appeared in front of Ta Vu out of nowhere, but Ta Vu's reflexes weren't slow either. He quickly raised his own blade to block. When the strike failed, Chan Dian didn't panic. He just let out a cold snort. Not a bad reaction. "Rakshasa, get him!" Immediately, the mecha dog charged wildly at Ta Vu. "Isn't this a 2-on-1 fight?" Not daring to let his guard down, Ta Vu quickly changed the form of his devouring blade, turning it into a sword. He slashed furiously, pushing Chan Dian and his dog back. Seeing this, Chan Dian couldn't help but smirk. He reached back and drew another sword, his voice filled with menace. "So you even have a weapon that can change its form. Interesting. I won't let prey like you get away." Ta Vu didn't back down, retorting with a faint smile. "Well, you're not half bad yourself. At least you didn't go down in one hit from me." Biting his lip fiercely, Chan Dian threw his sword again. He spoke coldly. "This time, try not to die so fast." Instantly, his figure vanished, reappearing only a moment later as he clashed with Ta Vu. He couldn't help but feel that this guy's strength was not only on par with his own, but he also had the ability to teleport to his sword's location. While Ta Vu was processing this, Chan Dian's figure blinked out of existence again, reappearing behind him and aggressively throwing the sword in his hand. Luckily, Ta Vu reacted in time, blocking with the sword in his hand. But as he parried one blade, another came flying at him, forcing him step by step onto the defensive. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several more blows, with Ta Vu constantly retreating. But Chan Dian had no intention of letting him go. He retrieved his two swords. Seizing the moment, Ta Vu slashed forward aggressively, but Chan Dian didn't flinch, calmly throwing a sword again. Ta Vu was forced to dodge, his eyes filled with frustration. Does he have an endless supply of these things? While he was dealing with Chan Dian, his pet suddenly charged forward, wielding a blade of its own. Ta Vu's pupils constricted as he hastily dodged the pincer attack from master and servant. Chan Dian raised an eyebrow, looking smug. This is the end. There's no dodging this next move. With that, he charged forward aggressively. But just then, Ta Vu calmly smiled and said, "So what if I don't need to dodge?" Chan Dian paid him no mind. He unleashed a vicious slash, sending a powerful wave of purple energy rushing forward. Not daring to be careless, Tavu also began to release a radiating sword energy. Boom! The two powerful energy waves crashed into each other. The crackling sound of the energy waves echoed for a moment, and then, in an instant, they exploded, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this, Chandian couldn't help but remark, "You actually blocked it. You're making this hunt more and more interesting." Tavu narrowed his eyes at him, raising an eyebrow in provocation. "It's not certain who the prey is yet. You're not weak either. Defeating you would probably get me a ton of points." As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them vanished simultaneously. Clang! The sound of their clash rang out. Chandian snorted coldly. "Then by all means, come and try." But just then, a cloud of purple smoke suddenly appeared, startling them both. With a loud bang, the smoke exploded. Chandian looked toward the blast with caution and shouted in a cold voice, "Who's there?" When the dust settled, it revealed a figure sitting on a broom, hovering in midair. Tavu's eyes widened in surprise. "Who the heck is that?" Just then, the person spoke. "Both of you, stop this at once. According to the Guild's peace treaty, Guild members have the right to monitor and prohibit meaningless combat with third parties." She declared that in the name of the Koi Vu Guild, she was forbidding the private duel between Tavu and Chandian. Hearing this, Chandian spoke up, displeased. "Doesn't your Koi Vu Guild usually stay out of other guilds' affairs? Don't even think about stopping me. Anyone who gets in my way dies." With that, he pointed his sword directly at the girl as a warning. A moment later, Chandian attacked her. The girl hastily dodged, then landed on the ground. She watched Chandian warily. On the other side, Tavu spoke up suspiciously, "Koi Vu Guild. What do you really want? I'm not ruling out the possibility that you're an enemy." Hearing this, the girl shot back in annoyance. "What are you talking about, enemy? I came here to save you." Tavu didn't understand. He just saw her activate some kind of spell, and in an instant, a teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet. Seeing this, Chandian roared in frustration, "Rakshasa, don't let her get away with it!" At his command, the dog charged forward to attack the girl. Seeing the situation was bad, Tavu immediately jumped in between them, blocking with his blade, but in the chaos, he accidentally bumped into the girl. In that instant, the energy of the spell circle fluctuated, and then it erupted directly. Chandian gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, Koi Vu Guild, just you wait." Meanwhile, at the other end of the teleportation circle, Tavu opened his eyes in a daze, muttering in confusion, "What happened?" That last moment. But when he saw where he was standing, he became even more bewildered. Tavu glared at the girl and demanded, "Why am I in this godforsaken place? What did you do? Where is this?" The girl was just as lost, muttering in a daze, "Yeah, where are we? I'm sure I set the coordinates for the exit." Hearing that, Tavu snapped in frustration. "Are you kidding me? Weren't you the one who did this? How can you not know where we are?" The girl quickly checked the coordinates. After a long moment, she spoke up. "Found it. We've been teleported to the border region of the underground city." Hearing this, Tavu asked suspiciously, "So how far is it back to where we were?" The girl answered slowly, "Roughly, a 2-day journey." This made Tavu even more furious. He yelled, "Are you messing with me? Teleport me back there now." She was frightened by his outburst and quickly shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't do that. I won't teleport you back. Getting you away from the battlefield is the whole reason I came to the underground city." Tavu couldn't help but frown, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean? If you don't explain yourself clearly, I won't let you off the hook." The girl sighed helplessly. "Because if I didn't interfere, you would die in this underground city." Her words shocked Tavu even more. The girl slowly explained, "You probably don't know this, but the master of our Koi Vu Guild has the power of absolute foresight. That day, the guild master predicted that a great calamity would descend, and many lives would be lost. The chosen one was also to be buried within the black flame. The other members were all on missions, so the master asked me to come here. Even if I couldn't stop the calamity, she hoped I could at least save you." After hearing this, Tavu couldn't help but marvel. This game actually has such incredible abilities, but he didn't get it. Even if the prediction was real, he had nothing to do with the Koi Vu Guild, so why would they want to help him? The girl slowly explained, "Because the weapon in your hand is related to something our guild is searching for. So, to us, you're as precious as a panda." At this point, she cheerfully introduced herself. "All right, my name is Lam Vini. It's nice to meet you. All we have to do is wait here for my skills to cool down, and then I'll teleport you out. Then my mission will be complete." But Tavu just turned to leave. "Sorry, but I can't just hang around here doing nothing." Hearing this, Vini asked in confusion, You still don't believe me?" Tavu stated firmly, "I have teammates elsewhere. If what you're saying is true, they're in even more danger now." These words made Vini a bit flustered. She mumbled with a trembling voice, You still have teammates? I'm sorry, but to get back to our previous position from here, it's a long and dangerous route." But no matter how she tried to persuade him, Tavu remained resolute. "If you're scared, then stay here. I can't waste another second. Meanwhile, in the serpent's cave, Van Jiao and the other had made quite a haul, but Van Jiao asked worriedly, "Still no word from Ta Vu?" Fitu replied nonchalantly, "He's probably still at the entrance." But just as he finished his sentence, a choppy voice came through. "Hey, little Fitu, can you hear me?" Fitu immediately grinned and said, "Speak of the devil. Got the boss's signal." On the other side, Ta Vu was busy slaying monsters. He was trying to contact Van Jiao and the other to warn them. "Listen to me. This underground city is probably more dangerous than we imagined. Stay put and wait for me to regroup with you." However, Fitu couldn't hear him clearly at all and asked in confusion, "Boss, what are you saying? I can't hear you clearly over here. Are you saying you're rushing to meet up with us?" Ta Vu yelled in frustration, "Idiot! I'm telling you two not to go any further. Stop where you are and wait for me. I'm going to be a little late." Unfortunately, it was the same as before. Fitu heard nothing. He said one thing, but the kid understood another. "The signal's awful, boss. Are you saying we should keep moving forward?" And so, Van Jiao and the other advanced to the second floor. Over on his side, Ta Vu was extremely frustrated and shouted, "Hey, the signal cut out. What kind of garbage connection is this? How can I hear you clearly, but you can't hear me?" Then, Ta Vu glared at Vini behind him and asked warily, "And what are you doing?" Vini explained shyly, "It's my first time seeing an abyssal ring up close. Can I touch it for a bit?" Hearing this, Ta Vu snapped irritably, "Get away from me. I'm annoyed enough as it is." He then checked the system, which announced a new route had been revealed, and asked if he wanted to go. Ta Vu had no choice but to follow it, but when he arrived, he mumbled in confusion, "This is the forked path it meant?" But the two new routes on either side looked a bit strange. At that moment, Vian He suggested, "Then let me do some reconnaissance." With that, she activated her scouting magic. In just a moment, Vian He's expression turned grim. She mumbled, trembling, "We should probably not go this way. I can feel a terrifyingly powerful source of magic inside." But Ta Vu just smirked, a battle-hungry smile creeping across his lips. "No, this is the way. It's a faster route, and it has stronger monsters. Suits me just fine." And just like that, he plunged forward head first. However, he hadn't gone far before he encountered monsters, but he didn't back down, calmly dealing with them. He pursed his lips and remarked, "The monsters here are no joke, just as I thought." As Ta Vu was clashing with them, flames suddenly shot past from behind, startling him. When he looked back, he saw Vini attacking with fire magic from behind him, constantly reminding him, "Be careful, this type of monster has a poison effect. Getting hurt would be a real pain." But Ta Vu, far from being grateful, yelled in annoyance, "You scared the hell out of me, and you stole my EXP." Being yelled at, Vini apologized guiltily. Scoffing lightly, he suggested in a cold voice, "I'll handle the rest." With that, his weapon quickly transformed its shape into a spear. Seeing this, Vini exclaimed in awe, "The weapon's form is changing. Is that the abyssal blade?" Ta Vu didn't answer. He quickly shot forward, and in a flash, he zipped past the monsters. Vini watched from the side, her eyes filled with admiration. The abyssal blade really does have power that surpasses the ordinary. But even so, the guildmaster's instructions can't be wrong. Hopefully, my teleportation skill can recover before we run into disaster. That way, I can protect Ta Vu. Of course, he didn't know what Vini was thinking. Ta Vu was still focused on destroying the monsters. He was now on his 20th one. Ta Vu nodded in satisfaction. The experience gain isn't bad. Leveled up again. But just as he said that, his eyes suddenly widened. Ta Vu cried out in surprise, "It's a dead end ahead. There are only these strange carvings." Vini also frowned slightly and mumbled, "The system guide shouldn't be wrong." Ta Vu fell silent, thinking for a long time before slowly speaking, "So that's how it is. Look at this place again. Doesn't it look like a puzzle stage?" Vini looked where he indicated and saw 4 differently colored orbs on the ground, with 4 stone pedestals around them. In front of them were also 4 statues of giant dragons and a blood moon. As he spoke, Ta Vu picked up an orb. Based on my experience from games I've played, the different colored orbs represent 4 dragons with different elements, and this red orb represents the fire dragon. The next step is to place the orb on the corresponding stone tower. The one with fins on its head must be the water dragon, which corresponds to the blue orb. The one with moss on it must be the wood dragon, corresponding to the green orb. The one with spikes on its head is the thunder dragon, which corresponds to the yellow orb. Vini followed Ta Vu's instructions and placed the corresponding orbs with him, then asked doubtfully, "Is just placing these orbs on the stone towers enough?" The moment she finished speaking, there was a strange movement below. But Ta Vu felt something was off. He frowned and thought, "But isn't this a little too simple? Even with trial and error, there are only 16 possible combinations for 4 orbs." Before Vini could answer, she noticed something. She cried out in terror, "When did so many monsters show up, blocking our way in?" Ta Vu's expression also turned grim. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it. So that means we haven't solved the puzzle yet. It really wasn't that simple. Did we miss something? With that, he observed the formation on the ground again. The light from the 4 giant dragons was converging at the center of the altar, as if summoning something. But there's no extra orb for a central position in this design. But soon, Tavu thought of something. Wait a minute. The giant dragons call. And this is the Blood Moon underground city. Could it be related to the dragon egg I got from the Blood Moon a long time ago? Thinking of this, he quickly took out the egg. Viney was very worried at this point and asked hesitantly, Tavu, what do we do? These monsters are about to attack. Should we fight our way out? Wait, let me try something first, Tavu replied, shaking his head slightly, then placed the egg in the center. Before long, the altar reacted again, and the surrounding monsters froze in place. Seeing this, Vinyi cried out happily. It worked! The monsters have stopped. Tavu remained standing there, mumbling in confusion. But it's not right. It still hasn't hatched. Just then, a sudden burst of energy erupted. The energy was so powerful that it sent both Tavu and Vinyi flying back. Biting his lip hard, Tavu gritted his teeth and muttered, "An attack from above. Who is it?" By the time he looked up, a massive figure had appeared above them, along with a voice filled with authority. "Bold mortals, not only have you entered sacred ground, but you dare to activate the forbidden seal. Unforgivable. For your ignorance, you will pay the price with your lives." It was a huge dragon. The aura it gave off was terrifying. Wei Ni cried out in alarm, "Oh no, this terrifyingly powerful pressure. It's a malevolent beast." Hearing this, Xie Yu muttered, "A malevolent beast? What's that?" Wei Ni slowly explained, "Legend says there's a special type of monster in the underground city. It's intelligent, and it can actually talk to players. Up until now, only someone with the strength of a guild master has been able to fight one. That kind of monster is called a malevolent beast." Just then, the evil dragon attacked. Xie Yu and Wei Ni scrambled to defend, and in a flash, half of Xie Yu's health bar was gone. He bit his lip and cursed, "Damn it, it's just as powerful as they say. And my health was already low to begin with." Wei Ni also murmured in a panic, "Could this be the calamity from the prophecy? Does that mean I'm the one who led Xie Yu right to it?" At that moment, the evil dragon roared again, "Go, my minions! Go and crush those humans!" Hearing this, Wei Ni panicked even more and yelled, "This is bad! That mob of monsters is about to charge us!" With that, she created a defensive barrier. She quickly proposed, "Xie Yu, I'll hold them off here. You go take out the monsters at the entrance. That's our only way out, right?" He nodded slightly, then immediately rushed towards the horde of monsters at the entrance. Over here, Vianhe was being forced back step by step by the evil beast's energy. She hurriedly shouted, "A little faster! I can't block this beast's attacks! I'm not gonna last much longer." Although there were many of these lesser monsters, they weren't strong at all. There was still a chance to escape from here. But it was clear they were just one step away from solving the puzzle. Tavu didn't understand why the egg hadn't hatched. What was he missing? Thinking this, he looked resentfully towards the egg in the distance. He saw it move, and at the same time, Vianhe screamed again, "I'm in trouble!" But Tavu, on the contrary, shouted in excitement, "I get it! This is it!" As he finished speaking, he swung his blade, and a powerful energy blast shattered the stone wall in front of him. With a loud crash, the stone wall crumbled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tavu then shouted again, "Lam Vi Ni, I'm coming to help you." Immediately after, he swung his blade down again, and the glowing slash, carrying immense energy, shot straight into Vianhe's formation. She cried out in surprise, "We're saved! But you blocked the exit. How are we supposed to escape now?" Tavu wasn't worried in the slightest, calmly smiling as he said, "What if we don't have to run? When the will's shadow moves, its form appears. When the bamboo's light shines, its heart ignites." That was the text on the egg. Did you notice it? The shadow on the ground was gradually moving closer to the egg's position. If Tavu's guess was correct, this was the reason the red moon in the sky was slowly shifting. This also meant that if they just waited a little longer, the moon's shadow would cover the egg. Immediately after, Tavu raised his blade to the sky and roared, "Let's go!" The moment he spoke, his energy and the evil beasts began to clash relentlessly. The evil dragon watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. For a mere human to have this kind of power, though you're still far too weak. But Tavu didn't care. He suddenly shouted, "Lam Vianhe, look!" Hearing that, Vianhe glanced over and saw that the altar was now covered by the moon's shadow, and the egg was lying right in the center of it. Tavu immediately yelled, "Now's the time. Use your fire skill and attack the egg." Vianhe, a bit bewildered, asked back, "Are you sure we have to attack this egg?" He nodded with firm resolve. "Trust me. Attack it, quick, before the moon's shadow disappears." Hearing this, Vianhe didn't dare hesitate any longer and launched a fire attack at the egg. The very moment it was scorched, the eggshell began to tremble. Tavu bit his lip hard, waiting for the result. It has to work. Otherwise, I'm not getting out of this. Heaven did not forsake him. The egg began to shake violently, and then the shell cracked. Seeing this, Vinhe's eyes widened. Tavu also stared, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the quest, Secret of the Dragon Egg. Quest reward, Pet Little Winged Dragon. After leaving its shell, the little winged dragon glanced over and saw Tavu on the other side. It immediately pounced into his arms, but he grumbled in dissatisfaction. And here I thought this egg was hiding some legendary weapon. What good is it if it just hatches a baby dragon? But as soon as he finished speaking, the little winged dragon bit his finger, making him even more annoyed as he scolded, "You dare bite your master?" Vini, on the other hand, was delighted. She hugged the little winged dragon and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate it. Pets in this game have enormous potential. For example, Gentian's Asura hounds can unleash unbelievable combat power when paired with a player. Since you're its master, Tavu, you should be able to see its stats and skills." This little guy had a lot of skills, which was something he hadn't expected. At that moment, the evil dragon's voice boomed again. "You have broken the seal. Perfect. Then you can all be destroyed together." As it spoke, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky again. Seeing this, Vianhe cried out in panic, "Oh no, the evil beast is attacking again." Tavu was also very worried. He thought to himself, "Is this little winged dragon really that strong? Let's give it a try." Immediately after, he unlocked the dragon wing support skill. In an instant, the little winged dragon's eyes lit up. A dazzling beam of energy shot out from its body, rushing straight into the sky. Tavu and the others watching from the side stared in astonishment, their eyes wide open. When the light faded, they saw the little winged dragon again. Only now, it was no longer little, but enormous. It had become a flame-winged dragon, its body wreathed in fire. Seeing this, the evil dragon snorted in contempt. "Flame-winged dragon, you want me to destroy you all over again?" Seeing how powerful the little winged dragon was, he used more points to unlock the soaring windride skill. The winged dragon walked over to the two of them and lowered its body. Viney muttered in confusion, "Is it telling us to get on?" At the same time, the evil dragon's lightning struck down again, but the winged dragon had already taken flight. It flew through the lightning bolts and straight into the sky, carrying Tavu and the other with it. In just a moment, it was face to face with the evil dragon. He then jumped off the winged dragon's back, his voice cold as he shouted, "Now it's our turn." Immediately after, Tavu stabbed down into the evil dragon's body. Not only that, but he also dragged his blade along its back. The evil dragon, enraged by the pain, yelled through gritted teeth, "Insolent human!" Vianney wasn't idle either. She attacked with her fire magic and shouted, "Tavu, I'll cover you." With her fire support, Tavu dodged the evil dragon's attack and stabbed it again with his blade. He had already left attack marks along its path earlier, and right at that moment, the energy began to surge and then erupted violently. Tavu leaned back to dodge, then shouted, "Flame-winged dragon." The flame-winged dragon immediately flew over and caught Tavu and the other person. He praised it with great satisfaction. Perfect teamwork. Vianney then suggested, "Let's use this chance to get out of here." But as soon as she spoke, her pupils contracted. She cried out in fear, "Of course, an evil beast wouldn't be defeated that easily." In an instant, it was about to surround them. The evil dragon blocked the flame-winged dragon's path, its voice menacing, "Humans, don't even dream of escaping from my grasp." Seeing this, Vianney shouted, "Tavu, get down!" Then she cast another spell, but her magic hadn't fully recovered. She could only hope it would be enough to teleport them a short distance. Immediately after, Vianney activated a teleportation circle. The flame-winged dragon dove right through the portal, successfully escaping the evil dragon. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank God we got away. How are we supposed to deal with a monster like that? Seeing that she had been useful, Vianney smiled smugly and said, "See how amazing my teleportation skill is this time?" Hearing that, Tavu snorted in annoyance. "Let's not forget it was your teleportation that got me into this godforsaken place to begin with." Cornered, Vianney quickly changed the subject. "Stop blaming me. Look what I picked up." In her hand was a stone. It was a sacred edict dragon scale with a lightning attribute. It had fallen off the evil beast when Tavu was fighting it earlier. Vianney wanted to give it to him. Hearing this, Tavu exclaimed excitedly, "All right, even though your teleportation made me waste a ton of time, I ended up getting the flame-winged dragon and the sacred edict dragon scale. I really scored big time. Thanks." Vianney suddenly blushed, speaking shyly. No need to thank me. This was all part of the mission the guild leader gave me." Now that they had the flame-winged dragon, it seemed they could get back to their original position very quickly. Vianney thought that by successfully escaping the evil beast's lair this time, she had defied the guild leader's prediction. She just hoped they wouldn't run into any more trouble. Just then, Tavu gave an order. "Flame-winged dragon, full speed ahead. We need to meet up with Van Jiao and Little Fitu quickly." Hearing this, the flame-winged dragon sped up and flew off. Meanwhile, where Phi Tu and Van Jiao were waiting for Tavu, they had just encountered a monster. Phi Tu threw a bomb and yelled, "Don't you underestimate me! Eat this!" With a loud bang, the bomb exploded, but that wasn't all. A sword gleam struck from a distance. Van Jiao expertly finished off the monster. She smiled happily and said, "We've collected all the dragon souls on this level. Let's get ready for the next floor." Hearing this, Phi Tu chuckled and said, "We're going so fast. I'm afraid the boss won't be able to keep up." But just as he finished speaking, the boy suddenly cried out in surprise, "Wait a sec. The radar's acting weird. There's a red dot that's been staying a short distance behind us. Could a monster be following us?" But very quickly, Phi Tu denied it. "No, that's not right. Someone must be spying on us." Hearing that, Yun Jiao frowned and muttered suspiciously, "Someone's watching." Then she slashed her blade through the air and shouted, "Who's there?" With a loud crash, the wall in front of her shattered, sending dust and debris everywhere. When the dust settled, Ying Lon's figure was revealed. She smirked and said, "So, you found me?" Yun Jiao's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe it was her. Ying Lon completely dismissed the two of them, saying with a pout, "I'm not interested in you guys. I was only following you to find out where Xie Yu is. Why hasn't he regrouped with you yet?" But while she was still talking, Yun Jiao had already charged forward. She attacked Ying Lon without a moment's hesitation. The fiery light of her blade rushed forward furiously, only to be blocked by Ying Lon's thin threads. Yun Jiao didn't stop, pressing her fierce assault. Ying Lon could only retreat step by step, forced onto the defensive. She seemed a bit confused and asked, "Why are you so furious with me?" Biting her lip fiercely, Yun Jiao said through gritted teeth, "Have you forgotten so quickly? Why did you ambush me in Xiao Yu that day? And what did you do to her after that?" Ying Lon was slightly taken aback. "Oh, so it's about that." She raised a hand, manipulating the threads. Ying Lon spoke coolly, "Sorry, can't tell you. On the contrary, for you to attack me so recklessly. Didn't you realize you'd already fallen into my trap?" She said that if Yun Jiao moved even a muscle, these threads would tear her to pieces. If she didn't want to die, she had to obediently reveal Xie Yu's whereabouts. Watching from the side, Fei Zi cried out in fear, "Big Sis Yun!" But just then, Yun Jiao spoke up. "Back then, was Xiao Yu also ambushed by these cheap little tricks of yours?" With that, she grabbed the threads tightly and roared fiercely, "Just you wait. Even if I'm torn to shreds, I will never forgive you." Just as Ying Lon had said, the moment Yun Jiao moved, the threads cut into her body. In an instant, numerous wounds appeared all over her body, but at the same time, Yun Jiao had severed all of the threads. Seeing this, Ying Lon thought she must be insane. Yun Jiao didn't back down, pressing in close once more. "Whatever suffering Xiao Yu went through, I'll pay you back tenfold." With a soft scoff, Ying Lon spoke contemptuously. "With just you? Fine, I'll show you the real gap between us." As soon as she finished speaking, her threads moved again, and a giant golem burst up from the ground. Yun Jiao wasn't fazed, calmly raising her blade to defend. She pursed her lips and muttered, "Ever since I found out you were a member of the Blood Moon Guild, I've been preparing relentlessly, just for the day I could defeat you. And now, that day has finally come." With that, she channeled energy into her blade and shattered the golem in one blow, shocking Ying Lon. Fei Zi was also stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "So, this is what Sister Yun spent all her points on." Yun Jiao's body was now enveloped in a pale golden light. In the blink of an eye, her clothes changed, transforming into a new form. Elsewhere, Xie Yu was flying on the back of a flame-winged dragon. He looked at the map and said, "According to the map, at this speed, we should be there soon." Then, Xie Yu contacted Fei Zi. "The connection's through. Little Fei Zi, can you hear me? How are things on your end?" Fei Zi hurriedly replied, "Boss, Sister Yun is fighting Ying Lon from the Blood Moon Guild." Xie Yu's eyes narrowed, and he urgently warned, "Don't confront her. Run away, now!" But Fei Zi replied, full of excitement, "What are you talking about, boss? Sister Yun is super strong. There's no way she'll lose." After Yun Jiao's transformation, it was clear she had grown much stronger, but Ying Lon didn't seem worried at all. She shouted aggressively, "It seems you're much stronger than before, but don't underestimate me. After all, I am an A-rank assassin of the Blood Moon Guild." As she spoke, Ying Lon's threads moved once more. This time, 3 poisonous insects appeared. From the sidelines, Fei Zi checked his device and said, "I've heard the Blood Moon Guild ranks its members' strength from high to low as A, B, C, and D. That ghost face guy before was only D rank, but this Ying Lon is actually an A rank. According to his analysis software, her fluctuating combat power was slightly higher than Yun Jiao's, but Fei Zi believed that with such a small margin, Yun Jiao couldn't possibly lose. Just then, Yun Jiao slowly advanced towards the 3 poisonous insects. She spoke coldly. "I saw through these little tricks of yours a long time ago. The Shunpo form would drastically increase Yun Jiao's speed. No matter how strong Yinglong's puppets were, her only target was Yinglong herself. As soon as the words were out, Yun Jiao shot straight through the 3 poisonous insects, charging directly at Yinglong. Seeing this, Yinglong scoffed contemptuously. Naive. Don't think you can get close to me that easily. At her words, she manipulated her threads again. A swarm of other poisonous insects appeared. Yun Jiao didn't retreat. Instead, she boosted her speed even more. In an instant, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning. When she reappeared, she was behind Yinglong. She snorted coldly and said, "Got you." With that, she swung her blade down. Yinglong quickly dodged, but even so, she still lost half of her health bar. Biting her lip fiercely, refusing to give in, Yinglong controlled her threads. Yun Jiao was bound tightly by them. Yinglong said coldly, "This time, I won't let you off. Tear her to pieces, my puppets." As soon as Yinglong finished speaking, the poisonous insects menacingly approached Yun Jiao. She bit her lip fiercely, closing her eyes as she recalled the past. A few months ago during training, Yun Jiao had broken her weapon. She said in disappointment, "Xiao Yu, am I just too stupid? This is the 3rd one I've broken." Xiao Yu chuckled softly and replied, "How could that be? It's because your combat power is too high. Your adaptability is amazing. Being able to use different fighting styles means you can convert that into immense combat strength." Hearing this, Yun Jiao thought she was being made fun of. She pouted and said, "Stop laughing at me. I couldn't even keep this last blade intact." But then, Xiao Yu took out a long blade and said, "Why don't you try this one? I think this one will definitely suit you." Yun Jiao was incredibly grateful. She promised she would never give up on the weapon she was given, and that she would use her own fighting style to bring out its greatest power. Just then, Yun Jiao's body changed settings again. She had summoned the strong blade form. Yun Jiao spun her long blade in a circle and directly decapitated the poisonous insects. The scene horrified Yinglong, who muttered through gritted teeth, "She has more than one setting?" While she was panicking, Yun Jiao lunged forward. With a loud crash, Yinglong's body fell to the ground like a kite with a cut string. Yun Jiao pointed her blade at her. She questioned in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, tell me why you ambushed Xiao Yu. Did you kill her?" Yinglong pursed her lips and muttered, "The Xiao Yu you're talking about, is she that high-level player everyone praises as the Azure Gem? With my abilities alone, how could I possibly kill her?" Hearing this, Yun Jiao exclaimed in shock, "What? But she went missing the day after she met you." Yinglong hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "It was the guild leader. He." But before she could finish, a dagger flew towards them from a distance. Yun Jiao was startled and quickly dodged. The dagger shot past like a flash of lightning, and with a loud boom, the ground exploded. Yun Jiao was pushed back by the force of the explosion. The attacker was Zhen Tian. He stood in front of Yinglong and said in a cold voice, "Girl, tell me where Xie Yu is." Meanwhile, his flame-winged dragon was still flying at top speed. Whenever it passed by people, it terrified them. They thought it was a boss-level monster, but the flame-winged dragon did nothing, simply soaring past them. Someone spotted Xie Yu and exclaimed in shock, "Am I seeing things? It looks like someone is riding a dragon up there." But others didn't believe it. He paid no attention to their reactions, urging impatiently, "Flame-winged dragon, go faster. If Yun Jiao runs into that guy, it'll be too dangerous." Xie Yu was truly worried. But just as he feared, his worries came true. Right now, Yun Jiao was indeed fighting Zhen Tian. The two were locked in a stalemate, but upon closer inspection, she was clearly on the losing end. Zhen Tian glared at Yun Jiao and asked coldly, "I'll ask you one more time, where is Xie Yu?" Biting her lip fiercely, Yun Jiao replied with a cold snort, "I'm not going to tell you. In fact, you should get out of my way. I still have questions for Yinglong." At the same time, Feizi had looked up Zhen Dian's information and exclaimed in shock, "This guy's name is Zhen Dian, an A-rank assassin from Blood Moon. His combat stats are off the charts." Just then, Zhen Dian ordered his mech dog to attack. It lunged, a short blade in its mouth. Yun Jiao couldn't let her guard down and hurriedly slashed with her sword. Zhen Dian took a few steps back, then threw his blade again. Yun Jiao stumbled back in alarm, and the spot where she had just been standing was completely destroyed by the blade. But before she could even recover, a bloody mist filled the air. Somehow, Zhen Dian had appeared behind Yun Jiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically swung his blade at Yun Jiao. Seeing this, Feizi screamed in panic, "Lady Yun!" 2/3 of Yun Jiao's health bar had been wiped out by Zhen Dian's one move. She bit her lip fiercely and muttered, "Damn it, I used up too much energy earlier. I'm no match for him now." Just then, Zhen Dian spoke again in a cold voice. "I've changed my mind. Since you refuse to talk, I'll kill you first. Then Xie Yu will come to me for revenge himself." With that, he appeared in front of Yun Jiao, ready to strike. Yun Jiao had no strength left to fight back. She pursed her lips and whispered, "So this is the end, huh? Zhen Dian's blade was about to come down, and all she could do was close her eyes and wait for death. But at that moment, a giant shadow that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared. It was the flame-winged dragon. Yu, on its back, immediately shouted, "Zhen Dian, stop right there!" Zhen Dian froze in surprise, and at that moment, Yu leaped down from the flame-winged dragon. Seeing that his prey had arrived, Zhen Dian smirked. "You're finally here." Then he raised his blade to parry Yu's attack. With a loud boom, another explosion rocked the area. Taking this chance, he glanced at Yun Jiao and asked, "You okay?" She shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." But Yu's eyes were still fixed on her, noticing she was covered in wounds. Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. He yelled through gritted teeth, "Zhen Dian, you dare hurt a member of my team." Immediately after, he brought his blade down with ferocious force. The powerful energy forced Zhen Dian back step by step, but the slash didn't stop, slamming straight into the wall behind him. On the other side, Wei had run over and opened a healing formation for Yun Jiao. Feeling her body suddenly getting better, she asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Wei quickly replied, "I'm Lin Wei from the Grey Mist Guild. Don't worry, I'm on your side now." In the middle of the fight, Zhen Dian's blade had shattered from that last attack. He said, annoyed, "Yu, you really are prey that can bring me some fun." Yu didn't want to hear him ramble. He roared fiercely, "Cut the crap and let's fight!" Snorting softly, Zhen Dian replied coldly, "Fine by me. Next, I'll give you a quick death." Right after, he powered up his combat level. Seeing this, Feizi cried out in fear, "Sis Yun, are you okay? That Zhen Dian guy's power is no joke. We need to retreat, now!" Wei also nodded in agreement. "That demon Zhen Dian. It's best we don't mess with him." She then created a thick fog, obscuring Zhen Dian's vision. Zhen Dian, seeing this, shouted angrily, "More tricks from the Grey Mist Guild? Don't even think about escaping." He then swung his blade forward again. Seeing this, Feizi joked, "He took the bait. That was just a clone of me." Zhen Dian frowned slightly, his eyes turning vicious. The flame-winged dragon had already gotten everyone onto its back, including Yu. He complained, "Why are we running? If we don't deal with this guy now, he'll just cause trouble for us later." Hearing this, Feizi reassured him, "Don't worry about that, big bro. The location for the next floor is Dragon's Sky Island. It won't be easy for Zhen Dian to chase us. After all, not everyone has a cool flying mount like you." The path through the mystic maw of Dragon's Sky Island is ambushed by tons of high-level monsters. For normal players, getting through is harder than climbing to heaven. But Yu's group was different. They flew on the back of the flame-winged dragon. Feizi said with admiration, "Boss, how on earth did you get this pet?" Yu shook his head and replied, "It's a long story. Let's just say I found him on the road." Yun Jiao looked at Wei gratefully and said, "Lin Wei, thank you. After your treatment, I feel much better." Wei shook her head and replied, "Don't mention it. It was nothing." A moment later, the flame-winged dragon landed. This was the location of the chief boss. Yun Jiao saw that the flame-winged dragon had shrunk down and couldn't help but praise it. "It shrunk! So cute!" Feizi glanced at Yu and asked with a smile, "You ready, boss? This is the S-rank chief of Earth River City. Very few people have ever defeated an S-rank boss. But according to the info the kid got, the team that successfully defeats an S-rank chief gets a reward of at least 1,000 points. Yu was shocked to hear that. A whole 1,000 points? If I successfully beat 100 S-rank Earth River cities, wouldn't I get 100,000 points? Thinking this, he nodded with determination. Great. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I have to beat this city chief and get those points. But just then, something strange suddenly happened up ahead. Feizi cried out in panic, "Danger!" In the nick of time, Wei used a formation to block whatever was hurtling toward them. Yu couldn't help but wonder, an attack from the front? With that thought, he rushed forward and stopped in front of a crack in the cliff face. When he saw the scene inside, he was completely stunned. An extremely fierce battle was raging inside, and the chief boss's health bar was almost empty. Yu muttered in frustration, "Damn it, we're one step too late. The Lionheart and Golden Cicada guilds are already attacking the chief." Feizi also cried out in panic, "Boss, what do we do? At this rate, they're going to get the chief." Seeing their panic, Wei reassured them, "Don't worry. The legendary S-rank Earth River City bosses all have a special mechanism. Even if the Lionheart and Golden Cicada guilds team up, it'll be hard for them to finish off the chief quickly." And sure enough, not long after, the boss became powerful again. Xiao Huan was about to attack, but seeing this, he yelled in shock, "You've got to be kidding me! You're gonna cheat again?" In an instant, the boss's body was enveloped in holy light, and its health bar refilled completely. It immediately attacked Long Tian. He quickly raised his shield to block, but was still pushed back. At the same time, he saw Yu's group and quickly called out, "Yu, I knew you'd come." Hearing that, Feizi panicked. "Don't tell me he's planning to take us out and keep the loot for himself?" Yu narrowed his eyes at him and said warily, "You're Long Tian of the Lionheart Guild, right? Don't think you can get rid of us that easily." With a slight smile, Long Tian calmly proposed, "No, quite the opposite. I hope you'll join us and help take down this chief with me." Xiao Huan, hearing this, shouted in protest, "Long Tian, don't just decide on your own. If another team joins, how are we supposed to split these few points?" Mo Du chimed in. "Yeah, don't push us around." Ling Ran snorted back, "But do you have a better plan? The Holy Light Spirit Dragon has an unlimited self-healing ability. The only way to beat it is to focus our firepower and attack it before it can recover." Xie Yu understood then. So that's it. They want to borrow his power so their damage output can overcome the Holy Light Spirit Dragon's self-healing. But if he joined, the points he'd get would be pitifully small. After a moment of silence, Xie Yu proposed, "Let's make a bet. The team that lands the final blow gets 60% of the reward points. That way, the other two teams each get an average of 20%. What do you guys think?" Hearing this, Xiao Huan smirked and said, "Looks like you didn't get enough of a gamble at the Golden Cicada Casino last time, huh? However, since it's a gamble of luck, we at Golden Cicada have no reason to refuse." Long Tian also nodded in agreement. "As long as we can take down the boss, the Lionheart Guild is fine with whatever." With everyone's agreement, Xie Yu glanced at Yun Zhao and gave his orders. "Yun Zhao, are your injuries okay from before? I'll be the main attacker in a bit." Yun Zhao nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Hearing that, he said no more and glanced at Weir, asking, "You want in?" Weir agreed without hesitation. "This is a rare S-rank chief raid. I'm not going to miss it." Tavu smiled faintly, then looked at Fei Zi and said, "All right, little Fei Zi, it's all up to you now." Hearing this, Fei Zi was bewildered but eventually did as he was told, and so their party charged forward together, heading for the boss. Meanwhile, in the real world, someone frantically ran into the top floor of the company headquarters and yelled, "This is bad, President. Our men can't stop that girl at all. Should we activate the combat domain to take her out?" Hearing this, the president paused his pool shot. He sneered, "A whole squad of you can't even stop one girl? Are you trying to make our Blood Moon Guild a laughingstock?" This man was Lan Qin. The woman beside him couldn't help but suggest, "President, how about I go teach that intruder a lesson for you?" Lan Qin let out a soft chuckle and replied coldly, "No need. When a woman delivers herself right to my doorstep, why would I ever refuse?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room was smashed open. The person outside was sent flying in, landing with a thud on the ground as dust filled the room. Lan Hikin narrowed his eyes, a look of excitement on his face as he laughed. "So it really is you. Long time no see. As it happens, I've been thinking about you these past few days." Nyalam, the one who had arrived, was indeed Nyalam. The look in her eyes was hostile. She scoffed coldly. "Is that so? Don't try to act familiar. You and I are not close." Lan Qin narrowed his eyes at her and asked coolly, "Then what on earth could have made you come looking for me yourself?" Nyalam said coldly, "Cut the crap. You know why I'm here. I just came to make one thing clear." She asked what his intentions were for Tavu. Koke was already killed by him. Is he still afraid of the devouring blade? As soon as she said this, Lan Qin roared in anger, "Shut your mouth! Don't you dare mention that person's name in front of me." Completely unafraid, Nyalam coolly challenged him. "What's wrong? Things have already gotten this far, and you still don't dare to admit it?" Lan Qin raised an eyebrow and questioned her. "So, you came here for revenge? I'm ready anytime." Nyalam said fiercely, "Don't you worry, the day will come when I deal with you myself." Shrugging indifferently, Lan Qin sneered, "Such a boring girl. Fine, I can tell you what I'm planning to do next, but same old rules. Beat me with this." Nyalam scoffed and snatched the cue stick from Lan Qin's hand. She leaned over the pool table and said coldly, "I'm not who I was before." With that, Nyalam started sinking the balls on the table. One after another, they went straight into the pockets. Before long, she had completely cleared the table. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Sorry about that. I win." Lan Qin was true to his word. He snapped his fingers and said with a laugh, "Not bad at all. Fine then, I'll give you what you want." Instantly, a projection screen appeared in mid-air, showing an image of Tavu's group preparing to fight the boss. Nyalam stared at the screen for a long time before speaking. "This is a live stream from the Crimson Dragon's domain." Lan Qin replied nonchalantly, "That's right. Watch closely now. You'll have the answer you're looking for soon enough." On the screen, the battle had begun, with everyone continuously attacking the boss. Waves of skill energy constantly erupted in the air. Dean Dieppe was outside handling the mobs, shouting as she fought, "Leave these minions to us! You guys focus on attacking the boss!" Lang Nian wasn't idle either. She raised her sword high and shouted, "Nice one, Qiantin! Leave the rest to us! 10,000 swords at once!" As soon as she finished, the Annihilation Sword formation appeared and charged straight toward the boss. Watching this, Tavu couldn't help but marvel. So powerful. Hung Su's strength really is on another level. Hearing that, Long Nian reminded him, Now's not the time to be distracted. Focus your energy on attacking the boss. With that, he yelled, "Everyone, get some distance from the boss now," and then swung his sword down. In an instant, lightning enveloped the boss, causing its health bar to drop by half. Seeing this, Tu Hoan smirked. "You guys from Hongsu are pretty strong, huh? But I'm not just gonna let you have the boss." After saying that, she began to furiously attack the boss. Ta Vu also prepared to attack. "Van Jiao, let's go." Immediately after, the two of them attacked the boss simultaneously. Vi Ni also used a support formation, this one an attack-boosting formation. The two powerful slashes from Ta Vu and his partner struck the boss directly. Seeing this, Long Thien shouted, "Just like that! Everyone, keep up the attack! Even if it heals, the boss won't be able to withstand this, because the boss's health bar was now nearly depleted." At that moment, Teo Hon suddenly broke into a triumphant smirk. "It's almost down! Kim Chan-tu, do it now!" "Understood," Chan-tu immediately replied, then shot out large water bubbles. Ta Vu's entire group was trapped by them. The same happened to Long Thien. He roared in anger, "Tu Hoan, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Tu Hoan giggled and said with a smirk, "Isn't it obvious? The boss is ours." As soon as she finished, the robot activated its 1,000,000 horsepower. Immediately after, a blast of world-destroying energy shot out. The boss raised its hands to block it, temporarily taking no damage. Long Thien grew even angrier and scoffed, "Kim Thien, don't even dream of holding me back with such dirty tricks." With that, his sword quickly changed its attribute. He then attacked the boss. Seeing the dire situation, Van Jiao asked worriedly, "Ta Vu, what do we do now? We can't escape this bubble. At this rate, they'll steal the kill." But he remained perfectly calm and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If these guys want to play dirty, then we don't have to be polite either. Don't forget, we still have another friend with us." Hearing this, Teo Hoan glanced over at Fei Zi and sneered, "You mean this string bean over here? What can a guy like him possibly do?" This remark provoked Fei Zi, and the kid yelled in annoyance, "What? Who are you calling a string bean? No matter how you look at it, I'm way bigger than you." Ta Vu didn't let him hesitate, shouting urgently, "Little Fei Zi, snap out of it. They're about to steal the dragon. Release it now." Fei Zi nodded slightly and then released the little winged dragon. Ta Vu thought about how he'd won the ultimate speed and demon face last time, accumulating a ton of points. If he could secure this S-rank boss, the reward would be even greater. Now, he had no choice but to rely on that unused ability of the little winged dragon. His mind made up, Ta Vu yelled, "Go!" The little winged dragon activated its Roar of the Fire Dragon King ability. That one ability alone had cost him 50,000 points. Instantly, the little winged dragon began to change. A powerful energy enveloped its body. Then, wings began to sprout from its back, more and more of them, until in a flash, its body had transformed to its limit, becoming a massive dragon. This sight made Tu Hoan cry out in alarm. "How did another boss-level monster just appear? What is going on?" Fei Zi also muttered in amazement, "Big bro, where on earth did you find this pet? I want to find one too." As for Ta Vu, he hadn't expected this either, stammering, I had no idea it would be this over the top." Under everyone's horrified gazes, the little winged dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. It then flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, and attacked without a moment's hesitation. A furious stream of flame shot down toward the ground. The fire instantly engulfed the boss, its screams echoing ceaselessly as it was incinerated in a flash. The system announced that player Ta Vu had successfully defeated the boss, the Holy Light Spirit Dragon. Lang Yan couldn't help but sigh at the sight. So Ta Vu got the boss kill after all. Long Thien nodded in agreement. To have a pet that can evolve. Ta Vu is certainly no ordinary player. Tu Hoan screamed, practically losing her mind. How could this happen? We were so close to killing the boss. Seeing this, Chan-tu couldn't help but joke, "Don't lose heart, Tu Hoan. How about some popcorn for the show?" Meanwhile, after defeating the boss, the little winged dragon returned to its small form. It immediately dove into Ta Vu's arms. He hugged it back and said happily, "Little winged dragon, you were amazing." Fei Zi also exclaimed excitedly, "Thank goodness for the little winged dragon. We really hit the jackpot this time." Model. Outside, seeing the situation inside, Nalam breathed a sigh of relief, then raised an eyebrow and looked at Lan Qin mockingly. "Is this what you wanted to show me? You've underestimated Ta Vu. His growth rate is beyond that of a normal player, so that's why you're so scared of him, isn't it?" But not only did Lan Qin not get angry, a smile even hung on his lips. Lan Qin's eyes turned sharp as he asked in a low, threatening voice, "And what if I told you this was all part of my plan?" His words made Nalam's eyes widen in shock. Lan Qin slowly explained, "The destruction of the light means the darkness is rising. Inside the game, after the boss was defeated, it was suddenly enveloped by a stream of dark energy. Immediately after, it silently closed in on Ta Vu's group. As if sensing the killing intent, his eyes darted back. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dark energy had already enveloped Tavu's entire body, lifting him into the air before everyone's astonished eyes. Long Thien and Tio Huan frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. In just a flash, a soul-devouring dark dragon had appeared in the air, and Tavu was bound by its soul-hunting ability. He was forced to become a ritual sacrifice for 2 hours. After 2 hours, his soul would be completely devoured by the soul-devouring dark dragon, which would then be resurrected one more time, becoming a holy light spirit dragon. Just then, the soul-devouring dark dragon threw its head back and roared, a sound that terrified everyone. Wen Jiao was extremely worried about Tavu, and Vitni cried out in horror, "This boss can't just self-heal, it can revive itself too?" But it didn't stop there. The bodies of the smaller monsters nearby were also enveloped in dark energy, then quickly revived and began to attack. Ma Do reacted in time, shielding Team Diep. He cried out in panic, "What's going on? We clearly defeated them a moment ago, so how are they alive again?" Tio Huan didn't understand either, muttering in horror, "What in the world is happening?" In the blink of an eye, every monster in this place has been revived. Seeing everyone panicking, Long Thien quickly tried to calm them down. "Don't be scared, everyone. If they revive, we just have to beat them again, that's all. Let's save Tavu first." With that, he used a cyclone to attack the monsters. However, the soul-devouring dark dragon wasn't afraid in the slightest. It spat out a beam of dark energy that shot towards the cyclone. The sight made Long Thien's eyes narrow in utter shock. That energy beam shot straight into the mountain behind them. Just like that, it completely shattered a mountain. Long Thien had managed to dodge in time and asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" Tio Huan was terrified, because her mech had lost an arm. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Thien Diep hurriedly shouted, "Be careful! These revived dragon monsters are attacking again, and they're much stronger than before." Wen Jiao suggested while attacking, "Lam Vini, the situation doesn't look good. We have to figure out a way to rescue Tavu and then retreat." Vini nodded slightly and replied, "I know." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in Long Tien's ear. "Long Tien, can you read me?" Long Tien immediately replied, "What is it?" The person on the other end was checking the situation, their tone filled with panic. Something's happened in the Crimson Dragon Purgatory. In an instant, a massive number of monsters from all over the Crimson Dragon Purgatory revived, and not only that, their power has also increased. The number of player deaths is rising continuously right now. This entire Crimson Dragon Purgatory has fallen into peril. Hearing this, Long Thien's face immediately darkened. He trembled as he muttered, "How can this be? Does this mean the entire underground city has no escape route?" Vini spoke up then. "This is my last bit of mana. Even if I can only move him a little, it's better than nothing. I have to get Tavu away from that dangerous boss first." With that, she created a teleportation circle, wanting to move him. However, the teleportation circle couldn't get near Tavu. The moment it touched him, it was shattered by the dark energy. Vni's expression instantly turned grim. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring dark dragon's eyes had turned vicious, and it began spitting out more beams of dark energy. Kim Thien's group was hit, and Lung Nian was also bound by the dark energy, making Long Thien extremely anxious. This sight made Vini slump to the ground in despair. She trembled and muttered, "I understand now. I was wrong this whole time. The evil beast we encountered before wasn't the guild leader's prediction. This, right now, is the great calamity he spoke of. A lot of people are going to die here, including Tavu, and I don't have the power to change any of it." Long Thien was the only one still holding on. He scowled fiercely. After this boss dies, its body becomes a soul-devouring dragon, and through a player sacrifice, it revives again as a holy light spirit dragon. There's no way to beat a cycle like this. The only one who can still fight is Long Thien, but he's already exhausted a lot of his energy. What on earth could he do to defeat this boss? If he failed, they would all die in this underground city. But just then, a brilliant red flash of a blade suddenly appeared, slashing across the dark dragon's body. Long Thien frowned slightly, muttering in surprise, "It's you." The newcomer was Shan Dian. He sneered mockingly, "Long Thien, you look pathetic. To think that an underground city of this level could leave your Lionheart Guild cornered like this, it's absolutely hilarious." Long Thien bit his lip fiercely in frustration and said, "Cut the sarcasm. Even you would have a hard time beating the boss in its current state." Shan Dian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Clearing the underground city and defeating the boss are two different things. The boss is this strong right now because it has absorbed the sacrifice's energy. If you want to kill the boss, you have to kill Tavu. His words left Long Thien stunned, not knowing how to react. Seeing his reaction, Shan Dian continued with a smirk, "But your sense of righteousness won't let you accept a strategy like that, will it?" Before Long Thien could answer, Wen Jiao shouted angrily, "Stop spouting nonsense. You wanted to kill Tavu from the beginning, and now you're trying to use Long Thien to do it." But just then, Long Thien pursed his lips and muttered, "No, what he's saying is the only way." Wen Jiao stared at him in shock, trembling as she stammered, "How can you? Lam Vini. You have another way, right?" Vini just shook her head and spoke in despair. "I don't know. I'm out of mana. I'm sorry." At that moment, Tio Huan also cried out in panic, "If this keeps up, we're all going to die here." Everyone's reactions made Wen Jiao's eyes widen in absolute despair. Outside, Na Lam, who had witnessed everything, screamed in fury, "Lan Qin, this was your plan all along, wasn't it? To use this underground city's mechanic to make Tavu the game's sacrifice." Lan Qin laughed smugly and said, "This underground city has such a nasty mechanic. It nearly wiped out my entire team the first time." Nalam bit her lip fiercely and said with a cold snort, "I won't let you get what you want." She then turned around and opened a portal to leave. But just then, Lan Qin suddenly made his move. He smirked and said, "Na Lam," still so hot-headed. In an instant, Na Lam was trapped inside a pillar of energy. Lan Qin spoke casually, "This is a high-class prison cell I had custom-made just for you. Even for you, it should take at least half an hour to struggle free, right? Until then, just be a good girl and watch me. The real show is just beginning." Na Lam's fury reached its peak. She struggled to escape, but it was useless. Inside the game, Chan Dian and Long Thien charged forward together. Long Thien couldn't help but remark, "I never thought I'd see the day we'd team up." Hearing this, Chan Dian snorted coldly, "Less talk. The objective is to kill Tavu." Seeing them approach, the soul-devouring dark dragon spat out a blast of dark energy. At the same time, Chan Dian's mechanical dog lunged forward. Chan Dian roared fiercely, "Rakshasa sphere, become my energy." In a flash, Master and Beast merged into one, transforming Chan Dian into a humanoid beast, wildly emitting energy. Seeing this from the outside, Phi Tu cried out in fear, "Those two teamed up! If this goes on, Big Brother is really going to be killed! Damn it, I can't do anything!" Wen Jiao still stood there in silence, not knowing what she could possibly do in this situation. Over on the other side, in the blink of an eye, Long Thien and Chan Dian had arrived in front of the soul-devouring dark dragon. Chan Dian wielded two blazing katanas. He then began to slash madly, the light from his blades dancing through the air as powerful energy pulsed out continuously. At the same time, Long Thien had rushed to where Xie Yu was trapped. He muttered guiltily, "For the greater good. Don't blame me, Xie Yu." With that, he moved to strike with his knife. But at that very moment, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. In a flash, Yun Jiao appeared in front of him, blocking Long Tian's attack with her long blade. Long Tian frowned at her, demanding harshly, "Shen Yun Jiao, do you have any idea what you're doing? If this keeps up, not only will you fail to save Xie Yu, but we'll all die." "I know," Yun Jiao nodded calmly, but then she yelled defiantly, "But how can I just stand by and watch another one of my comrades die right in front of me again?" Hearing this, Long Tian nodded in understanding. "I get it. Your stance isn't wrong. My apologies." Immediately after, he swung his sword, and a whirlwind swept Yun Jiao away, sending her flying backward and slamming hard against the wall. Seeing that Long Tian still hadn't succeeded, Zhen Tian threw his dagger, scoffing coldly. "Long Tian, you're taking too damn long." Yun Jiao scowled fiercely and muttered, "I can't let this happen." She then lunged forward again, using her long blade to block Zhen Tian's dagger. At the same time, a blood-red aura appeared in the air. In an instant, Zhen Tian was right in front of Yun Jiao. He spoke coldly, "Girl, you're getting in the way. Just die together with him." As soon as he finished speaking, his dagger spun, successfully evading Yun Jiao's long blade. Then, Zhen Tian stabbed it straight through her. Yun Jiao couldn't react in time, watching helplessly as the dagger pierced her body, and her own weapon was shattered. Outside, Leng Jing saw this scene, and his expression immediately darkened. Since she was a child, Yun Jiao's academic performance had been outstanding. She was the pride and joy of her parents. But this excellence gradually created a distance between her and her peers. In her memories, Yun Jiao spent most of her time studying alone. That is, until this game appeared and she met Xiao Yu. But not long after, Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared, plunging her into despair within the game. Then, by a stroke of luck, Xie Yu appeared. Yun Jiao had originally planned to use him to gain some advantages in this game, but time and time again, he disregarded his own safety to help her. Because of that, someone like Xie Yu, who would sacrifice himself for a goal, made Yun Jiao find hope again. He showed her that she still had a chance to bring Xiao Yu back to life. But now, she was powerless, severely wounded, her weapon even broken. Unwilling to accept it, Yun Jiao gritted her teeth and muttered, "But how can he just die here so easily? Last time, it was because I ran away on my own that something bad happened to Xiao Yu." As she spoke, Yun Jiao reached out and grabbed Zhen Tian's dagger. She roared defiantly, "This time, no matter what, I won't run away again. I won't bear the guilt of surviving on my own. Not one more time." The moment she finished, Yun Jiao's long blade suddenly transformed. The remaining fragments on the blade fell away and reformed into a different weapon. This sight startled Gentian. Yun Jiao paid him no mind, pouring her energy into her weapon, her eyes fixed upon it. Meanwhile, Xie Yu still had his eyes closed, but a golden energy suddenly broke through the dark aura and entered his subconscious. Xie Yu seemed to react. His eyelashes twitched slightly, and soon after, he woke with a start. He looked around in a daze, muttering in confusion, "Where is this?" Just as Xie Yu was bewildered, a light suddenly appeared before him. Then, the light dissipated, revealing the figure of a girl. Seeing the familiar figure, Xie Yu cried out in surprise, "Yu Yi, why are you here?" Yu Yi gave Xie Yu a sincere smile. She smiled and said, "Because I came to save you. If you want to bring me back to life, how can we meet in the afterlife? I believe in you. We'll definitely meet again." Her words moved Xie Yu, and he gazed at her intently. Elsewhere, at a guild's base, there was an orb enveloped in purple energy. In front of it stood a girl, maintaining the orb's power. She trembled and muttered, "My prediction, it's been changed. A mysterious and powerful energy has altered everything." At what seemed to be the exact same moment, back inside the game, a golden light suddenly appeared. Then, a hand grabbed Gentian's dagger, much to his displeasure. Below, Wei Er and Fei Zi saw who it was and became so emotional they nearly burst into tears. Even Long Tian couldn't help but smile, because Xie Yu was back. He caught Yun Jiao and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Yun Jiao." With that, he crushed Gentian's dagger with his bare hand. Xie Yu glared at Gentian and said in a cold voice, "From now on, leave it to me." Gentian stumbled back in shock, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! How could he alone break the soul-devouring dark dragon's binding?" But just as he finished speaking, he was struck by the dark energy of the soul-devouring dark dragon and thrown far away. Xie Yu paid him no more attention, turning to face the soul-devouring dark dragon and questioning, "You're the main culprit, aren't you?" The soul-devouring dark dragon's gaze was incredibly fierce as it stared at Xie Yu and Yun Jiao as if it wanted to bore a hole right through them. Outside, this scene made Leng Jing laugh with excitement. "Ha! It finally appeared." Ming's prediction was right on the money. Ya Lin didn't understand what he was saying and mumbled in confusion. "What on earth is happening? An S-class leader's designated binding function can't be broken by an ordinary player." Leng Jing chuckled and said, "So what if it wasn't broken, but rather restored to its original state? A function that isn't used by ordinary players?" These words left Ya Lin completely stunned. She cried out in disbelief, "Not an ordinary player. Don't tell me it's..." Leng Jing explained slowly, "That's right. This is what I've been searching for all along. The fourth anomaly blade." Inside the game, the soul-devouring dark dragon began to attack him with dark energy, only to be blocked by the light surrounding Xie Yu. Seeing this, Yun Jiao cried out in disbelief, "This crystal-like light. It's blocking the dark dragon's attack! The aura is also slowly healing my wounds." As she said this, she suddenly remembered, "That's right, this is the weapon Xiao Yu used to use." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Yun Jiao's mind. "Yun Jiao, by the time you hear this, it means I'm no longer by your side. I'm sorry for leaving that day without saying goodbye." Yun Jiao instantly recognized it as Xiao Yu's voice, but wondered why it was coming from inside this weapon. But longing and regret overwhelmed Yun Jiao. She couldn't think straight. She hugged the weapon and cried, "So it was you. You were protecting me." After speaking to Yun Jiao, the voice turned its attention to Xie Yu. "The dark dragon's power is now under my control." Hearing the voice so suddenly, he couldn't help but be startled. Outside, Leng Jing's face was lit with excitement as he yelled, "This is fantastic! Come on, let me see what kind of power the two anomaly blades have when combined." After a moment of confusion, Xie Yu finally raised the weapon and shouted, "Devouring blade, activate, swallow this dark aura whole." The moment he spoke, the dark energy rushed towards him, and then it all converged on the blade. Without hesitation, Xie Yu swung the blade, slicing the soul-devouring dark dragon's body in two. At what seemed to be the exact same moment, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Xie Yu held Yun Jiao and flew into the air. He said with conviction, "Yun Jiao, don't worry. It's all right now. Anyone who stands in our way, I will burn them to ashes." Afterward, Xie Yu brought Yun Jiao to a safe place and whispered softly, "Yun Jiao, you rest here." Yun Jiao looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you okay? You changed so much in an instant?" Xie Yu shook his head slightly and replied, "Don't worry. I can feel that I'm much stronger now than before." At that moment, a powerful dark aura appeared. The soul-devouring dark dragon had regenerated. Xie Yu didn't waste any time. He took out his blade and, without hesitation, slashed once. The soul-devouring dark dragon's dark aura was cut away just like that. Immediately after, Xie Yu leaped into the air. He gave a light flap of his wings and flew forward. In just a moment, Xie Yu was face to face with the soul-devouring dark dragon. He snorted coldly and said, "I won't let you have your way anymore." With that, Xie Yu slashed down fiercely, causing the soul-devouring dark dragon's body to fall to the ground. But at that moment, a sharp blade strike suddenly lunged at him. Feeling the killing intent approach, his eyes narrowed slightly. The attacker was Chan Dian. What a damn party crasher. Tavu hastily raised his blade to block. He glared at him and said coldly, "Chan Dian, you actually dared to show your face." Shrugging indifferently, Chan Dian spoke nonchalantly, "You're my prey. I won't stop until I kill you." "Then give it your best shot," Tavu shouted, then swung his blade. In a flash, the two powerful streams of energy clashed. Chan Dian was pushed back by Tavu's immense power, but he didn't give up. He quickly threw the blade in his hand. A crazed whistling sound tore through the air as Chan Dian shot forward in an instant. A series of blade flashes began to dance in the air, each one looking sharp enough to kill Tavu on the spot. Too bad the flashes couldn't even touch Tavu. All of them were blocked by his wings. Letting out a soft snort, Tavu spoke with contempt. "Don't you get it yet? Your power is no longer on the same level as mine." With that, he grabbed Chan Dian's blade, his voice filled with killing intent. "Time after time, you've hurt Van Jiao. I won't forgive you for that." As he finished speaking, Tavu swung his blade, severing Chan Dian's arm. He fell to the ground just like that, muttering in defiance, "Damn, you." Too bad before he could finish, the Dark Dragon Soul Guardian appeared and swallowed Chan Dian whole. Seeing this, Tavu couldn't help but frown and mutter, "He got eaten? Well, that saves me some trouble." Just then, the Dark Dragon Soul Guardian fired a beam of energy at Tavu, but he dodged it. The beam shot straight into the cliff face behind him, turning it to rubble. Its first attack having failed, the Dark Dragon Soul Guardian suddenly threw its head back and roared to the sky as black energy continuously poured into its body. This scene terrified Long Thien, who trembled and muttered, "The boss has this kind of power too? I'm afraid even Tavu will be in trouble." But he was overthinking it. Tavu, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm and said with a smile, "Time to get serious, huh?" As he finished speaking, he charged forward with his blade. In an instant, the black energy formed a giant sphere, seeming to want to devour everything. But Tavu didn't back down, charging straight through. Step by step, he forced the Dark Dragon Soul Guardian's black energy to retreat. At that moment, Tavu roared fiercely, "Let's end this!" As soon as the words left his mouth, an immense power suddenly erupted. It completely swallowed the black energy. At what seemed to be the same moment, the small monsters attacking everyone else turned to dust. Outside, Van Jiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected, that guy never disappoints. After dealing with everything, Tavu quickly landed on the ground. The system immediately popped up a notification. "Congratulations to player Tavu for successfully eliminating the leader, the Dark Dragon Soul Guardian, and completing the conquest of the Red Dragon's domain dungeon." When Fai-Tu saw this, he cheered excitedly, "That's awesome! Big Bro defeated an S-rank boss." Vianney also let out a sigh of relief. "My prediction was wrong. Tavu, he's just beyond words." Tavu had also received his system rewards. He smiled happily and said, "It's finally over. We got a pretty good haul this time. All right, everyone, get ready to leave this godforsaken place." But as he was speaking, a transport gate suddenly appeared behind him. Tavu recognized it immediately and quickly glanced towards it. Sure enough, someone stepped out from within. He smirked, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Tavu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As the host, I haven't even had the chance to properly congratulate you yet." The one who arrived was Lan Qin, flanked by two other subordinates. A glint of vigilance immediately appeared in Tavu's eyes. He questioned him aggressively. "Lan Qin, what the hell are you doing here at a time like this?" Long Thien was also shocked by this sudden appearance. He muttered in confusion, "Why is the Guildmaster of Blood Moon here?" Lan Qin just raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Don't get so worked up. I'm not here for you, Tavu." Hearing that, Tavu snorted coldly and said, "Is that so? If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." But before they could even move, Lan Qin gave an order. "Do it." The blonde woman beside him immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Guildmaster." Instantly, she fired 3 consecutive arrows. Tavu's eyes widened in alarm. His target is Van Jiao. Just as he thought, the 3 arrows shot straight towards Van Jiao, but surprisingly, they hit an invisible barrier and were stopped outside. Van Jiao looked warily at Lan Qin's group and demanded coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, the arrows outside the barrier suddenly exploded, releasing a dense web of energy. But it still didn't affect Van Jiao in the slightest. Lan Qin wasn't surprised by this. He calmly muttered, "So that's Xiao Yu's extreme blade. An attack of this level can't possibly hurt her." With that, he walked up to Van Jiao and gave her a courteous bow. Lan Qin proposed casually, "My apologies for the intrusion, Miss Thumb Van Jiao. In my capacity as the Guildmaster of Blood Moon, I would like to invite you to join me for a trip to the Blood Moon headquarters." Van Jiao was stunned, asking back in disbelief, "You want me to go with you?" Tavu, however, was extremely displeased. snapping angrily, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Like hell, I'd let you take Van Jiao." With that, he lunged forward to attack, but was blocked by one of Lan Qin's subordinates. Ta Vu frowned in annoyance, raising his blade to block, but the man's punch was incredibly powerful, slamming him into the ground. Seeing this, Fitu cried out in horror, "What's going on? It's not just Lan Qin. Those two, the man and the woman, represent Blood Moon's top fighting power. They're high-ranking members of the S-rank Dungeon Conquest team." Pinned to the ground, Ta Vu was furious. He growled through gritted teeth, "Damn it, don't push your luck." With that, Ta Vu pushed himself off the ground and launched another attack. He ignored the subordinate and charged straight for Lan Qin. His blade, shrouded in black energy, swung down fiercely. But unfortunately, it was blocked by Lan Qin. He spoke with contempt, daring to attack me head-on. How brave. Ta Vu was stunned, muttering in disbelief. He blocked it with one hand? While he was still in a daze, Lan Qin drew a blade of his own. He spoke coldly. "You didn't really think you could beat me just because you awakened a little bit of the extreme blade's power, did you?" With that, he swung down without a hint of hesitation. One of Ta Vu's wings was sliced off, and he fell to the ground like a broken kite. Lan Qin's single sword strike had even shattered the ground itself. This sight terrified Phi Tu. Ta Vu was just as stunned. The fact that Lan Qin could create such a scene with just a casual swing of his sword, he was just too strong. Lan Qin looked at the battlefield he had just created and chuckled with some feigned remorse. "Haha, my bad. It seems I lost control of my strength for a moment there." He glared at Ta Vu and said dismissively, "Give up this useless struggle. No matter what, I'm taking Tham Van Jiao with me today." Van Jiao, still enveloped in that crystal-like light, was completely bewildered when she heard this. What did she ever do to him? Why did he want to take her? Ta Vu didn't get it either. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you so obsessed with taking Van Jiao?" A faint smile touched his lips as Lan Qin answered nonchalantly, "Then allow me to tell you. A year ago, he discovered a special support-type weapon whose self-healing ability was far stronger than any normal weapon. He guessed that this was a support-type extreme blade. From there, Lan Qin found its owner, but she was extremely resistant to his presence. Not long after, for some unknown reason, Xiao Yu completely disappeared from the game world. Then Ta Vu appeared, carrying a strange inherited extreme blade that drew everyone's attention. But it wasn't him that Lan Qin was truly interested in. What intrigued him more was Van Jiao, who was always by Ta Vu's side. He guessed that the extreme blade that vanished a year ago might be hidden on her. From that point on, Lan Hing sent the Ghost Mask to scout their strength, and he even prepared this S-rank dungeon especially for them. Only in an extreme combat environment like this could that extreme blade be awakened. After hearing the story, Ta Vu still felt like he was talking nonsense. He snorted coldly and said, "So what? I'm not going to let you take Van Jiao anywhere." Lan Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He smirked and said, "It seems you still don't grasp the current situation. I'm not asking for your opinion." The moment he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of Xie Yu. The two of them collided just like that. But Leng Jing didn't even give him a second glance, speaking with contempt. "You don't know your own limits." Instantly, he twisted his blade with a slight exertion of force. Xie Yu was thrown backward. Unwilling to give up, he slashed again, but his opponent was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of terror rose in Xie Yu's eyes. By the time he could react, Leng Jing had already closed the distance, quick as a flash. The blade in his hand swung relentlessly, its light dancing in the air. Leng Jing's speed was unbelievable. Only after images of him could be seen. Xie Yu couldn't dodge in time and was struck, fresh blood spraying out like rain. Leng Jing watched him fall to the ground, his eyes filled with scorn. "A mere level 40, trying to take me on. How naive." Just then, 3 bombs flew toward Leng Jing from out of nowhere. The one who acted was Fei Zi, but unfortunately, before they could even explode, Leng Jing casually destroyed them. Seeing this, one of Leng Jing's subordinates moved behind Fei Zi and spoke coldly. "Where the hell did this little brat come from?" With that, he grabbed the kid and asked, "Guildmaster, what should I do with him?" Leng Jing replied icily, "Kill anyone who gets in the way." Hearing this, Xie Yu became extremely worried for Fei Zi, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get up. The bald henchman clenched his fist, ready to crush Fei Zi on the spot. In this life-or-death moment, a beam of energy suddenly shot forward. The bald man's arm was hit, forcing him to release Fei Zi. At the same time, Leng Jing was bound by countless threads. He snorted and cursed. "Another meddler shows up?" Over on the other side, Zhen Zi looked into the distance and then shouted excitedly, "This is great! Xiao Huan Zi! The guildmaster came himself." Looking in their direction, they immediately saw numerous teleportation gates open. 2 people walked out. One was the vice guildmaster of the Golden Cicada Guild, and the other, according to Zhen Zi, was likely the guildmaster. Leng Jing narrowed his eyes at the man and questioned him coldly. "This has nothing to do with you, bringing your elite squad and trespassing on my territory." Is this a declaration of war against my Blood Moon Guild? The man took a drag from his cigarette and sneered. Nothing to do with me. You're hurting the person most important to me right now. Meanwhile, Fei Zi was also in complete shock. This person looked so familiar. The boy cried out in disbelief. How can this be, you damn third uncle? That's right. This man was the guild master of the Golden Cicada Guild, and also the damn third uncle Fei Zi spoke of. He glared at Leng Jing and ordered in a cold voice, "If you know what's good for you, release my son." Hearing this, Leng Jing lifted Fei Zi up by his head and sneered. "Oh? You're saying this brat is your son? In that case, you can have him back." But the vice guildmaster beside him raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "The guildmaster's son is important, of course, but we can't just ignore his teammates." The guildmaster nodded in agreement. "That's right. As the head of the Golden Cicada, I have always valued loyalty and friendship. My son's friends, Xie Yu and Shen Yun Jiao, must come with me as well." This enraged Leng Jing. He gritted his teeth and said, "You really are a schemer, aren't you? Using such a lame excuse to try and take two people from my grasp. That's a terrible deal for me." Shrugging nonchalantly, the Golden Cicada Guildmaster replied with a sneer, "I only make fair trades. I'll trade you the 2 S-rank dungeons managed by my Golden Cicada Guild." Leng Jing laughed out of fury and snorted, "2 S-rank dungeons? That's no small price. But it seems you haven't quite grasped my attitude here." The moment he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a swarm of monsters appeared behind him. Leng Jing declared aggressively, "Listen up. No matter what, I am taking Shen Yun Jiao with me today." However, the Golden Cicada's guildmaster paid him no mind. He smirked contemptuously. "A pity you have to deploy your army of magical beasts. It seems you'd rather start a war with me than let them go." Just then, a desperate shout rang out. "Wait!" Immediately after, a beam of energy shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground. A cloud of dust and smoke filled the air, accompanied by a deep voice. "How can I let you trample on order like this?" As soon as the voice was heard, the two from Long Tian's group lit up. Ling Ran exclaimed happily, "That voice! Could it be the Lord Vice Guild Master?" Indeed, when the dust settled, a tall man stood before them, carrying a giant blade and accompanied by a cavalry unit. He smirked and said, "Both of you, calm down. War is not the way to solve problems." Xie Yu looked at the newcomers, feeling completely bewildered. "The Lion Guild is getting involved too? What on earth is happening?" The Vice Guild Master of the Lion Guild glanced at Leng Jing and said, "You want to take Shen Yun Jiao so badly simply because you want to use the power of the glass scepter of time. Don't even think about opening the passage to the demon abyss again." The more he spoke, the darker Leng Jing's expression became. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Leng Jing roared, "Lion! You still talk too much. Stop wasting your breath. If you want to take them, then come and get them." Xiao Huan, seeing the situation was dire, couldn't help but sigh. This is bad. The alliance formed by the 4 great guilds with such difficulty. It's probably going to be destroyed in an instant. 3 of the 4 guildmasters were already here. The situation had escalated. Xie Yu bit his lip fiercely and said, "Damn it. I don't care what you all do. I have to get Yun Jiao and little Fei Zi out of here." But amid the standoff, several thin threads suddenly appeared in the air. They danced for a moment before gliding past the women of the Blood Moon Guild. In the blink of an eye, another person appeared in front of Yun Jiao. The faces of the 3 guild masters instantly filled with alarm. "Isn't that person the legendary Gu Gui?" Xie Yu was puzzled. He had heard that this person possessed incredible power, but very quickly, Leng Jing burst out laughing. "Interesting. This is just too interesting." The moment he finished speaking, a flash of blood-red light appeared in the air. Quick as lightning, he rushed toward that Gu Gui and attacked, cursing non-stop. One after another, "You ignorant fools just keep showing up. Stop pretending. The real Gu Gui died long ago. You're an imposter." Gu Gui didn't reply. He swung his blade, and a powerful wave of energy erupted, pushing Leng Jing back. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand toward Yun Jiao, creating a triangular isolation barrier. He did the same for Xie Yu. Immediately after, Gu Gui began to leave with the 2 of them. But it wasn't that easy. A flash from a blade suddenly cut through the air, forcing Gu Gui to a halt. Leng Jing roared, "Don't even dream of escaping." With that, he swung his blade again. A blood-red streak tore through the air, latching onto Yun Jiao. Seeing her caught, he desperately grabbed her hand. At the same time, Leng Jing instantly appeared in front of Gu Gui. He spoke coldly, "Where do you think you're going, imposter? Die." Without any hesitation, Leng Jing swung his blade down. Gu Gui couldn't block in time and was injured, but he still managed to cast a spell, prying apart Yun Jiao's and Xie Yu's clasped hands. Just like that, the 2 were separated as he was pulled back by Gu Gui. Yun Jiao was frantic, but there was nothing she could do. Gu Gui and Xie Yu entered the teleportation gate. After escaping the dungeon, Shi Yu was unconscious for several days. Now, he slowly opened his eyes, but the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar girl. Xie Yu rubbed his eyes and mumbled. The girl smiled happily. You're finally awake. It seems the medicine worked. In that case, let's give you another shot. Seeing the needle in her hand, Xie Yu screamed in fear. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Seeing his reaction, the girl tried to calm him down. Hey, big brother, don't be scared. Just then, the door opened again. A person walked in from outside and said in a deep voice, sleeping for so many days. You're finally awake, huh? Shi Yu stared in shock at the newcomer, crying out in disbelief. My physics teacher? You're a player too? The physics teacher chuckled softly and replied, No need to thank me, Xie Yu. He frowned slightly and asked quietly, Does that mean you're Gu Gui? You're the one who saved me? The teacher shook his head gently and replied, I'm the one who saved you, but I am not Gu Gui. Xie Yu was a bit confused and bewildered, asking, So, who the hell are you guys? Why did you save me? The man slowly explained, When Mr. Gu Gui was alive, he founded a guild called the Battle Giants. Even though he's gone, the guild has continued to operate in secret, and you, inheriting his will, are the current guild leader. Hearing this, Xie Yu finally understood and nodded. He swung his legs off the bed, asking doubtfully, Okay, so where is this place? How long was I out? I don't have time to waste here anymore. But when he looked at the scenery below, his eyes widened in shock, because Xie Yu was still in the game world. The Battle Giant Guild's leader seemed to understand his worries and spoke slowly. The war didn't happen that day, but Blood Moon still got what they wanted. Xie Yu panicked at his words. You mean Yun Jiao is in danger? With a soft chuckle, the Battle Giant Guild leader said casually, Don't worry. Just use the party system's communication function to contact her, and you'll know. Xie Yu grew even more agitated, shouting, If she fell into Blood Moon's hands. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was already calling Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao quickly picked up, exclaiming happily, Xie Yu, I finally got a hold of you. Seeing her answer, Xie Yu asked urgently, Yun Jiao, were you captured by Blood Moon? What's going on? At the mention of this, Yun Jiao seemed a bit awkward. Finally, she spoke slowly. You don't need to worry. They haven't made things difficult for me. In fact, they're forcing me to go on vacation to Hawaii, saying I need to rest and recuperate or something. These words made Xie Yu freeze solid. He thought she would have been eliminated if she were captured. Seeing Xie Yu's concern, Yun Jiao reassured him. Anyway, you don't need to worry. That's all for now. It wouldn't be good if they found out later. With that, she hung up. The Battle Giant Guild's leader couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Haha, what did I tell you? Shen Yun Jiao is perfectly fine. Xie Yu didn't understand anything, muttering in confusion. What on earth is going on? What the hell are those Blood Moon bastards trying to do? The Battle Giant leader glanced at him and explained, Shen Yun Jiao is a crucial link in Leng Jing's plan. He captured her only to secure his pawn, not to harm her. Xie Yu frowned slightly, asking in a low voice, You know Leng Jing's entire plan, don't you? The Battle Giant leader took a drag from his cigarette, his tone turning serious. All right, let me tell you. This all started 2 years ago. That day, a mysterious gate appeared somewhere in the Undercity. No one knew its clear difficulty, the required combat power, or any information about its rewards. The only thing the system announced was a short note that said, The Abyssal Demon Sealing Dungeon has been activated. Players who successfully conquer it will be rewarded with the ultimate supreme power. Because of this, a massive number of players rushed in, including the major guilds. Everyone wanted to be the first to conquer it and claim the mysterious reward. But after a while, players went in and never came out. The death toll kept rising, and still, no one had successfully conquered this Undercity. To stop the disaster, Gugui decided to handle it himself, but in the end, even he couldn't make it out alive. The abyss was never conquered, and its entrance was sealed. What happened inside remains a mystery to everyone. After hearing the story, Xie Yu understood the problem. He whispered, So, Leng Jing wants to reactivate that dangerous dungeon. The Battle Giant Guild leader nodded slightly in response. That's right. After years of preparation, he's probably confident enough to conquer it now. Once Leng Jing successfully conquers it, he will receive the mysterious reward of the Abyssal Dungeon. He'll shatter the balance of the 4 great guilds, allowing Blood Moon to dominate the others and control the entire game world. And right now, the Glazed Scepter in Yun Jiao's hands holds an incredibly powerful recovery ability, which is the crucial key to reactivating the Abyssal Demon Sealing Dungeon. The Battle Giant Guild leader glanced at Xie Yu and asked, Do you get it now? You've all been played by Leng Jing from the very beginning. Xie Yu frowned slightly, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. There's one more thing I don't get. Why are you helping me? What do you want? With a faint smile, the Battle Giant Guild leader stubbed out his burning cigarette. He spoke casually. Haha, you're straight to the point. Fine, I won't hide it from you. Our guild will help you become the new king. In return, you will help us destroy Blood Moon and kill Leng Jing. Hearing this, Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock. repeating in disbelief. You want me to become the new king and kill Leng Jing? Nodding coolly, the battle giant guild leader replied nonchalantly, that's right. This game is just a world where the big fish eat the small fish. Right now, the only way we can make it to the end is by becoming the absolute strongest. Xie Yu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Thanks for the kind offer, but my goal right now is to save up 100 million points. Your objective is too much trouble for me. The battle giant guild leader seemed to have expected this, letting out a soft chuckle. Haha, of course you're not interested. Just like Mr. Gu Gui back then. Hearing that name again, Xie Yu couldn't help but wonder, who the hell is this guy, and why does his name keep coming up? But he didn't want to get involved, asking coldly, so, can I go now? The battle giant guild leader nodded slightly, pointing towards the distance. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to leave, just head in that direction. The source of that light is the transfer gate. He added that he had expended too much energy over the past few days and couldn't accompany him there. He also warned Xie Yu to be careful on the way, as this island once had an S-rank dungeon. Xie Yu didn't overthink it and climbed out the window. Thanks for saving me from Leng Jing. I'll definitely repay this debt if I get the chance in the future. With that said, he leaped from the window, entered his transformation state, and left. The girl who was there couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Guild leader, is it really okay to just let him go like that? We went through so much trouble too. Before she could finish, the battle giant guild leader cut her off coldly. Let him go. If I'm not mistaken, he might just be able to awaken the artifact that Mr. Gu Gui left on this island back then. Hearing this, the girl understood and nodded. Oh, so it's that? Elsewhere, after leaving the base, Xie Yu ran into a forest. He immediately told the system to open his status. After numerous battles, he had risen to level 42. Xie Yu nodded to himself and mumbled, looks like I got a good amount of experience points in the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's domain. I still haven't opened the loot from there. Let's see what I got. He then opened his inventory to check. As soon as he saw it, Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock. What? 1,001,000 points and a Holy Decree Dragon scale? He instantly felt conflicted and mumbled. I originally said I'd share the points with Xiangxi and Jin Chan, but then so much happened. Does this mean I'm keeping it all for myself? With this, Xie Yu's total points were now 1,228,694. Looking at this number, he was instantly thrilled. If he could conquer 100 S-rank dungeons by himself, then getting 100 million points was no longer just a dream. Just then, a noise suddenly came from the bushes behind him. Xie Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as a sense of alertness washed over him. Almost simultaneously, a monster lunged at him, but thankfully, he managed to dodge it. Xie Yu quickly drew his blade, frowning as he muttered, there are mobs here. It's a level 60 sturdy treant. Without a second thought, Xie Yu charged forward. This was perfect. If he could defeat a level 60 mob, he could level up quickly. Immediately after, he swung his blade. Although the treant was hit, it was completely unscathed. It then swung its arm, knocking Xie Yu a whole 10 meters away. He frowned slightly and mumbled, looks like the level gap is too big. Even a mob is not easy to deal with. But surprisingly, there wasn't just one in front of him, but 3. This many would be a real pain. I don't want to use that power. While he was hesitating, a flash of sword light swept across, and Xie Yu's eyes instinctively narrowed. Because, from out of nowhere, a girl had appeared and begun to slaughter the treants. Meanwhile, back at the Battle Giant Guild's base, a young man shouted in panic, "This is bad, Guild leader. This is bad." Hearing this, the Battle Giant Guild leader asked with a puzzled look, "What's with the rush? What happened?" The young man hurriedly explained, "Guild leader, it's Feng Ji. She went to find Xie Yu by herself. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't." Hearing this, the Justice Guild's master's face soured. He asked irritably, "Didn't I tell you all to keep a close watch on her?" Lam Hai, standing nearby, hesitated before suggesting, "Should I go and stop her right now?" Meanwhile, on Xie Yu's side, the girl who had just appeared quickly dealt with the treants. She glanced at him and asked, "You're Xie Yu, right?" Xie Yu was taken aback. Leveled up. But who is this girl? Since she helped him level up, he spoke politely. "Hey, thanks. You really helped me out. May I ask who you are?" Back on the other side, the Justice Guild's master shook his head, disagreeing. "Wait, don't go making a mess of things." But Lam Hai was still extremely worried, saying, "But at this rate, even someone like Xie Yu could end up getting killed by Feng Zhe." Just as she said, back with Xie Yu, before he could even finish his sentence, a flash of sword light rushed toward him again. The girl named Feng Zhi had pinned Xie Yu against an ancient tree behind him. He couldn't help but mutter in alarm, "Who the hell are you? What do you think you're doing?" Feng Zhi spoke coldly. "Cut the crap. Fight me. I want to take your devouring blade." Hearing this, Xie Yu panicked and tried to explain. "Wait, even if you kill me, the devouring blade isn't a guaranteed drop." To his surprise, Feng Zhi actually retracted her sword. She said nonchalantly, "That's right. I'm not going to kill you. So, fight me. If you lose, you'll hand over the devouring blade. I'll prove that I'm much stronger than you. I'm the one who deserves to have a unique blade. As she said this, Feng Zhi's gaze was incredibly determined. He narrowed his eyes at her, asking suspiciously, "So who are you, really? You're not another one of those people sent by the Blood Moon sect, are you?" Feng Zhi snorted with contempt. "Don't you dare lump me in with those scumbags. Listen up, I'm Feng Zhi, from the Justice Guild." Xie Yu realized that because he had refused the Justice Guild Master's invitation, Feng Zhi was now eager to seize the power of his unique blade. With that thought, he said casually, "You keep talking about a duel, but what's in it for me if I win?" Hearing that, Feng Zhi shouted in frustration, "What? I'll never lose!" Xie Yu couldn't be bothered. He pouted and said, "If there's nothing in it for me, then I have no reason to fight you." Seeing him about to leave, Feng Zhi said hastily, "Fine, if you win, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Now, come at me." Xie Yu gave a satisfied smile. Now that didn't sound too bad. With that, he immediately entered a combat stance. Seeing this, Feng Zhi grew excited, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She grinned and said, "Bring it on. The devouring blade will be mine." Xie Yu didn't hesitate to slash out with his blade. Energy erupted in an instant, but it didn't attack anyone. It only caused the nearby ancient trees to collapse. Xie Yu seized the opportunity and bolted. He wasn't about to fight some crazy psycho for no reason. But after just a few steps, Xie Yu stopped dead in his tracks, terrified, because he heard a whoosh of air behind him. And then, the inevitable happened. Feng Zhi had caught up. A flurry of sword flashes began to dance in the air, forcing Xie Yu to defend himself. He bit his lip hard. This girl's level and strength were definitely much higher than his. He couldn't go head-to-head with her. While Xie Yu was thinking, another one of Feng Zhi's sword attacks struck, forcing him to retreat. Feng Zhi narrowed her eyes at Xie Yu and said coldly, "If you don't accept this duel, I might not kill you, but I'll torment you until you hand over the devouring blade." Hearing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but shudder. He quickly shouted, "Wait, but this isn't a fair fight." Feng Zhi frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "How is it not fair?" Xie Yu declared aggressively, "I just passed level 42. You're already level 60, aren't you? How can a duel like that possibly be fair?" Hearing this, Feng Zhi snorted coldly. "Fine. As you wish. I'll make this duel fairer." She then took out a rope. Before Ji Yu's bewildered eyes, she tied him to the base of a tree. Feng Zhi said coldly, "Stay still. This is to stop you from running away again. I have to do this." She said that to make him concede willingly, she would help him level up quickly. With that, Feng Zhi took out a device. It was called a monster luring device, capable of emitting a sound that enticed monsters. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a horde of monsters was drawn to their location. All of them were level 65 monsters. Xie Yu didn't understand what Feng Zhi was planning, and when he received a friend request from her, he grew even more confused. Feng Zhi slowly explained, "After joining the party, I can make sure you receive a huge amount of experience points. Now stay put." And with that, she charged forward. The sword in her hand was like a meat cleaver. Every swing sent a level 65 monster to its grave. Xie Yu was tied up in one spot, but it wasn't long before he had leveled up to 58. He couldn't help but think in awe. So cool. This girl isn't half bad to look at either, but I can't afford to waste my stamina on her right now. After dealing with all the lured monsters, Feng Zhi returned to Xie Yu's side, frowning as she spoke. "Well, our levels aren't that far apart now, are they? No more complaints this time, right?" Xie Yu let out a soft chuckle and said casually, "I'm incredibly grateful you helped me level up, but sorry about this. Come out, little pterosaur." The moment he finished speaking, the little pterosaur emerged from his inventory. Feng Zhi was startled, but by the time she reacted, it was too late. The little pterosaur skillfully transformed into the flame pterosaur, then flew off with Xie Yu on its back. He laughed mockingly. "So what if you're amazing? I don't believe you can fly too. All those free levels. Feels great." Feng Zhi was infuriated by his actions. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Xie Yu! You just wait!" He paid her no mind, flying forward with the flame pterosaur. He quickly spotted the exit, but just as they were about to reach it, something suddenly attacked Xie Yu. The flame pterosaur quickly dodged. He muttered in confusion. Where did that attack come from? When Xie Yu looked closer, he saw a horde of monsters hovering in the sky, heading right for them. Xie Yu's expression immediately turned grim. Monsters can't launch attacks like that. Damn it, what is it this time? Just as he thought, the ones launching the attacks were the people on the backs of those monsters. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes, observing them. He whispered, "These dragon riders, they're not players." Soon after, he recognized them as humanoid monsters, level 60 Dark Knights. A Dark Knight hurled a spear at Xie Yu. He hastily dodged it, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Then he stood up, balancing firmly on the flame pterosaur's back. Xie Yu snorted coldly. "Just a bunch of small fry. I don't have the energy to mess with you lot. Get lost." With that, he slashed out with his blade. A powerful wave of energy spread out, but the Dark Knights blocked it with their shields. Shi Yu was stunned. They even have warriors on defense duty? These guys are strange. First they attacked with magic, then they defended with shields, and now they're initiating a melee attack. Compared to the monsters in the underground city last time, this bunch has tactical group intelligence. It seemed Xie Yu wouldn't be able to escape so easily. If he got careless, he would be the one to suffer. With this in mind, Xie Yu transformed into his soul-devouring dark dragon form, but before he could even act, a dark knight suddenly took out a whistle and blew it loudly. Xie Yu was a bit startled. Are they calling for backup? Sure enough, in just a moment, dozens of dark knights riding on monsters arrived, surrounding Xie Yu. The sheer number was absurd. Without giving him any time to prepare, the dark knights began their assault. Not daring to be careless, Xie Yu quickly raised his wings to block. He said contemptuously, "An attack of this level won't be enough to defeat me." Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, Xie Yu felt something. His wings had been frozen over. They're trying to counter my flight attribute. These monsters really weren't simple. While Xie Yu was thinking, the monsters all raised their spears in unison and then hurled them aggressively. Just then, Feng Ji arrived, riding on a monster. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a sword strike. A flash of sword light appeared, which then transformed into a tempest, blowing away the monsters in front of them. Xie Yu glanced at her and said, annoyed, "You managed to catch up again?" But Feng Ji had no time to argue with him right now. She yelled angrily, "You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Daring to charge through Snow Valley on your own? Even if you don't want to hand over the devouring blade, you don't have to die here for nothing." With that, she threw out two flares. With a bang, a blinding light erupted. It was like a radiant sun, dazzling to the eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the flame-winged dragon immediately turned and fled. Its flying speed was incredible, and before long, it had shaken off the Dark Knights. A moment later, the flame-winged dragon landed in a safe spot. Xie Yu gently stroked it, saying softly, "Sorry for getting you hurt. Go back to the system and rest, flame-winged dragon." But then, Feng Ji aimed her sword at him and declared aggressively, "Xie Yu, I won't let you get away again." Seeing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but sigh, trying to reason with her helplessly. "Wait, this isn't the time for a duel. Hasn't the boss of the underground city already been defeated? Why are there still such dangerous guys around?" Feng Ji pressed her lips together and explained, "The boss on this island was indeed defeated, but because of that, the hidden night legions on Snow Mountain grew uncontrollably powerful after their leader's death. They have high combat intelligence and are constantly expanding their territory. Any intruders are punished by them, which has led to many players not daring to come to this underground city. That's also why the Giant War Guild has been hiding out here." At this point, Feng Zhi pointed her sword at Xie Yu again and blamed him. "And now, thanks to you, we're in the middle of their territory. I'm not even sure if we can get out of this alive." Xie Yu sighed helplessly. It wasn't like he wanted this either. He reached out and pushed Feng Zhi's sword away, saying with a slight smile, "Well, how about you put your sword down first? We should probably figure out how to escape from these monsters first." Just then, a sudden noise from outside startled them both. It was two Dark Knights, but they weren't attacking. They were saying something the two of them couldn't understand. Hiding to one side, Xie Yu heard them and muttered in confusion, "It seems like they have their own language." Feng Ji nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. The Guildmaster once decoded their language and developed a translation system to make it easier to gather intelligence on them. Let's see what they're saying." As she spoke, she opened the translation software, and they could finally understand the two Dark Knights' conversation. After a bit of back and forth, one Dark Knight spoke up, patrolling every single day. "I haven't bathed in ages." The other one nodded in agreement. "Me neither." After that, the two of them started taking off their armor. The sight left Xie Yu and Feng Ji stunned. He exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, they're taking off their armor!" Feng Ji also muttered in confusion, "What is going on? This is the first time I've ever seen this." Unaware that anyone was watching, the two Dark Knights removed their armor, revealing that they were two girls. They looked mostly human, but with two pointed ears. They casually slipped into a nearby spring to soak. The more Xie Yu watched, the more shocked he became, muttering in disbelief, "What the hell? The enemies trying to kill us are female elves?" Feng Ji, on the other hand, didn't seem too bothered, saying coolly, "Whatever they are, they're just characters created for the game." He frowned slightly and asked, "So what are you going to do?" Feng Ji took out her bindings again and said aggressively, "Do you even have to ask? We capture them first, then we'll talk." Xie Yu was left speechless, asking resignedly, "Don't you have a more peaceful way of doing things?" With a huff, Feng Ji scolded coldly, "Cut the crap. If you keep wasting time, we won't be able to escape when their main forces arrive." With that, she threw her whip towards the spring. The two elves flinched, trying to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. Both of them were tightly bound by Feng Ji. Piercing screams echoed out. Feng Ji emerged from the shadows and said coldly, "Don't move. It'll only make it more painful for you." Then, she pointed her sword at them and warned, If you don't want to die, tell me how to get out of here. But as soon as she finished, the red-haired elf shouted defiantly, "Don't even dream of escaping, human." The elf beside her chimed in aggressively, "That's right, kill us if you want. We will never bow to humans. We can never be on the same side as you." These words enraged Fengji. She gripped her sword, ready to charge forward, and snarled through gritted teeth. "Just a couple of NPCs in a game with this much attitude? Watch me kill you." Xiaoyu saw this and pulled her back. "Calm down." The red-haired elf, who had been so defiant just a moment ago, suddenly started sobbing. "Just you wait. Our comrades will definitely avenge us." Just then, a loud shout echoed from behind them. "Found you, humans." Startled, Fengji looked back and saw a group of dark knights approaching. The one in the lead carried a large mace and roared, "You dare trespass on Snow Mountain? I'll show you the meaning of hell." He narrowed his eyes at the group, his own filled with suspicion. "Beastmen? Looks like the elves have joined forces with the beastmen." Fengzi, however, was very calm. She forcefully pulled the two elves onto the shore, then held her sword to their necks. Fengzi warned in a cold voice, "I suggest you don't make any sudden moves, or I'll kill them." Her action completely enraged the beastman. He snarled through gritted teeth, "Foolish human! For our soldiers to be taken prisoner is a disgrace to us." With that, he snatched a spear from a dark knight's hand and threw it without hesitation. Before Fengji's astonished eyes, the long spear pierced through the red-haired elf's chest. A chill ran down Xieyu's spine as he stammered. He has no feelings for his own comrades. Fengji was also bewildered, not expecting things to turn out like this. Ignoring their reactions, the beastmen roared again, "Archers, ready!" But after what had just happened, the dark knights hesitated, their movements slow and reluctant. The beastman glared at them angrily and asked in displeasure, "What's wrong? Are you trying to disobey my orders?" Very quickly, the dark knights raised their bows and aimed at Xiaoyu and Fengji. His expression immediately soured. Xiaoyu wanted to activate the dark dragon blade, but it was still on cooldown. At that moment, a volley of arrows flew towards them. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He ran to shield the two elves, using his sword form to slash at the arrows. This action made the other elf's eyes widen in astonishment. Even more surprisingly, Fengji also took action, shielding the two of them and getting pierced through the arm by an arrow in the process. Fengji pulled the arrow out, snarling through gritted teeth, "You are so dead." With that, she swung her sword and charged. In the blink of an eye, Fengji was in front of the beastman, but he blocked her attack. He scoffed contemptuously. An attack like that barely even stings. Immediately after, the beastman swung his mace down, catching Fengji off guard and sending her flying. The beastman had no intention of letting her go. He charged forward aggressively again, roaring, "For your transgressions, I will repay you tenfold." Seeing the situation was bad, Xiaoyu hurriedly activated his sword's energy, sending a powerful blast straight at the beastman. But the moment it hit, the beastman simply shattered. He laughed triumphantly. "It's useless. Your attacks can't hurt me." Fengji, annoyed by the beastman's arrogance, immediately charged at him again and scoffed coldly. "There isn't a single enemy in this game that I can't cut down." Immediately after, Fengji swung her sword down aggressively, but the beastman raised his mace to block. Too bad for him. This time Fengji didn't hold back. She unleashed a furious flurry of slashes. The beastman was hit by the chain of attacks, and his body quickly disintegrated. But before he died, he still spoke through gritted teeth. "So what if you defeated me? Just you wait, you hateful humans. Lord Shui Liao will devour every last one of you." Seeing the beastman defeated, the dark knights behind him immediately raised their bows to shoot. Xiaoyu saw this and shouted, "Wait, you're not like the beastmen, are you? Can you spare us? In return, I can heal this elf." As soon as he said this, the lead dark knight laughed coldly. She then took off her helmet and said in a cold voice, "The words of you humans can never be trusted." Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a little helpless. He sighed and said, "Damn it, I guess a fight is unavoidable," even though they were just game characters. But just then, the blue-haired elf suddenly shouted out, "Wait, Captain Nina, my healing magic isn't working anymore. It's because that human blocked an arrow for me earlier." Model. She said that maybe they could be trusted. No matter what, they should let Xiaoyu give it a try, and her voice trembled as she begged him to save her sister. Hearing this, Nina hesitated for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. She said if they really managed to heal that elf, then as a reward, she would lead them out of this place. If they couldn't, then the two of them shouldn't even dream of leaving here alive. He was very confident. Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "Don't you worry. A small wound like this is nothing for the Holy Edict Dragon Scale." With that, he took out the scale and used it on the elf's body. In an instant, the girl's vitality was restored. She cried out in surprise. "The wound has healed, and the pain is gone too." The older sister next to her heard this and exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful." Even Fengji couldn't help but remark, "You have quite a rare healing item, don't you?" Flattered by the compliment, Xie said smugly, "Don't forget, I'm the one who successfully cleared the Crimson Dragon's domain." The blue-haired elf looked at Xie and the other gratefully and said, "Thank you both, if it weren't for you, my sister." But before she could finish, Nina cut her off coldly. "That's enough. There's no need to thank humans. This was merely a transaction between us." The blue-haired elf fell silent. Nina glanced at the two men and ordered, "You two, follow the squad back to rest for now. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Nina walked up to Xie and Feng Ji and said, "I will keep my promise and get you two out of here." Hearing this, the red-haired elf said worriedly, "Captain Nina, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us come with." But before she could finish, Nina cut her off coldly. "Don't worry, I'm more than enough. They're just two puny humans. They pose no threat to me." This remark infuriated Feng Ji, but there was nothing he could do. Nina didn't seem to care, simply pointing to two sets of armor in a corner and ordering, "Humans, put on those two sets of armor for me." Feng Ji couldn't stand her superior tone and retorted defiantly, "I am not your subordinate." Nina didn't back down, scoffing as she spoke. "Fine. If you won't listen to me, then do as you please." Seeing this, Xie couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. With the personalities on these two, could he really get out of here in one piece? Despite the argument, Xie and Feng Ji eventually put on the armor. Nina led the way in front, instructing them coolly, "Follow me. No matter what happens later, do not make a sound." A short while later, she had led them to the beast tribe's base. Seeing her, a beastman spoke up, sneering. "Well, if it isn't Captain Nina, where are you all off to?" Nina slowly explained, "There are intruders. We're heading to the border for reinforcements." However, the beastman didn't let her pass, deliberately making things difficult. "What's the hurry? Have a drink with me." Nina bit her lip fiercely and refused coldly. "The situation is urgent. I cannot afford any delays." Seeing her lack of cooperation, the beastman got angry, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "I went out of my way to invite you for a drink. Don't make me force you." Then, he directly grabbed Nina's jaw and without any hesitation, poured the alcohol into her mouth. Yet Nina didn't resist, simply allowing the beastman to humiliate her. Seeing this, Feng Ji gritted his teeth and cursed, "That bastard. Watch me teach him a lesson." Xie quickly stopped him. "Don't be rash. Remember what she said earlier." A moment later, the beastman seemed to have had his fun. He scoffed and pushed Nina away, cursing in dissatisfaction. "How boring. I pour so much alcohol down your throat, and you're still not drunk. Every single one of your subordinates has fallen at my hands, yet you're the only one who never loses." Nina raised a hand to wipe the remaining alcohol from her lips, then led Xie and Feng Ji away. The beastman still wasn't satisfied and called out, "Just you wait. One day, I'll get you drunk." Once the three of them were far away, Feng Ji took off his helmet and couldn't help but ask, "Why did we just leave like that? Aren't you a captain among the elves? Why do you tolerate those beastmen?" But Nina showed no gratitude for his concern. She said furiously, "Cut the act. Compared to invaders like you, what's a little humiliation from the beastmen to me?" She said that if they hadn't chosen to ally with the beastmen, the elf tribe would have been completely wiped out by humans. Only then did Xie nod in agreement. She's right. The elf tribe is nothing more than monsters in a game. To players like us, they're just prey with generous rewards. Nina couldn't understand what he was saying and cut him off coldly. "I don't understand what you mean. What are these players you speak of? I just want to survive here, but you people keep slaughtering us. You even killed the Elf King." Hearing this, Feng Ji couldn't help but be shocked. The Elf King was the former leader of this underground city. In that case, Professor Gugui. Before she could finish her sentence,